And we're here. We're here and live, and it is the second annual. Guess what, Maurice? We've done it. We've become annual. You've
love it.
helped me to become annual.
I
This is the
love
second time. Once you do something twice at a regular interval, it's now annual. So
That's it.
everybody, welcome. We have come
That's
to
it.
that.
It's official.
Oh, Maurice, thanks so much for joining me on this inaugural beginning. It's not inaugural. It's the second, like I said. This is off to a great start. I am glad to have you opening with me.
Absolutely. No,
For the
I'm just
live
happy
show.
I can join you and we can be out here making a difference. Absolutely.
Oh man, this is something that was a lot of fun and interesting last year to do. Was this first of all, everybody, welcome to International Overdose Awareness Day. I want to up top want to mention that we are having a couple of technical issues that we're seeing coming up a little bit. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if it's just the way things are. The Facebook was having a little bit of trouble. I'm just hitting it to see if it'll reconnect now. So anyway, can you hear me, Maurice?
I can. I hear you loud and clear. Yep.
Okay, great. Well, for anybody who is out there, if you see any freezing or we see any little slowness there, I think Facebook's back now. If you see any, just do us a favor and pretend it's not happening, and it'll help. Delusion, self-delusion in particular, is an important part of addiction. Not a good one, but we'll try to use it for our good in this instance. So I'm so glad to be joined by Maurice F. Martin, who is a returning guest, returning champion to the Broken Brain podcast. And why don't you can introduce yourself a little bit, tell everybody who you are in case they missed your episode.
Sure, absolutely. So, as he said, I am Maurice F. Martin. I am an author. I am an addiction counselor. I'm also a life coach, and I'm a person who myself has had to overcome some dark moments and some dark seasons in my life. And so, what I really love to do now is help other people to overcome addiction. I actually lost a brother to overdose several years ago, and so this stuff is personal in a lot of different directions for me. And so I just love to just jump on and make a difference. I'm actually in a facility right now where in the next hour I will be jumping into some group facilitation, helping some people overcome addiction.
Oh, awesome! That's really cool. It's you in a residential kind of long term or outpatient or some of all of that.
Yep, I work in a residential facility, and actually I just got reached out to. There's another facility I'll be doing some work at, and so
cool.
But yeah, I work at a residential facility, and I've been here off and on since 2019. And I really believe in that long-term type of care for individuals, but that's a whole other conversation. So
yeah, we should do one on that. I fear that we have lost a little bit of that appreciation of long-term care when and if it is necessary, because sometimes it's necessary. And
100%.
We're all in the solution-focused mindset nowadays. I actually worked with someone. Well, it was, like I said, it's for another episode, but I worked with someone a long time ago who used to say, if I can't help you in 12 sessions, then, and I was always like, wow, first of all, pretty sure of yourself. Second of all, second of all, that's not appropriate for every problem,
Yes.
And I think a lot of us know that. So, well, and for those of you who might be joining the live stream and have not been with the podcast before, I'm not sure how you heard about it, but whatever, welcome, whether you're a listener or not. My name is Dwight Hurst, and I am a psychotherapist, outpatient psychotherapist. I've worked in, I don't know, just lots of stuff, residential youth care. I've worked in and around addiction for a long time, worked with outpatient substance abuse, worked with the drug court program, and some of those other like kind of correctional diversion programs, trying to take people away from or to interrupt some of those addictions. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is interrupting addiction. This podcast has been going on since, I don't remember when, 2007, something like that. The Broken Brain podcast has been around for a while. It's something I started because I was, mostly to be honest, because I like podcasts and wanted to do one. But the other reason and what it's turned into is the chance to meet wonderful people and to participate in things like this, in sharing and in getting stuff out there on a different level than I was used to as a therapist. So it's wonderful. It's an exciting thing to be part of. Well, of course, I wanted to start out a little bit of the reasons why the International Overdose Awareness Day, and you can go to the IOAD's website, and they are nice enough to give you little things and give you like, I don't know, art and pictures and hashtag end overdose and hashtag we see you. Those are a couple of things that that you can see or that they participate in too. If you go out on social media, if any of you are, hopefully, because that's where this is broadcasting. So social media. Um, but I wanted to focus especially on their part of their mission, which is the hashtag we see you,
Mhm.
is very important because one of the goals of this observance is to remember those who have overdosed. And that doesn't always mean death. Well, I want to talk about that a little bit later too, of
Mhm.
that trauma. But one of the main things that they put out there is that this is to be something that is without stigma. As we remember people, we are not remembering them in bad ways. We're not remembering them or blaming them for having addiction. We certainly
Mhm.
have choices we make and all that. But
Mhm.
addiction is a disease. It's something many people suffer with. And in particular, with opioid related overdose, we have to lump in there that some of those numbers that are counted as overdose are actually poisonings of
Mhm.
fentanyl laced drugs that people may or may not even often don't even know include fentanyl,
Mhm.
right? And so that's poisoning. If I sell you something that I know has poison in it and you don't know has poison in it, it's not just an overdose. It's a murder. I mean, it's a neglectful homicide, so whatever you want to call it legally, it's
Mhm.
poisoning, right? And I want to put that right up front, right up top. And let me just get, I mean, Maurice, I'm talking a lot. Would you want to? I'll I'll just add one other thing. Our theme today is interrupting addiction with healthy actions, and so
Mhm.
there's all that kind of stuff that we've already thrown out there. What do you have to say about some of your experiences and your thoughts about overdose and the awareness thereof?
Mhm. Well, here's what I think is important. I love the topic of interrupting addiction because I think that sometimes what we miss in life is when people getting talk about addiction, it is only talked about with stigmas. It's only talked about in the lens of good and evil, and it paints such a picture. Okay, I was just talking to a client earlier today, and this is what they said. They said, when it comes to my addiction, it has never served a purpose in my life. It's never done anything good for me, and I just wish it would stop. And my response was, is that true? Now, the average listener goes, what do you mean, Maurice? Why would you ask that question? Uh, because if it never served you, why would you do it? And the answer is because it absolutely has served them. Okay. The reality about addiction is that people turn to drugs and alcohol as a solution to problems. It's not that it doesn't solve anything, it's that it
No.
only solves things in the short term. And then in the long term, it eventually makes things worse, right? And so, what we're trying to do is to teach people if you continuously go back to the wrong answer to the question, eventually the wrong answer could take your life, could lead you to
Yes.
either losing it in the short term, like you said, being revived, which is the ultimate great idea, great opportunity that happens sometimes for people, or it can result in not only is there an overdose, but there's a loss of life, and now it's the ripple effect of all these lives being ruined and destroyed.
It's absolutely that's one of the best ways to say it too. I've had that experience of asking someone that question of, "Hey, what did it do for you?" And I think especially if people have had court involvement or some kind of authority coming in and saying, "Bad, bad, you," right? Or shame or whatever
Mm-hmm.
their background, family system, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when we've had shame in the experience, it's always like we know what we're supposed to say, right? No, nothing,
Yes.
nothing. Why would you? No, no. I mean, you're the counselor. Why are you doing what you're talking about?
That's it.
Um, and I've known people, I mean, that goes so deep sometimes. It goes so deep that people have concerns or people feel that shame just really deep down to their bones, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
when we have that and we have this negative identity that we're going through. So, uh, yeah, being able to say, actually, as you put it, it's not a problem, it's a solution. It's just a bad solution, right? In the
So
long run.
it's a bad
Yeah.
solution that leads to more problems. But if we
Yes.
don't acknowledge that it's a solution, we miss something. Okay, when we sit down and we talk about resolutions to addiction problems, we're always talking about creating new patterns, creating new processes. And it's always, how will you deal with stress now? How will
Yes.
you deal with worry now? How will you deal with conflict now? Well, why are we talking about all those types of issues? Because people have learned the drink will make my social anxiety better. The drink will make my anger better. The drink will make me right. It's answer to questions, answers to problems, answers to issues. And now what we're actually teaching people to do is to find new or better answers to issues.
So as we're doing that, and that's the other thing too, is that the short term, as we put it, the short term does have an effect, right? The short term, we find that, oh, that worked really well for me, and then we keep doing it, and then it goes on and on. And with opiates in particular, even if they're not laced with poison, one of the things is we get a diminishing effect, diminishing benefit until you're using just to survive at all, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a big, it's obviously something. Hey, we actually have somebody, a listener, joining us right now too, who went ahead and did. And everybody, by the way, y'all can go to dwighthurst.com/live to, obviously there's links to watch the show, but there's also some links to join directly, just like Brent is doing now. Oh, we lost him, Brent.
Did we lose
Brent?
Brent?
We lost you. Oh
Where
no,
did you
he
go,
left
Brent?
the stream, Brent. Oh,
I
well.
was
So
I
we'll
was
see if
excited.
Brent. I know, as the first caller. Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna just put a little message here in the thing. I don't know if Brent can still see it. Brought you in. The call dropped. Anyway.
That was the ultimate tease right there. Like he was there, and it was like, ah, and then it was gone.
Yeah. So teasing us, Brent. That's okay. We still love you. We'll see if he makes it. I should say they. I don't know Brent that well. So, oh, I did get a message. He just got pulled into something. So
Oh,
maybe
okay.
he'll be back. So, oh, so we know that obviously the addiction is something that when we peel it away, and this is one of the problems with it when we view it through the problem lens instead of the solution lens, right? People all in our lives, if we're active in addiction, they say, okay, hey, just stop it. They're focused on the solution. Nobody's talking about the underlying problem. And so then, as you described it, if we don't replace that or find some way to treat that, then we got another, we have another problem. We have the same problem, I should say, when we get off of whatever. If we just stop using, it's not
100%.
enough, right?
Yes.
So when we look at that, when we peel that away and find that underlying problem, let me back up. This gets into something I've thought for a long time. When I've worked in substance abuse, there's always, and I'm old, so I don't know. See, young rising stars like you probably know.
I don't know that you're that much older than me, but
I don't know. I just feel like I'm older than everybody.
There's a saying. The saying is "black don't crack," so you don't necessarily know how old I am. I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, there you go. See, we don't know. Everybody out there, if you want to submit a guess, a guess for
let's do guesses on here as to how old and whoever gives the most flattering answer wins a prize, right?
Yes, that's it. You can win a free sticker. I'll show those in a minute. Anybody who wants to join. Maurice, you were planned, so you don't get one. No, just kidding. I'll still send you one if you want one. But yeah, I've always looked younger than I am, and so with me, it's just like I remember a line by the comedian John Mulaney where he said, "If you look younger than you are, you don't really look older. You just look worse eventually." And that's how I feel about how I've been. So let's, I don't know, let's try to remember what Dwight was saying. Oh, yes, that's right. So there's this old conventional wisdom that I remember being taught in graduate school, where it's like, if you're doing substance abuse counseling, and this is, of course, back when we kind of had like, here's substance abuse, here's mental health. They're way far away from each other, right? They're way different instead of being intertwined. If you're doing substance abuse, you have to get the person off of the substance before they can benefit from any type of counseling. Now, that's the old conventional wisdom. I remember that made some sense until I started working more with people, right? And I was like, hey, hold on a second. is this just an extension of that shaming behavior? Is this just like,
Mm,
oh, well, you can't possibly benefit from any therapy until you knock it off? Once again,
mm,
we're going for that. I find it to be a little shaming, mostly because I find that in my experience, it isn't really true.
mm-hmm,
At least not 100%.
mm-hmm,
And I'm curious to know your thoughts about this too. I find that lots of people can benefit from healthy interventions and healthy actions that, to a certain extent, if you don't interrupt your addiction, if you don't start addressing that underlying problem, you're probably not going to have success with sobriety for very long.
100%. So, what you're really saying is, I think nowadays people are more so embracing that recovery is a process and it's a journey, not a moment. And if that's the case, then my role is sometimes what I say it's in seed form. And what I mean by that is sometimes the client may only be ready for me to plant a seed. Right? So
Yes.
the work that we do, the mental health work sometimes, no, they may not have the earth-shattering, aha, everything's changed today. But
Mm-hmm.
sometimes what they're doing is they're making small revelations, small insights. They're starting to connect some dots. Oh, I always thought that I just drank because I like to drink. Suddenly I'm realizing maybe I started drinking a long time ago because I was troubled then, and I've been troubled ever since, and I've never actually dealt with the underlying trouble. And even if they're not ready to fully deal with that yet, the realization is still critically important.
Yeah. It and many times when we talk about an underlying problem that you're trying to solve with the addiction, we don't often we don't know what the problem is when we try to solve it. Now, I
Hmm.
might be able to track it back consciously pretty soon and say, well, you know, I couldn't sleep, and so I started to drink myself to sleep, and it's like, okay, well, I need to find a way to sleep. Then that's just how it is.
Hmm.
Um, that's pretty straightforward. But for those instances where, like you just said, what if I have an underlying childhood trauma that I've never dealt with,
Hmm.
right? Then at that point, I may not know about it. In fact, if I'm raised in that environment, or if my environment, my friends, family, social group, whatever it is, was part of that trauma, I may still cling to the idea that that's not trauma. What are you talking about? I'm not traumatized. I just, once you saw, like you said, I like to drink. I like to get high. I enjoy it. It's just, sure, it's ruined my life in a lot of ways, and ruined a lot of things in my life, but it's just me. And then of course, here comes the shame again. I'm going to say shame a lot today, by the way. Here comes that
I,
feeling of like,
I I use that word a lot because shame is weaponized in our culture. It's weaponized in terms of the way people are viewed when they're going through addiction, and shame is something that is often weaponized internally. So I'm dealing with my own guilt and shame and beating myself up.
Mhm. Yeah. Now, do you find I find that that is often I don't see it as much in treatment circles as I used to, thankfully, but I find that that often creeps into treatment, especially when it comes to other people, where there's the authorities, social support system that's just like, stop it. If you don't feel bad enough, you're not going to stop it. And
Yeah,
unfortunately, even in some of the old treatment communities and 12-step communities, you still see that where it's kind of like, I got to kick you in the ass to get you to get healthy. And yeah, we have to be careful with that kind of thing, I think.
yeah, I think that, look, if you were to sit down with any person who's ever had their life effectively enhanced by me, people would probably call me an ass kicker too. Okay? But how? What do we mean, right? And so I don't think that making a person feel like, okay, here's my example. A lot of times when you sit down with somebody, they say, "Man, I got to do this for my wife. I got to do this for my kid. I got to do this for my aunt,
Yes.
my uncle, my mother." Well, if it was that easy, you would have already done it.
Hmm.
So this guilt and shame thing about, well, if you loved your kids more, if they do love their kids and they still
Uh,
don't know how to stop, and actually the guilt and shame that they haven't been able to stop is often part of what is keeping them in the cycle. Oh my gosh, I'm such a terrible person. I can't believe I haven't beat this thing. In this, and so I wish that every normal everyday people could be flies on the wall during group counseling sessions, and they
mhm.
could hear the very real what an aha moment really sounds like for people. You often meet individuals And when you meet them the first time, I just drink because I like to drink. I just pick up because I like to pick up. I just get high because I like to get high. It is what it is. I've loved it for years. And then you get into a conversation. Well, when did it start? And oftentimes people believe that they know the actual triggering event of the addiction. Well, about 5 years ago, I got a divorce. I started drinking a lot more. Upon further investigation, usually that person has actually been drinking for another 15 years on top of that, and they were drinking heavily, but they
Mhm.
were functional. And
Yes.
in the points of life where people are functioning, they just normally look like society. Many of the very
Yeah.
people who judge are having a drink every night after work too,
Mhm.
and they're paying their bills and they're doing these things, and it's at some point there's the shift, and now everybody looks at you with a level of judgment, but we were just doing the same behavior 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a critical point to make.
I think I love that definition too of functional. Basically, functional. I always say, in short, functional means I haven't lost my job yet, or I haven't
Right,
gotten a DUI yet, or
right.
whatever. And it's interesting how quickly that judgment activates when, because just because you might have a relationship with substances that isn't giving you those things, you're not getting fired, you're not getting DUI, you haven't ruined a marriage over it, or whatever, just because you're maybe clinging onto those things or maybe even doing kind of well with those things, it doesn't mean that your intoxicant use isn't problematic at times or
That's it.
maybe often. And yet it's easy to judge somebody once they get a DUI or they go to rehab or they, even if they say, well, I'm trying not to anymore. And I find that with opioids in particular, once
Mm-hmm,
people start, there's a stigma within families, even within families that have, let's say, alcoholism problems. This one is one I run into a lot. It's like, oh wow, everybody's got they drink tons and there's all of this going on, but I got in trouble for prescription abuse or
mm-hmm,
pill abuse, and it's like all of a sudden I'm the scum of the earth, and or someone in my family uses more than I do, but I got a DUI, and all of a sudden, right? And so
mm-hmm,
yeah, you get that identity that then and when we interpret it based off of functionality, if we want to use that word,
mm-hmm.
then we have some big problems then, because I can look pretty functional from the outside. And this is me talking. I can look pretty functional from the outside when I'm
Yes,
being dysfunctional. That's
yes.
that's an ability. That's a life
You know,
skill.
I think that so many people. So in the agency I work at, we often have college students come in and do observations. There'll be nursing students, things like that, and I love having conversations with them afterwards, and they are always shocked by what addiction really is, and it's not what they
Mhm.
thought. And so oftentimes they thought that every person in the facility, I don't know, whatever they when they look around the room and they're like, oh, that's my doctor. That's my lawyer. That's the mailman, right? It's
Yeah.
normal, everyday people who have often made good money, raised a family, done good things, but their lives have been ravaged beneath the surface, behind closed doors. And now, for some of them, things have become public enough that now other people know. But a lot of times they were struggling for years, but they were never held accountable because the money was still flowing in, the
Yeah.
cars were still nice. And so I think that's important for us to talk about, because if we're really going to put an end to overdose, then we have to understand what the risk of overdose is. And many
Mhm.
people are at risk a decade before they end up in serious addiction,
Yeah.
because some things are normalized in our society that are dangerous, like drinking away your problems and drinking away your sadness and drinking away your sorrow. Those things are not healthy, but they're normal in our culture.
Mhm. And I often say with my clients, we talk about the reality that if you have kind of like a mediocre to moderate level of misery or depression or anxiety in your life, one of the issues is you might not have to, I want to say have
Mm,
to go to treatment because, once again, functional. My mental health isn't making me suicidal.
right.
It isn't making me isolate to the point that anyone notices. Now, I
Hmm.
might be isolating, but I might be isolating in a crowded room, right?
Right. Come on.
And then when that spikes, when something gets out of hand, and especially if I found, boy, this really helps me short term, and then all of a sudden somebody uses a few too many prescriptions, then they're swapping prescriptions, then they're hitting up friends. And next thing you know, I mean, and the most extreme, then I'm on the street, right, trying to score heroin or something like that, which, by the way, is really fentanyl most of the time now.
Almost all the time
It's
nowadays.
another word. It's another word you're going to hear me say a lot today. It's not just shame and trauma, but fentanyl is another one. We got to
Yes,
keep that out there, people. We
million
need to
percent,
remember that.
million
It's
percent.
never been more dangerous to just casually take something that someone offers you at a party. Um,
Mm,
you know what I mean? It's never
mhm.
been more dangerous for somebody to go, "Hey, you should try this," and it's like, I don't know 100% what it is, but sure, it's like way
We're
more
at a
dangerous
point.
even than it ever has been.
We're at a point now. And I'm sure you've heard these stories too. A person goes thinking they're purchasing marijuana. They're thinking
Yeah.
nothing that could ever lead me to an overdose, and the stuff is contaminated with fentanyl, and before you know it, they've overdosed and died. And you're going, how did that happen from marijuana? Now, I
Yes.
understand people who don't understand drug culture and don't understand what the actual effects of things think that it's all the same. Well, the reality is it's different.
Mm-mm.
Different
Yeah.
problems have different results and different aftermath.
Yeah.
But I think that it's so critical more than ever that we have to understand that people are willing to take such drastic risks to escape life. Right? They're
Mhm.
they're willing they're willing to say, well, I don't really necessarily for sure know what's in this pressed pill, but I hope that whatever's in it will give me some peace, will give
Yes.
me an escape. And if that's the case, then we really need to have some real heart to hearts about what's wrong with your life that you need to run away from it.
Absolutely. We have a comment that's been shared from Sue Emmel. I hope I said your name right, Sue. And I will say too, I haven't seen this, but I have heard it recommended to me as well. So I'm gonna.
Mm,
Her recommendation is the documentary series Painkiller on Netflix. There's a
mm.
link here as well if anyone wants to isolate and get that down, or you can look up Painkiller on Netflix as well. I haven't seen. Have you seen that,
I
Maurice? I
haven't.
haven't seen that.
I
So
saw the preview for it, but I haven't actually watched it
oh,
yet.
okay. I've heard some people say it's good, but yeah, I haven't seen it myself. Thank you so much, Sue, for
Yeah,
sharing
thank you,
that.
Sue.
Yeah, appreciate that. Let's there's a couple different ways to go. I wanted to ask you a little bit more about when you say people get surprised when they learn. What are some things you think people don't really know about drug use and drug culture? That's
Well,
probably a lot of things. I'll vamp for
sure.
just 1 second while you gather the no, because I just sprung that on you.
Well, here's the biggest thing. When you sit down in this facility, the groups where I make the most impact, usually the feedback that I hear is, I didn't know how much I needed that session. And it's a person who doesn't battle with addiction sitting in the session. And what I mean by that is issues of addiction are life issues. It's
Hmm.
people's inability to cope with life, the inability to cope with, to adjust to stress, to anxiety, to sorrow, to pain, to grief, to turmoil. And because many of us have not learned how to handle hard times, again, we turn to the wrong solution to get through the hard time. Now, some people turn to drugs and alcohol. Some people isolate without drugs and alcohol. Some people stuff their emotions without drugs and alcohol. And so when we talk about the link between mental health and addiction, I've personally never met a client in my life who was struggling with addiction who was not also struggling with mental health issues, or who was not also experiencing a lack of ability to cope with an issue that was affecting their mental health.
Yeah.
Okay? And so how many men do you sit in front of? They've never learned how to handle emotions. Big boys don't cry. Put
Yeah.
those away. And so the greatest lessons people learn are that these are real people having real life issues. They've never learned how to effectively handle those issues. And now their brain is on autopilot because their brain now tells them this is the only solution to the problem. It is now automated. That is what addiction does.
Yeah.
Everything is firing in your brain now, and it's saying, this will fix it, this will fix it, this will fix it, this will fix it.
Yeah.
So we have to understand it's real, regular problems that are now automated and have become almost problems on steroids.
And this is where people maybe even misunderstand. And I used to hear a lot of people that would complain about this and say, "What does this mean? It's a disease, a disease." That's how they
Mhm.
sounded. They would say that at the end of the sentence. But no, it was a normal thing because our whole lives. I mean, I don't remember growing up, and we weren't taught that it was a disease. It was just a bad behavior. It was moralistic,
Mhm.
right? And so this is where that model though is very important. If people don't understand it, if it wasn't a disease, you could probably make a lot of comparisons of people of like, this is how they behave before they get into
Mhm.
drugs. This is how they act. And even though people might think that's true, and certainly there are risk factors that contribute to certain things, I guess you could say. However, it's just like you're saying, if you go into a treatment center and you sit down and listen to that group therapy session, you just said it, right? There's the lawyer, there's a doctor, there's a, there's a person maybe I look at and think in my judgmental way, oh, that's a could be, oh yeah, they use drugs or whatever.
Mhm.
But then there's a person sitting next to them who I wouldn't think that. And by the way, they just did my taxes last week. What the? And so we wouldn't see such a variety of people. When I've been in some treatment places, I've seen that people, they tend to associate more along the lines of drugs of choice. It's like, oh
Yes.
yeah, okay, we have this, kind of in common,
Mhm.
less than they do, less than they do as far as like, oh, I'm from this socioeconomic background or this one. And so that's the disease pieces we see it affect. And who does it affect? People with higher risk factors have other disease, emotional and mental, psychological health issues, usually of like
Yep.
undiagnosed, untreated mental illness, trauma, other illness based things that
Mhm.
aren't resolved. Right. So that's where that is very important, where that comes
Well,
in.
I used this. I literally had the conversation with a group of nursing students. A young lady raises her hand and she says, "With all due respect, I got a lot out of my day here today, but I'm still not buying that addiction is a disease." And I asked a simple question: is diabetes a disease if it's type 2? And she said, "What do you mean?" Okay, type 2 diabetes is a diabetes that is something that a person gets after a certain level of food consumption over time, and their bad eating habits over time lead them into a physical ailment, a physical disease. Now, if you were to get type 2 diabetes, they would, of course, give you your medication and they would say, now, this is something that over time you may be to correct or at least lessen the effects of, but you will need to change your lifestyle in order to combat with this disease. Now, it is a person's choices that got them there. But at some point, if you talk to a person with severe eating issues, they're usually a person who has turned to the food
Mm-hmm.
because they're eating their stress, they're eating their anxiety, they're eating their long day. So it's almost the same. They're getting the serotonin, they're getting the chemical spike once they eat the meat, and now they have a disease. Does a person with diabetes really have a disease? And 100% of people would say, of course they do.
Of course they
Well,
do.
what
And do we treat them?
we
Yes.
still treat them,
Yeah.
and we don't treat them like savages and animals,
And
right?
also, I think that there's that mentality where if someone was to say, well, it's all your fault, type 2 diabetes, we should just not treat you. You should. It's not that there's no people out there that would say that. It's that the majority of people would point at them and say, well, they're the asshole. I mean, that's the jerk in the room, is the person who says that. Whereas I think you can find a higher percentage that would point at addiction and say, well, it's your fault. And less people would point at that person and call them the jerk in the room.
That's
So,
it.
so
And
there's an
why
important
why
shift.
do, why does life always have to be about fault? I just think that sometimes life can be about it's your problem and I hope you can fix it over time because it's that type of rhetoric. This is what I don't think a lot of people understand. When you go like this and you say it's your fault, they already think it and feel it, okay? And
Yeah.
so all that you're doing is giving voice to their inner critic. And so now that
Which
is
doesn't
then going
help.
to
Yeah.
now that it's going to just take them right back to the place you're supposed to take them out of,
Listen. Yeah.
right? Now I will say this. Now don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to beat up people who give addicts a hard time all the time because I do say to individuals who are battling addiction, listen. Like I'll have a man as an example and he'll say, I wish I could only talk to people who understand addiction. I wish that I just could be surrounded all the time by people who get what I'm going through. If I had more of those moments, I'd be better off. And I often say, your wife, your kid, your mother, your spouse doesn't have to know addiction. They have to know you.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
if you would just listen to their warning signs, you'd be better off. So oftentimes the person chimes in with, and they don't say it perfectly, but they said, you're in trouble. So they said, have you been drinking? Have you been using again? You seem off. And the person goes, God, Ma, why do you think that? No, what your spouse, your wife, your whoever was saying to you was, you're off.
Mhm.
And I don't know why you're off, but I can see you're off. And because I can see you're off, I'm trying to tell you whatever you're doing, stop. And if you could humble out, this is what I tell clients, if you could humble out to catch the warning, that
Yeah.
could save your life. And so
Yeah.
sometimes the people who are really there to help us don't have the perfect script, nor do I think they need to. And so
Right.
I think that yes, you can get better, and you can do Al-Anon, and you can do a whole bunch of things so that you can get better at speaking the language. But I
Mhm.
don't think that people battling addiction can only talk to people who understand addiction in order to get better. Sometimes you just need to talk to people who understand you.
Yeah, that's a great point because the isolation. I mean, it's funny because on the one hand, some of the symptoms of addiction struggles contribute to pulling away, and then also some of those personality factors that we run into. All of us can tend to do that, where it's like, oh,
Absolutely.
you know, yeah, and we're so good at all or nothing as human beings, right? We can swing
Mhm.
into that, but it's like that's where the disease model is important to keep in mind that alcoholism, opioid addiction, any addiction, food addiction, gambling, any of that. It
Mhm.
doesn't negate our own ability to make choices, but it does impair it. Right. So we
100%.
have, it is a disease that impairs our choices and things. But then one of the nice things, one of the things we have as an avenue of treatment for all psychological disorders is talking, thinking, and acting do impact it.
Mhm.
Whereas I can, I mean, just the same as you put it, diabetes or heart condition or things, exercise and taking our medication. It's the same thing. If I'm doing therapy, if I'm doing treatment, if I'm listening to people being healthy, then it can interrupt and turn that around in some ways but I have to learn to do it, like you said.
And
Yeah.
it's continuous, and I don't think a lot of people get that I can't tell you how many clients I've seen, and they're fully vested, they're fully engaged in their therapy and in any counseling work, and they get out of here and they've got continuous care. um, and so a lot of times people, what they think is, okay, either you went there and you're fixed, or you don't want it.
Yes. Yeah.
You're all fixed now, or you didn't want it bad enough. And addiction is
Absolutely.
way more complicated than that, because
Yeah.
it's we'll go back to our diabetes example. If you were to eat super healthy and go to the gym and do all these things, and do that for 6 months, that's great. But if you fell off at the 6 month point, eventually the same things that got you the diabetes, everything would flare up, right?
Hmm.
Um, well, addiction is very similar, that you have to be so watchful of your thoughts and your actions and your behaviors. And it's a continuous, mindfulness always. Well, none of us are mindful all the time. None of us are fully
Right.
engaged all the time. And so if your automatic thinking and automatic brain can lead you down the wrong path, then you have to be hyper vigilant and
Hmm.
hyper aware of what's going on inside of you. That's not how most people live their lives. And so that's a
Absolutely.
very complicated way that a person has to live moving forward.
Yes, I agree very much. Oh, and Maurice, I'm really excited here in just a second, if this works. Get you introduce you to one of my oldest podcasting buddies and one of my best friends, Chris Revel,
What's
Let's
going
Chat
on, Chris?
Media.
Hey,
Uh,
great to
he
meet
was
you.
You
just
too.
playing Breath of the Wild there on his Switch while he was waiting for us to let him in. No, I don't know what you were doing.
Pokemon
But
Violet, actually.
oh, Pokemon Violet. Hey, my daughter is going up against the water gym later today. She was telling me to wish her luck.
She got this. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris. Thanks so much for joining. We're just talking about some of those dynamics of addiction. For those who don't know, Chris is a frequent guest and collaborator with the Broken Brain. He's the emeritus status, I think, from the Let's Chat with Revel and Friends, and also pertinent to what we're talking about too, former medical social worker, if that's your title, if I said your title right.
I think my last title, because I had done a lot in that world, was case manager, but you know how that world works, like case manager / everything.
/ everything else.
Yes, social worker without a master's, kind of.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And I wanted to hit, well, Maurice, I know you have to go in a few minutes because you're going to, not just talk about treatment today, you're actually going to go administer some treatment. That's nice.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And I wanted to ask you before you go, one of the things about interruption of addiction is community and those that are around us. And you have such a great take on, and in fact, ever since I've interviewed you, I've used you as an example of building communities around yourself for health to my clients and things. They'll say, I met this guy. He's really cool. You should read his book. And, he's good at building communities and reaching out to people. I wanted to maybe get a little bit of your take on that, of how people can use others around them to find that help that they need.
Absolutely. I guess the first thing that we need to acknowledge is you can't do this on your own. It is such a great thought that you could just figure out how to muscle your way through addiction. It's not real and it's not true. And you can try and try and try, and 100% of the time you're going to fail. And so I know that sounds glim, but now that we've faced reality, we now realize that you have to have people in your corner who are like you and people who are dissimilar. In other words, it is very important for you to surround yourself with some people who get you. Right? Mm-hmm. People who think like you, walk like you, talk like you, act like you. That's an ideal situation to have some people around you like that. The reality is, though, you also need to have people around you who think differently and see things differently than you. I think where we miss it when we try to put together friend groups or social groups is we think that a person has to agree with us for them to get us. So a lot of times what people say, in these counseling settings is, man, nobody understands me. My wife doesn't understand me. My sisters, my brothers, they don't understand me. And a lot of times what they mean is they understand me, but I don't like what they understand about me, and they miss some things. Well, technically speaking, the people who are just like you, whose feedback you receive, and the ones who are way different than you, are painting a full picture of who you really are. And as long as we're not talking about toxic behavior and them just ripping on you and ragging on you, they're giving you a well-rounded understanding of, these are my faults and flaws. These are my strengths. And so what I recommend is that you have a couple people surrounding you. I don't care if you get it through AA, NA, some sort of an organized recovery, but then also just individuals that you've met from jobs, from workplaces, from family, people who are similar minded. This is the most important thing I can say. If you're not going somewhere in your recovery, you'll eventually end up there. Right? If you're not going somewhere.
Good point.
If you don't. So one of the things that I often do with clients is ask them, where do you want to go? I don't know. I just want to be sober. Well, sobriety is not actually the finish line. Sobriety is the starting point. It's the starting point to a marathon, right? So where I'm running to is recovery, where I'm getting my life back, whether I'm getting my life together. And so now the question is, who else is living a life where they're trying to better their life and better their self? Because those people qualify to be in the marathon with me. People who are bettering their lives and improving themselves and are willing to be accountable to themselves and will be accountable to each other. That is the type of people I need to have around me.
Yeah, that's an excellent point because as you put it, like sobriety and recovery, I think once in a while we may we overuse the terms or we just define them as that's it, recovery, sobriety and everything. The fact is as you put it, like if you can manage to be sober, like I don't have to be healthy. I don't have to keep becoming more healthy. It's going to help my chances to avoid relapse, but I could go the rest of my life and never ingest another intoxicant, but I can still burn my relationships to the ground and I can still, have an anger problem and I can still, all of those things I can walk around and it's better than doing it while I'm killing myself with drugs and alcohol. But why stop there is the point too, is how good can it get? How healthy can it get?
Yes.
I remember when you were talking about your writing. I think if I remember how you said it, is that you wouldn't even put your books in if you were stalking them yourself, which I don't think they make you do as an author. But if you were stalking them you wouldn't necessarily put them in the self-help section because you said you don't believe in self-help.
I don't.
Yeah.
Because self-help implies I can do it all on my own. And I think that's incredibly dangerous. And so for you to even read my book, you are reading another person's resource who has turned to other resources through coaching, through therapy, through spiritual guidance and mentoring. I have turned to a body of people to grow, and I'm giving you what I have, but now I'm hoping you're going to work with me and then go take it to somebody else. And it's community. Community is essential for recovery. And I think that if you think that your isolation that you've walked into through your addiction, that you can keep the isolation, keep the same mentality, same personality, same quirks, same flaws, same everything, and then just ride this thing out to the day you die. In my opinion, and this is like a hard thing to say, but you're not really living until you die then. You're just biding time. What I want to see people do is really live. And living is becoming a part of the community again, letting the world be a better place because they experience what is good of you in the world, right? Like you have something to offer. Chris has something to offer. I have something to offer. We're all unique individuals. And when you get a chance to contribute in that way that only you can contribute, everybody's better for it. And to me, that is what is essential about recovery. So again, I get that some people are fighting just to be sober, and I do understand it. I think that that's a worthwhile venture, and I don't think that's the end of the venture. It's the beginning of the journey. First, I got to baseline, get sober, and then I got to say, we've all worked with people. I know I'm saying a lot, but we've all worked with people.
No, you're good. Say another 4 hours worth.
they'll call themselves, here's the term, dry drunk. And what they're saying is, well, for the last couple of years, I was sober. I didn't pick up an alcoholic beverage, but I was angry and I was miserable and I was still burning bridges and I was still fighting everybody. Well, what was but you were sober, so we all celebrate that. No, that's not worth celebrating. Like, I celebrate that you're not as much at risk.
Absolutely.
But now we gotta let's go have a better life now.
Yeah, I actually like the term dry drunk. It's a little out of vogue because we don't say drunk anymore because it's pejorative.
Right. It's not politically correct.
But it's not really meant to be a slam. It just means you're still having the symptoms that you had in addiction while you're not using. That's all it means, really. And I think it's useful to keep that in mind. Because where do we go? We might say, I'm already not using. Now what? It's like, well, great. Sky's the limit. You can have so much more. There's more to life than just avoiding death. And now I know too, if I ever do see your books on a self-help shelf, I'll just rip them all off and
just rip them down.
Just put them somewhere else. Yeah. I'm going to say, why don't you guys have a Maurice F. Martin section? What the hell's going on in here?
With a billboard like this.
With a billboard, life size. I'll just take that with me. I don't know if you know, I have a cardboard cutout of you just over there. So I'll just.
I actually worked at a place once that had a cardboard cutout of me. It was very strange. It wasn't as cool as you would have thought. It's very weird.
Was it that old Terminator 2 poster cutout where you looked like Arnold with the?
I wish it was. Yeah. I still look puny just like I do now, so it just didn't really work out.
That's because that's why you got to do the camera, man. That's why I took it up so high. No, I'm so grateful. Hey, before you go, you can you feel free to mention your book so people know what it is. It's
Maurice, I appreciate it.
Remember the middle initial for people who are going to look you up on social media because there's some other Maurice Martin out there doing terrible things, right? I'm just kidding. Maybe he's fine.
He's a terrible person. I don't have no idea.
Well, I have him on the line here. No.
So MauriceFMartin.com is the easiest way to find me, or you can go to Your Butt, that's 1 T, YourButtIsTooBig.com. So my book is called Your Butt Is Too Big. The essentials are what you've been through in your life that you haven't healed from or dealt with becomes the dead weight you carry with you through life. It's about healing from your past. It's about growing from your past so you can live a better future. I think that's important for people who have battled addiction and in general, people who have been through dramatic moments, or have just had a painful past. So if anybody wants to find me online at Maurice F. Martin, I'd love to talk to you. We can talk about recovery. We can talk about life. Or we can talk about meat in cardboard form.
That's a whole new thing. A whole new thing for you. Hey, thanks for joining us, Maurice. I really appreciate it and taking your time. This could have been break nap time if you didn't have a client. So I appreciate you being able
And
to
I'm an
jump
old
on.
man, so I do enjoy a good nap nowadays.
We
I
got to
respect
compare
that.
and see how old you really are. Yeah, everyone can keep submitting guesses.
I didn't see any guesses, so they
We
must
don't
not
have
have
any
been able to
guesses
figure
yet.
it out. They're like,
Sue,
how much of a
yeah.
vampire is he really?
Awesome. Well, good. And yeah, thank you. And you can, I mean, feel free to dip out whenever you need to. You can stay all the time if you want to, but I know you do have some clients that you got to go see.
Yeah, I am gonna run
You're
now.
good.
But thank you
I don't
guys
want
so
people to
much.
think I'm
Nice to
pushing you
meet
off.
you.
So thank you
Yeah,
so
you
much.
too.
Thanks.
Dwight, thanks for what you're doing, brother. Thanks for making an impact.
Wow. No, thank you. You too. You're doing it too. All
All right,
righty.
we'll see you guys later.
We'll see you. Bye-bye. And I wanted to thank Sue once again. Sue Emmel has given us a little love click. I appreciate that. That sounded weird. She's clicked the button that made a little heart appear. That's what a love click is. So appreciate that as well. And I'll try to monitor
the one who
those.
talked about Painkiller on Netflix?
She is. Yeah. I haven't seen it.
See
Have
that.
you? Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I love documentaries. So I'm like, thank you for that.
I'm going to open up a window here, share screen. We'll just watch it now. That'll eat up a little bit of time.
My God, Maurice is so incredible. Like immediately I was just like, shut up and take my money.
He's a great guy. Yeah, he was on the show a while ago.
Oh, great.
And I really mean it too. I've talked to a lot of people about his he didn't mention it here, but on the interview he mentioned that he has a particular group of guys who they get together periodically and meet or make a call if they can't see each other physically and talk just about being healthy and being good. They're all men, and so it's like men and fathers, because that's pertinent. But
incredible.
Yeah. So it got me thinking a lot about that sense of community and how much we don't do it.
Now, do you want me to derail this whole thing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Derail away. We've got time.
It's actually, I'm actually really happy to hear him say that, because there's a part of I'll just do a quick backstory.
Doesn't have to be that quick, man. We're on here all day.
Yeah, Let's Chat Media, and we started doing these. We ended up getting pulled into doing a podcast meetup in Providence with someone through Podfest. Then my business partner Nathan and I, we just kept doing all this. I promise this all ties in, right? So we did one. It went well. And then one day I'm at home. I watch a lot of YouTube at night when whatever. I'm watching YouTube. I believe the channel might have been called The Big Think, and it had an entire episode about the loneliness crisis. And it was like how 1 in 5 adults can't identify a single friend over like the age of once you hit a certain age, like even like 35, 40.
Wow.
Like there's like a real crisis in America and stuff. And it kind of was talking about and I knew about this kind of conversations from like sociology over the years, like, the death of the third place. Like there's not that third place. You have home, you have work, but there used to be cheers when you talk about alcoholism, or church, or a big one was bowling alleys, or and things like that. So that it's great to hear him say he's doing that, because we're doing one right now, which is just for like networking, professional, let's all get a drink and have fun. But it grew into something so much more important, where it turned into like, it's my social outlet, and it's become other people's social outlet.
Absolutely.
And the fact that they're doing this for people who might need a little extra support on the mental health piece is, that's something I can use. Even I see a therapist, but how often do you actually get to do that? Like
and you get different things from a social group than you do from a therapist. Even you get different things from friends than you do from family.
Yeah.
I mean, vice versa as well. You get things from those people you don't get from friends. But
yeah,
it reminds me of some studies, and I don't have them right here. Sorry, everybody. But there's been studies that have indicated that people who benefit from, say, 12-step groups and support groups that are oriented around addiction and recovery, they can get similar benefits from a bowling team if they're really close, or a church, as you put it, or a group of friends, or a service place. If it's, any like that social connectivity to other people, it does have similar psychological benefits. And that is not to slam any one of those things as worse or better than any others, but that's just the way it is. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's, I've run several, not technical AA groups, but what people, if you're not familiar with our world, I've run plenty of IOP groups I've been that person. And so much of the conversation is community. Cause like, I'd always would say, you're you in your head 24 hours a day. And
Yes.
like, at least you can be around some other people. You can take a little bit of a break.
Yeah, and this touches on something that, as I've said, our theme today is interrupting addiction, right, with healthy actions, and there's something I have been thinking a lot about lately, and you triggered it here. It's your fault. You triggered it from the comments you were making about this event you're doing. It wasn't at all about self recovery or self empowerment.
No, it was actually at a bar. So
it was actually right. It was actually in a bar, right? It was having
it was a pizzeria / bar. It's really cool.
Oh, okay, right.
So like I actually don't, for those who might be new to this guy over here, I don't really drink either. So that's why it's funny. We picked it because it had dope pizza, really good pizza.
There you go. Shout out to that place. If you want, go ahead.
Yeah, Lost Valley Pizza and Revival Brewery, Providence, Rhode Island, baby.
We will. Awesome. We're buzz marketing for them, which is fun. Maybe they'll send us a pizza before this is over. But the thought I was having is, as you mentioned it's just a networking event or professional network event. Not just. It's a big accomplishment to organize something. I think I love clicked it, if I remember right, on Facebook.
You did love it. Thank you.
But the thing is this: when we're doing things like that are not for mental health or addiction recovery, we actually are doing things that are potentially for that too, because you never know. If you have a big enough group at any event, you've got people that have struggles of various kinds, right?
Me.
Yeah, exactly, right.
PTSD survivor. I can guarantee at least one, and at least that's me.
See, absolutely. And that's the thing is, you and I, if we're sitting in a room full of people, friends or otherwise, there's at least 2 people in there, right, that have some like anxiety, trauma experience, as well as somebody over here is bipolar and ADHD, right? I'm still that no matter where I go. Yeah, exactly.
You always find each other. You always find each other. And then sometimes you kind of don't like each other because sometimes it comes the opposite. Sometimes it's like too much the opposite of your ADHD symptoms aren't right.
Stop competing with my ADHD, Chris.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Now I'm going to obsessively latch onto that. No, but that's the thing is, I think one way when people talk about awareness and how to help with this like huge health crisis is, we address it head on, and we're talking a lot about that today. But I've been thinking a lot about this just general community stuff, because so many people, when I've worked with them, when they're trying to be healthy and be sober and overcome psychological illness and things like that, and the effects of that, one of the things that's really hard is they turn around and they're like, well, I don't have my using friends anymore. Yep. Where do I go? And it's like, well, most people meet people at work, at church, and at school. Those are the 3 places that most people meet other humans. Now, if you don't have friends at work, if you're not in school, if you don't go to a church, or maybe you do, but you don't particularly connect with anyone, now what? I've got those 3. Those are big 3, right? Now what? Do I go to the social club down on the corner? Well, is there one? I don't, I didn't see one last time I went down around that corner. So for those of us out here, that if you have the means and you have a format or a platform to say, hey, here's a social thing, maybe I'll start a bowling league or just a group of people like
just go.
Yeah. I just found about is it the Purple Hat Society? It's like a group of women who do service projects together, and they all wear purple hats or something like that. If anybody out there, feel free to message us if I got that wrong.
I think I know what you're talking about. I know what you're referring to. I think it's nuns. No, it's it's incredible. It really, it's incredible. It's funny because I've been thinking about this a lot too. Like, I used to be have kind of poke fun, make fun of views for people who do something that I don't really know, like fantasy football or like girls' night or like this. I wasn't like that bad about it, but a little bit of a okay. But now, like, I'm like, man, how cool is it that there's like men in their 40s who keep in touch through fantasy football's their thing, and they go on planes or they do whatever, like, like how crazy people get with it. But I was like, that's their church. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually really cool that they get into this kind of thing. Like, I go to Comic-Con, so I can't and I like ska music. I'm going to a ska concert tonight, so like I'm not sure I should be one making fun of people. But like, ska
is very much in vogue, isn't it?
So, yeah, I like to think so. But like, it
depends who. But you're absolutely right. People love what they love, and we should support that.
Cool.
That's I know now if you've seen a lot of these memes going back and forth about the Barbie movie, and there's
I was
been
actually
people
just thinking the Barbie movie.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah.
You know what stat that I read that was really surprised me that about that movie? It was 1 in 5 viewers of the Barbie movie were people who had not been to a theater since the pandemic.
Oh, wow.
because that
Wow.
transcended from movie to event.
Hmm.
And like, and I don't know if you had gone to the movies, or even if you weren't even seeing the movie, and they're in that right time frame, you knew what someone was seeing when they were in all black, or I mean, I'm sorry, all pink. Like
Yeah. Yeah. No, I knew. Yeah. Right.
the movie theater I went to go see it in, which I love the movie. Like, hot take, it was great. Like they had like pink doors of like Barbie, and I used to be very
Oh,
much
fun.
like they painted it like the place I go to get like coffee would have like 2 tip jars, Barbie, Oppenheimer. Like it was honestly really sweet. Like whatever the discourse of the films, however people feel about them, there was like I didn't see Oppenheimer, but it felt cool to be a part of it
Hmm.
without
Yeah.
doing anything.
It's interesting too, because if people have been teasing about that, people dressing up to see Barbie. I saw a great meme about that where it showed a dude all in like, I think it was Green Bay Packers gear
Yeah, it's the
tailgating.
same thing.
Yeah, yeah. It was just like, yeah, you all dress up like your heroes too, and then, but
And
I think it's
I used to make fun
become.
of those Green Bay Packer people. I'm a dick. I was a dick about that back in the day. But now I'm like, I get it. It's not for me. I don't like to wear costumes. It's my own personal hang-ups over stuff. But like it, I get it. Like it. That's and then the other part of it's like, I used to always think like kind of tisk people who like tailgate. I thought that was like the dumbest thing. I was like,
Oh, huh.
and now I'm like, especially post pandemic, I'm like, oh yeah, you just need an excuse to be outside around people.
Yeah.
Like, who cares if it's a not great parking lot? Like, what am I saying to people? Like, no, go home and sit and watch TV. It's
Go
like,
home and get high alone or drink alone.
yeah, like, I was like, I don't know.
Right.
I've kind of come around with a lot of that stuff. And that makes me think of that gentleman, Maurice's group. Like, that stuff,
Hmm.
I think we'll see more and more and more of these types of things popping up where I think the pandemic made people realize you have to try in social
Right.
relationships.
Well, and people know from the show, we talk a lot about pop culture and movies and different things like that on the Broken Brain because of this. That
That's why I love your
it's
show.
a key part. Awesome, thank you. But it's a key part of our culture. It's really kind of the mythology and the stories that we tell now is a lot of that kind of media that we do. And so and this concept of people loving what they love is so powerful. And I like when you see people get on board. It's one of the things about openness and inclusivity, diversity, sharing, and one of the upsides of social media, to be honest, and technology is that people are like, oh, I have a thing. Hey, there's a community for my thing, right? And with notable exceptions, there are some that are definitely self-destructive applications of that. But we're talking about typically that involves like some kind of nerddom, fandom, or sports, or sometimes fitness or cooking or whatever it is that people get into. It's very, very awesome. Very awesome.
Oh my
Oh, we had
goodness.
a comment on here that came up. I think your
Oh,
comment just noticed. I think it came up in a minute ago, and then your comment just reminded me to look at the comments. Sue again.
well, thank you,
Addiction,
Sue. That means a
particularly
lot.
opioid addiction, is probably one of the
Yeah.
top public health issues we're facing in today's world. Very true. It's a conversation that requires information and skill to elevate. This conversation may provide just the foundation we need. Thank you, Sue.
Thank
Really,
you, Sue.
really appreciate that.
Especially opiate. Because I'm like, can I a quick story time for you? I
Yeah.
was just back home. I live in Rhode Island. I grew up in Connecticut, a couple hours away. And I was in Connecticut with just myself and my daughter. So my parents were watching Felicity, and I went out with a couple of my friends who I've known. Like, they're like, I call my friends, like the TV show. Like, I've known Crystal since I was in the 8th grade, and like
Most of you guys dancing in a fountain together when you
yeah,
get together,
oddly
right?
enough, that we have done that before. These are the type of people. Yeah, I've known they're my friends of like 20 plus years. We spent all of our 20s together. So we're having like dinner together, talking about all the people we used to know, and I can't tell you how many people that we talked about were recovering from overdose, recovering from addiction, still in addiction, or unfortunately died from addiction or suicide related to said addiction. And I'm from like Meriden, Connecticut, a city of 60,000 people. And the statistics, like just from that, like that conversation, I know is very anecdotal, but I think everyone has that story of our age group, wherever you are, because addiction cuts across everything. It doesn't matter if you're rich, poor, what your skin color is, what gender you identify as. Like nothing matters anymore. Like I worked in that field. I was a former drug counselor. I've worked in Section 8, and I've worked in multi-million, billion-dollar homes. I've seen everything. There's nothing you can do to surprise me. Like, but that makes me think. But Sue, you're so right, and Actually, this is a long way to lead my question for you, Dwight, and Sue, if you're
Mhm.
still there. What do you think in pop culture today is portraying addiction like well, and not like Oscar Beatty movies,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like, I mean, The Wire is kind of like an extreme.
Oh, you know what's interesting about The Wire, and I haven't ever actually really gotten into it, but I did hear
Whoa.
something from the creators that was, I know everybody keeps telling me. I had what's his name, Akeem, psychiatrist from London, came on the show and he talked a lot about it and was like, "You got to watch that." I'm like, "Okay, I'll get on it." I haven't
It's
yet,
yeah, it's
but I
it
need to.
was it might be too hard for you if you're in the social work game, because it, as much as I love it as a TV show, there are episodes where it just kind of becomes homework because it is so good.
Yeah, one of the things though that I had heard the creators said about it that I think is very interesting choice, and I'd be interested to know anybody who's seen it. Apparently, the way they ended the series was they just kind of showed footage of like street crime and drugs in the very end, either the last season or maybe even the last episode. They just kind of closed on it was done with the idea. The message they're trying to send is that this is still ongoing. It's not like, hey, we fixed drugs, we're all awesome cops or something, which was
Yeah, kind of. The,
not that they weren't awesome. I'm sure they showcased their
well,
awesome
it's
in
The
Mississippi.
Wire is hard to explain because it's 5 different seasons, and every season is about a different aspect of the city of Baltimore. The police will be the ones who are concurrent it through the entire series. But the first season's the police, the second is the dock workers, the third is the kids, the school systems, the fourth, I'm gonna miss one. I know the fifth one is about the death of the media. One of them's about like city council politics, and then schools, and they all intersect with each other. And the idea is like you're following these police on the season 1 who are tracking Avon Barksdale, the big drug kingpin, and how that interacts with all the city's aspects. And by the end of the series, he's gone. Everyone that like was like it is String a Bell, which was Idris Elba, all the problems that the politicians, and we did everything we could do all that, and then the next person just steps in line. So it just ends with like you get rid of Avon, and then then you have Marlon Stanfield, and it's honestly it's a great show. But
yeah,
I'm trying to think of anything else, because that's like more about the war on drugs. But even like shows like, do you watch anything where they have like a good alcohol, like Moms? Did you ever watch Moms on CBS?
I haven't seen that one too, but I know it kind of addresses it. Now, does it show it in an addressing it kind of way, or is it
No,
just
it's
kind
more
of in the background?
sitcom-y, which is why I kind of
Okay.
like it. It's more
Yeah.
like a sitcom, except like they actually go to like part of the episode, like hijinks ensue in the AA meeting, or the drama that goes into the dinner afterwards of like people and stuff like that. And they have some heartbreaking moments, and they talk about trauma and all these funny things. But like addiction's hilarious. Like I know that can
It's
sound weird, but like in the right, I've been in IOP rooms where I probably laughed harder than a comedy club.
well, it's really interesting the insights that people get from going through struggle, obviously, and going through things. I remember being in a setting once. It wasn't there's nothing confidential about it, but there's just someone who mentioned this in a training group I was in, and he was just talking about how going through addiction and going through all of that stuff, and he'd been through some of the criminal justice aspect of that. And he said, it's interesting as you get overwhelmed in life. He's like, if I look at it and it's like, oh, my bank balance isn't where I wanted, or am I gonna, I'm gonna have to change where I live, or I'm going through relationship issues or a breakup or something. And he's like, I have to stop every now and then and go, oh, you know what? I'm an addiction person. I've been through that. I know how to lose a house. I know how to break up in a relationship. I know how to be broke. I know how to do that. I've survived all of that already. I can do that if I have to. And it was very interesting insight, this idea of like, what can I get out of it? So that's not as funny as what you're saying, but sometimes just that humor of what I had a boss used to call it, the whistling past the graveyard style of humor, right? The kind of like, I have to find something either fun or entertaining about my life because it's not feeling so good right now. That sort of gallows humor, if you will. Yeah. It's really good.
The example I always use when I was in group was, I remember when Obama was in office, they asked like his favorite comedians, and one of the ones he named was Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor, most famously notable for Live on the 1979, I want to say, Live on the Sunset Strip, where it is hilarious, where he's doing bits about freebasing heroin and lighting himself on fire at like in a brothel. And this is President Obama. But Richard Pryor is able, and I worked with clients, like I worked with this gentleman who had come out of jail for involuntary manslaughter for like driving drunk and accidentally killing someone. This person went through a lot of really incredible inner work to get to where they were. But they would tell, not the part where they would someone died, but they would tell all the stupid things they did when they were driving drunk before they got sober. And it's like, oh my God, it was hilarious because they're like, he was Richard in that moment. He's Richard Pryor. He's just like, these people don't judge me. They know I've gotten better. They know I'm doing better. Listen to how dumb I was. Like, isn't that stupid? And it's funny.
There's a shared experience. I think that that to me is an example of being able to take ownership of something and say, this story belongs to me. This is my experience.
Yeah.
You know, and I can feel however I feel about it, but I can still talk about it however I want to talk about it too.
And the thing I love about the recovery community is we would have professors next to like unhoused individuals. And by the end of that, they had become like, you know, you're not supposed to hang out outside a group, but you know how that is. People still do.
I have a pet peeve about that. I'll go off on my soapbox in a second.
Yeah. I think a lot of depends on your group. A lot of them are just like, whatever.
Well, the fear is that everybody's going to get high together, right? But the interesting
no, they already did that.
Is
that was the problem,
right? Exactly. And it's not. And if they're going to do that, you're going to do that. How do you? You know, I heard it put best by a kind of a cranky old drug and alcohol counselor at a place where I worked, where he's like, they tell me I'm supposed to tell people to not to associate when they're outside my groups. What the hell business is it of mine who they associate with?
I'm like, oh no, don't be with someone who's also similarly minded and trying to.
My
theory, my guess is at least because I worked in a hospital setting, maybe that some of that stuff was coming through like insurance somewhere down the road.
Sure, I mean
like
you got to be, and it's good to be cautious. I think any group that doesn't even address that is probably a little negligent.
You have the rule, but you're like,
well. And I have had the experience a couple of times of running groups professionally in places where somebody in the group started dating and or sleeping with someone else, and it did throw the dynamic off. And so having romantic partners in group, it wasn't me thinking this, but you know, just seeing that having romantic partners in group and isn't always a good thing. And sometimes that applies to family members too, but it all depends. Right. And so people have friends who are getting clean and they're actually being healthy with each other. And once again, they're going to do it anyway. So you might as well talk about how to do it in a healthy way and how not to let your own sobriety get intertangled with someone else's, because there are risks, but all that, you know, why not teach people and treat them like individual human beings and teach them how to mitigate risk, right? Instead of just assuming that they can't handle it at all.
Oh, no,
so that's my little bid for looking at people as humans.
The part of the argument I always got with the hanging out thing is I remember someone telling me this was so accurate. They go, when you're an alcoholic, there's a bench with your name on it every hour of every day, anywhere in the world. And there's someone there who has your ear for you. And when you quit drinking, you don't have that.
Yeah.
And so
especially long term, because you might have people flock around you in your community, whatever your community is, and say, wow, we're so proud of you. Good for you. And then 6 months later, it's like, I haven't heard from anybody.
Yeah. I mean, I'm guilty of that. Like I can only put so much into people's lives. Like I have dealing with a friend who's has some issues, and you know, there's only so much you could do. And I like to be there like a support for people when they're done, especially once you work in that world. Like I can't deal with it, like in my personal life. So like,
it can be hard, right?
I'm all here for people. I'm a post recovery. In my old line of work, I worked with people coming out of the hospital, which I prefer. I really loved working with people who are already gone through the hard stuff and wanting to get better. Not that it was always perfect. But
that's kind of like Maurice was saying a bit ago too. And I think, we all have to know what our specialties are if we're going to help people. And that's what I'm saying. Even just people who don't have the knowledge or they're intimidated by taking on the drug issues head on, then, build some social networks in your community, go out and find ways to just help people be healthy. Because as you put it, once they get out of it, I'm not using anymore. Now is my chance to really get healthy. Right.
And now I have to think and be in my brain. Yes. Or you're going to have your first existential crisis when you're sober. And then you're like, you're going to have to feel things. And I always would say the gift of recovery was the gift of time. And it was a lot of like, use that time to explore your passion. Like when else, at least in my instance, I work with people who are like out of work for a period of time or whatever. It's like, when else do you have this time? So like, if you always wanted to go skiing or painting, or I always push creativity, but people got into woodworking, or they watched a show on glass blowing on Netflix. And a lot of people addiction are just generally people that do too much anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
just they can't sit still as it is. So it's like use that to your advantage.
Yeah, you're trying to utilize the strengths as you're getting into it. It's really interesting when you put it. I stuck in my head when you talk about how there's a bench for me anywhere. If I, you gravitate towards other people that use, or you find, you can just find that. And when you're healthy, it's a couple of things that change, and I think some of this also changes with age and maturity. I don't know about anybody else's experience, but some of my people in my life who are maybe closest to me, who are my, very good friends, who are even family or whatever, I know I could call them at 3 a.m., but there's got to be a reason.
Yeah,
Now,
please do.
if I called you at 3 a.m. and I was like, "What's up, man? You want to just chat?" Now, maybe when we're like in high school or college or something,
Yeah,
people
before
might hit each
kids.
other up and say and say, "Hey, let's go out and party." The party begins at 11 p.m. or something, and that's when it starts. It's like, well, that's pretty rare. There has to be some special event at some point, and I think that's something to kind of adjust to. We have to adjust to that sometimes to say, now my healthy friends, once again, if it's a good friend, I can call you at 3 a.m. and say, I'm in trouble. Can you help me?
But
That's about it. I can't just be like, hey, you want to get Chinese food? I'm kind of bored. If I do, that's a problem. You'd be like, dude, I'm hanging up now. Right. And I think getting into just kind of trying to say, if I'm living on the edge of some kind, or that's my interpretation of what one of the things I get out of addiction, I have to kind of be a nerd for a while, or I have to kind of fit into it might not feel exciting for a minute until it does. And you're talking about passion and trying to find passion in your life, right? When maybe that some of the things that gave you passion were killing you before.
Yeah, or like, my podcast became my addiction of dealing with stressors of like my life when I started it, like stuff I didn't realize at the time. Thankfully, I threw it in, like, workaholism's a real thing. Or podcasts for working became my vices. Thankfully, they weren't drugs and alcohol, but like my mom was dealing with simultaneous dual cancers when I first started the show, and then putting all my energy into work, and then my free thinking into doing something that wasn't that was really helpful. But heroin's great for that.
So that's what you picked?
Yeah, no,
just kidding.
No, like, and it sounds like,
and thank goodness, though. I mean, not to be too silly, because it's actually like you had something that, it was becoming unhealthy in a way, the maybe obsessive nature of it, but it wasn't
rewarded.
Heroin, right? Yeah,
and you get rewarded for that. But like, heroin sounds terrible, but what if we just call it oxycodone? Then you're like, oh, okay. Picture anyone, especially we can get into the opioid crisis of how terrible that is. But like, you're just a regular person who's had a normal amount you've had some amount of trauma in your life that you may or may never have dealt with. Something happens in your life, like you break your arm, or just maybe your father dies. Just things get hard. You go to your doctor, the person you trust, and they're giving you fucking narcotics. And, I've worked with people who never smoked pot, never drank alcohol, never smoked a cigarette, and became addicted to heroin because of like they broke their arm. And obviously, it's a lot deeper than that. There was some traumatic trauma and stuff like that. But these were the people that you wouldn't call addicts or whatever. And well-to-do families, poor families, and like, so it's like not even fair. Like, I know that there's no test yet of who can take that stuff and who can't. But like, no one offered me heroin.
Yeah, it's a pretty dramatic pass fail as far as it. Here's how you find out you have the genetic risks for addiction if you didn't already know it. Which sometimes family can be a good indication to be careful, but. But you're right. Yeah, it's like, how do we? And that's also part of it where we can over label people and say, and this is once again the shame piece that comes in, where it's like, well, I if I'm shaming someone who's struggled for addiction, and it's like, boy, we were both at the same party in high school and we both took a swig of the same thing or took a whiff of the same thing, and they got hooked on it for the next 25 years, and I just put it down and never worried about it again. It's not because I'm better than them, right? There are genetic risk factors, and there are, I mean, there's been study after study. People's bodies metabolize opiates or metabolize alcohol differently. Sometimes if they are more likely to get addicted. And then of course there's psychological issues too. So yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I guess the difference is where for those who don't know, the times the thought was always like, walking through a dark alley and someone's going to jump out like, "Hey man, you want some heroin?" But what the reality is, it was white coats that in your insurance approved,
Your insurance paid for it, maybe
paid
even.
for PCP
Right.
office, and then people just get left, and like it's. And as you know, and you're a therapist, it's not like it's easy to get help. Even like when you want to just like, I want to get help, and it should be easy. It's just not, and it's terrible. And
Easier
it's
to
like,
get drugs than to get help.
It's
Actually,
real easy to get
from
drugs.
medical venues sometimes, you know, it's getting
easily.
I think there's more trainings and things now, but it was fascinating for me to learn. If we want to go with alcohol for a second, you know, it was at a conference I went to on fetal alcohol syndrome, and one of the things they mentioned was research that had been done amongst OBGYNs about when they work with pregnant
upstairs,
individuals.
buddy.
Sure.
She can come up.
When they work with pregnant individuals, do they ask them, "Are you drinking, or are you using any recreational drugs?" And the answer was approximately 100% of the time, no. Now, it's not that there were zero, at least, but in the studies, it was such a small amount that it's statistically basically zero. Nobody's asking their patients, and not just routinely anyway. And that's incredibly dangerous because we like to pretend that it's like, oh, you know, when you're pregnant, for example, or if you have a health concern or problem, or you get a DUI, of course you would stop, right? For that period of time, at least. It's like, well, why would you all of a sudden be able to stop without help or treatment? If you have an addiction, you know, you would have already stopped, most likely, because most people tried. So, so people aren't really talking about it in that way. You had okay. You had mentioned. Go ahead. Yeah, tell that thought.
The thing that you just made me think of was, it's crazy how there was definitely a period where it would be easier to go to said hospital to get oxycodone and lie about it than it would be to go there and be like, I need to go into like rehab, into like a detox.
Yes, or even just outpatient therapy.
Or just
like it's easy if you can pay for it.
Or even just like instead of like, or even inpatient, and be like, you know, it's sad that people have to know the tricks of being like knowing what to say when they get there. Be like, well, you know, I knew I was going to use, I'd probably die, so I guess that counts as suicidal. And I just told him I was going to kill myself, even though I wasn't, but like I could have. And I'm like, you know what? I get it. I'm glad that your survival brain turned into that in that moment. And it's not just for everyone to know. For people who worked in that field, or my former of that field, it's never the hospital staff, and it's never the doctors, the nurses, CNAs, the case managers, social workers. It's always the insurance companies that are the problem. I just want to throw that out there. It's 100% never the individuals that I interacted with.
And even when you get to, like I made that crack a second ago, if you can pay for it, it's easy. And that's certainly true at a certain level of wealth. But to be honest, even if you have insurance, or you can pay your copays, or you can pay the full amount, it's still not always easy to find even just outpatient therapy, right? There's a lot of barriers.
Especially the pandemic.
Oh yeah. And especially if you don't really groove on the online sessions, which some people really get nothing. They have a really hard time with those. And I have people that I do online sessions with people. I mean, I still have some people, if they live far away, or sometimes whatever, it's convenient for them, and they like it. But but for a lot of people, my experience has been the majority want at least some of the time to be able to be face to face in the same.
I think it's because I'm paying
room.
Like I love my therapist, and he worked at like a place and then left to start his own practice, and I followed him, and he charges a lot of money out of pocket, but gives me a rate because we've been working together. So I think because I'm paying like more than what I would if I had insurance, I feel like I want to get every penny out of it.
Right.
Like, no, damn it, if I'm paying you like $75 for this hour, I'm gonna get the water.
I'm gonna come in,
couch, and gonna look me in the eyes, and I really like all private practice therapists, they leave because of insurance companies. But I won't hang up on that too much. But I do want to make sure we get back to pop culture, because I do love.
Yeah, and you know what? It's interesting. I'll plug. Let me just plug a future hour on this today. I have a pre-recorded segment with Ryan Luis Rodriguez, where we talk about some specific recommendations of addiction-related movies that have something emotional to say. Where we talk about that with his huge expertise in his encyclopedic knowledge of all things movies. It's been very interesting. So, but you mentioned this idea, which I think things in pop culture that are about addiction, but are healthy, right? I think we've lost Chris. So I'm just going to keep talking about that. If he jumps back on, he jumps back on. I know he had a break, but it was coming in about 15 minutes. So there we go. So we're going to get more in depth into that with Ryan, but it is interesting to see people are using, whoops, here we go. People are using the addiction stuff in entertainment, but oh, hey, we're back. You joined me again. So I was just talking about how people, oh, hey, it's Ben. I love that guy. I don't know if he means Ryan or Chris.
Oh, he probably means Ryan.
So you and Ryan can slug that out later. So
wait, is Ryan from Reels of Justice?
Yeah, Reels of Justice, and his podcast is he has another one called One Track Mind. So welcome watching, Ben.
One of the guys from Reels. I'm sorry, it might have been Ryan, and I'm so sorry, I'm blanking your name. They're from Connecticut.
It's not me, guys. It's
Oh no, it wasn't Ryan. Well, the other Reels of Justice guys actually did a voice in the podcast I'm a producer on. But we had done an episode. I got to go on and defend Twister. Got my ass kicked, and then ended up they did a voice. Well, it was cool. We got to do a podcast.
I heard that episode. Yeah.
I heard that. They wiped the floor with me. Like,
oh
wow.
Do you see though where people use addiction when it comes to entertainment and movies and things in a way that is not? At least that's what I find. There are many times where it's not all that healthy.
Oh yeah, almost. There's almost rarely a good portrayal of addiction because I think part of it is fun. It's fun until it's not.
Right. Well, you look at any sitcom, they all have that episode, at least one per season, where everybody gets just totally, everybody gets drunk or high, and they showcase just the worst blackout drunk experience you could have as like very entertaining and funny. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think who did it really well. It wasn't drugs, but You're the Worst did a good job, but that was more mental health. There's a movie called It's Kind of a Funny Story, which isn't about more about mental health, but that was pretty accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why there's not enough to show. Well, because there's the part of it that's like fun, and that stuff makes good for good entertainment, like going to bars and meeting different people and getting into trouble, and there's like a level of debauchery most people like to have at various stages of their life. It's just the movies they do like one special episode in a sitcom and then that's it. Yes. But in reality, it's like instead of one person has addiction, it's like 5 people and no one ever talks about it.
I've thought a lot about the some of the shows that we watched growing up, and with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, they had a whole episode. Remember that, where Carlton, the rich cousin, everybody knows who Carlton is. Come on, if you're listening to this, you probably do. But he gets on, I think it was some like fill in the blank version. They had to use like generic drugs to plug in back then, I think, but it was some generic version of speed of one kind or another that he either accidentally ingests or he starts having a problem. Saved by the Bell, same thing, except I think they did it about caffeine. Pills. Yeah, caffeine pills. But it was code. It was code for drug use, and one person. Now, one of the tricky things is oftentimes, especially back then when it was more episodic without story arcs, is that people would get into addiction problems and then they were gone the next week.
And then this network president of NBC would come do the episode and they would do smash it or something stupid. But that actually happened on that episode. They had like a PSA. Or do you remember the greatest cartoon crossover of all time? Of like I think Mia and I must have done this for Cynical Cartoons years ago. But I'll have to find the link. There's a cartoon. It's like every cartoon character, the Gummy Bears, Alf, like everybody come together to stop like drug overdose.
No way. I never saw this.
I had it on tape.
This is an episode you and I are going to have to do. We're going to have to coordinate this off air.
I'm gonna find it right now because it's a movie. It's called Cartoon All Stars to the Rescue.
Interesting. Wow. I don't know. Check this out. I can't show it on here because copyright, so I'll live stream it. No, not really. Yeah. But
Nancy Reagan opens it up. I put it in the comments for anyone on YouTube.
Well, it's funny. You used to have that now. And I will say that some of the things that I think can be very good nowadays, there's legalization of more things that have to do with studying, legalization of marijuana, for example, medical use of marijuana. There's lots of indications that there's some use about that. One of the things, though, that, like I said earlier, we're very good at being all or nothing in our culture. And so it's like, oh, drugs are cool now. It's like, well, no, hold on. No, they're not. In fact, even the ones that are, I mean, alcohol's been legal for a long time, and people have been killing themselves with that
It's
forever
actually
too.
the
So
worst, to be honest.
it's actually worst, right? If you're going to pick a gateway drug, that's
I think
probably
alcohol's
more
worse than heroin, to be honest. My personal opinion.
Interesting. Okay.
At least
Just the
with
legality and
legalization.
availability,
Yeah,
or
just oh yeah. I mean,
yeah,
more people die from alcohol than anything else.
yeah, yeah.
Have you ever met anyone who's had I used to work with a client who had Wernicke's Korsakoff, which they call wet brain.
Oh, I know of it, but yeah, tell everybody a little bit what that is.
It's like meeting someone with Alzheimer's that they got from drinking alcohol. It's literally the person, and they were young, and their body, they were destroyed. It destroyed their entire body. Like,
and it's physical damage to the brain. You don't recover
your brain
from
is just
it.
gone. Yeah, no, your brain is just shrinks.
Yeah.
And I think that's, maybe that could be wrong. I need a neurologist to clarify what happens, but it was worse than someone with Alzheimer's. Like, it's a shell of a person, and they're still hiding like rubbing alcohol places and stuff. Like, we need a full-on group. And if you want to get into like the worst part, then it comes like a tax burden if the family can't keep care of it, then you get stuck in state care, and it's just a terrible system there.
And that's the part too. I think when we hit overdose awareness and addiction awareness, we tend to focus on deaths because that's what's triggered a lot of the awareness for opioid use. But there's a lot of people who do have a lot of suffering that don't die, right? Kind of thing.
Or they get sober and years later they die from something related to the
die earlier or younger, right?
Yeah.
Or people have to adapt to, and especially now, this is something with opioid use. When you are using it, it does for a long time. It can mask pain. It can mask health problems, and then it becomes its own pain-inducing health problem. And so when you get off, sometimes people are like, "Wow, I have either because of drug use or just because of my age now." I'm functioning so much differently. I can't think the same way.
Yeah.
My body hurts. I have diseases I didn't know because I wasn't taking care of myself medically. And that's not much fun, right?
No.
But that's the only way through health is to actually deal with what is. I know you got to go in a second.
Actually, I have longer than I thought, so I'll give you a little extra. I was hoping before we wrap up with you, though, I did want to make sure I kind of left it on a more positive note, because I spent 11 years in the field of health and human services. I'd say maybe like 6 I got to do drug work within the drug rehab aspects of it, and I have to say, some of the best inspiration of hopefulness and kindness and just generosity and just of like moments of like humanity, your faith and humanity has been restored, has been working with the recovery community. Like I said, I was generally working with people who are in recovery or like brand new, like they fresh out of the hospital recovery.
Wow.
And it's just, you meet people and you're like, it's the people who make it are never the ones you expect. Like, I've definitely thought, we never would call it the Deadpool, but you always kind of think who's going to be the one who comes back. And I've seen the impossible happen so many times. At some point, you just don't even know. I just stopped trying to make those guesses anymore. Like, you just never know. And it's awesome. And people in recovery are the best because there's no veneer of bullshit. So it's not like, hey, how are you? It's like, hey, do you believe in God? What do you think of aliens? Like, they just want to jump right into it. And they're just, the people who are in recovery and really not dry drunks, ones who really do that inner work, are such inspiration and need to be celebrated so much more. And I don't know about you, but whenever I find out about a person or a celebrity I may not have liked very much, and then I found out they're in recovery, like Jessica Simpson was a perfect example. I never cared too much for her. Found out she was in recovery, and all of a sudden, like, all right, you get it. You're part of it.
Yeah, no, there is. And there's a camaraderie that you have there. And it's interesting to me, circling around to this idea of just even having social groups available, right? Sometimes we wait for crisis to bring about healthiness, right? It's like how many times people talk about, becoming uber aware of, what do I put in my body? I got to be careful. I don't want to relapse. And this has trace amounts of alcohol. I wonder if I should or shouldn't use it or drink it or whatever. And it's like, that's a good habit. That's a good life skill that maybe all of us should maybe work on.
Yeah.
Or, making amends when I've done wrong, doing a moral inventory of myself. Hey, you know what? Maybe I don't have to wait until I almost die to do that. That'd be great if we taught everyone to do that. Right.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And it's like people like you, and I guess people who used to be like me and Maurice, like, there's a lot of joy and happiness and a lot of greatness you get out of from doing this kind of work. which I think sometimes and understandably, it's easy to focus on the really hard stuff, but like, it's a lot of laughs. There's a lot of hugs and happiness, and like, how good does it feel like when your client succeeds, whether it's mental health or drugs? Like or like,
Yeah.
semi drug related, but I had worked with someone who purposely tried to overdose, and then they did not because of my intervention. And then some years later,
Wow.
we ran into each other at the mall, and I kind of like got nervous, and like, oh shit, I was by myself, I know what to do. And they dropped their bags and they ran over and they just dived into my arms and started hugging me and crying and like, I'm here because of you guys and blah blah blah. And then
Wow.
I still would see this person for a number of years, and they'd buy Felicity presents when she was born, and like, I don't know, just it. The people who do, I think, like, they just, I don't know, it's definitely hard, but there's a lot of really positive awesomeness. I definitely, it's weird. I hate saying this. I've been out of the field for like a year and a half, and I miss it.
Mm-hmm.
I do, and I actually went to a new field, and now leaving that field, so I'm going to another new field. But I was interviewing for what is my new position as an account executive, or no, account manager, which, like, I'm going to be selling magazine and print ad space,
Okay.
like Don Draper. But one of my interview questions is like, how do you deal with rejection? And like, nowhere the lie, I like had the line. The short of it was like, once you talk somebody off a ledge with holding a weapon, like, nothing scares you. And they like stared at me. I'm like, well, it was a windowsill. I'm like, they're like, did that really happen? And then of course, like, because I worked at Gallows Humor, I'm like, well, it was a windowsill, and they're okay now. And it was just like,
Yeah.
but I'm pretty sure that's what got me the job.
When I worked in a residential facility, and I moved into a school counseling at a technical college for a few years, which was, I enjoyed both of those very much. But my boss, when I talked to him after I changed jobs, and I mentioned to him once, I'm like, yeah, people are really freaking out because something with a form was designed wrong, and I just was kind of chuckling, like, people are going crazy about this and really getting mad at each other about what should be on this form that's an official form for the college. And he laughed and he said, well, so nobody was throwing poop though, right?
Yeah, no, I know it is funny, that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, I still get stressed and all that. I know that all that you can
Sure.
get into, like, it all still feels the same in the nervous
Oh, a
system.
year later, I was mad about the form too.
Yeah,
I
I know,
mean,
but
we adapt.
yeah, I mean, I definitely, even when I was leaving from my when I switched from healthcare to full time podcast marketing and work, being like, yeah, no one dies if something goes wrong. Like, nobody dies at the end of this.
Yeah.
I mean,
Interesting.
no one really died the other one either. Only, but
Well,
not because of my work. But
you've
but
always been about getting messages out there and things with podcasting, as well as with your work that you've done in medical. And so this is another wrinkle, another way to do that. So,
yeah, it's actually been really kind of cool to see how much of my time in health and human services really relate into, like, the new position into, like, sales, where, like,
mhm.
I've had some sales experience, but like, of what I'm doing, it's this new position, and it was people were just like so curious and had so many questions and how does it relate. And I think a lot of it, like, you learn how to talk to people for sure, because, like, you work with at least the program I was working in or I've worked in. I mean, I worked in community mental health, but the one I was working as was it was everyone. So, like, in the course of the day, I have to talk to someone who's you have to talk to the homophobe and the homosexual in the same day.
Hmm.
Or I would always say you have to. Sometimes I had a job where I would work with both the abused and the abuser, and had to show both of them the same amount of care and empathy. And
Yeah.
if
It's a
someone
hard
didn't have,
dynamic. Yeah.
yeah, and I've done that in the same day. I've worked with people who are like Nazi. I've worked with a Nazi once. I didn't really
Mhm.
like that experience. I liked it more than you'd expect.
Yeah.
Also, because when it's an individual, it's different. You know.
It's easier when they're a former Nazi. I've had that experience. I'm a former
No,
white
yeah,
supremacist.
they wouldn't call themselves. They're extremely alt right, and but I knew their
Oh, in
history,
my
and
experience, there was someone who called themselves out on it. Yeah.
yeah,
But,
we get in arguments over it. But I actually really enjoyed working with them because
mhm.
I think I was able to at least. It doesn't matter, but yeah, it's
Yeah, if you can help make it, and that's the thing people don't understand. Maybe I'll get into stages of change today at some point, but is that people don't change in one step. It's not from unhealthy to healthy. There's a whole
no.
range of how you do that. Yeah.
Yeah, you ever see? There's a great documentary. I forget the person's name. That was called, but I think his name is Daryl Dixon. He has like the world record for collecting the most Ku Klux Klan members' robes. He's black. He's a black like New Orleans
Oh, I
physician.
have heard of this guy. Yeah. Kind of helping people to change
He's a
up
wonderful,
there.
wonderful,
Yeah,
wonderful. He's actually on The Wire, like a small role on The Wire as well.
right. Okay.
Wonderful human being, great
I think you're
documentary.
thinking of Idris Elba. Actually, no, I'm just kidding.
No,
Sorry.
racism. No, yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. You're right. Oh,
yeah.
gosh.
Idris, a handsome
And
boy.
we've been canceled. Dang it.
Yeah, I wish. But anyway, it's cool though because like I have relationships with people who have viewpoints of other people. Like, how can you talk to that person? And I can get where some people are coming from. But the way I like to view things is like I might be the only person this person knows who is what they would call like a liberal tier, whatever, all these horrible things they'd call about liberals. And I embody that, but we can get along. And I might not actually like fall into that line, but they can say things. I'm like, oh yeah, well, I don't believe that. They're like, huh? Like at the very least, I'm like, I could show them some of their worst fears about liberals or whatever, or wokeness or just the general words you hear. It's like, I was like, oh, I remember we got like in a conversation one time about like gun control. And I was like, I forgot what it was. He was asking if I believed, and I was like, no, we absolutely. There should. It was like the people have to have access to what for gun control to rail against a tyrannical government. And but I still believe in gun control. And they just like froze. Were like, I thought you guys were all anti everything. I was like, no, I just like people living. And just those things. And I don't know if I changed their mind. I only work with them for a couple of years and go on. But like, I knew that person's day to day. They didn't see a lot of people outside. Well, they got to be around me, and maybe it helps. Maybe it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I find it helpful to be around you.
Yeah,
it's always been my experience. But
I can give like a few more minutes. I got to get down to my daughter, but
you can do whatever. Yeah, I mean,
I'll try to hop back on again.
As far as I'm concerned, I mean, your daughter might have different feelings.
She'll be okay. I was trying to get her to come say hi, but Doc McStuffins was on, so
Oh yeah, there you go. Speaking of interrupting with healthy actions, watching Doc McStuffins is a pretty healthy thing to do.
It's really good. Yeah, and like she's so cute, and then like it's just. It's no Bluey, but
no. I was actually about to say if Bluey's not available, Doc McStuffins will do.
It is funny. Have you cried?
I'm amazed how many people who I cry every episode of Bluey. Pretty much, I cry most of the time that I'm watching anything, but Bluey is one in particular. If people don't know, I'm surprised how many people love the show Bluey, even if they don't have kids. It's just such a.
It's so.
That's my thought too. I think that there's something about sincerity, particularly wholesomeness, another good word for it. There's something about sincerity that we crave. And this goes into health and sobriety too, actually, is that people being sincere. We've come from being like what is it, older or younger if I was born at the end of it? I don't remember. Being a Gen Xer on the tail end of the Gen Xers. I remember growing up with just an incredible amount of snark and cynicism was built into our cultural. And man, that has only gone, that seems like that has taken off with the time that has gone by. And we live in such a cynical time. I think any kind of sincerity and just purity of emotion, especially if it has to do with being ourselves, is in high demand, let's say.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of what podcasts became so popular because of it's hearing like interview podcasts, like at least podcasts to my knowledge of, like my world, like the early days of like Joe Rogan and stuff, where like you would hear or like Nerdist or Mark Maron was probably a better example.
Those are all good. Yeah, those are all good. Yeah.
The one that got me initially was actually Girl on Guy with Aisha Tyler. It doesn't exist anymore, but that was one of my huge inspirations. But like I would hear Chris Rock talking about the time he got crabs, and then from sleeping with a celebrity who he wouldn't name, and then going back and doing it again. And it's just like, those weren't what you hear on like Leno or like people, I forgot. There's some people who talked about like their suicide attempts very on like Marin. And it was just like, and it's always like, but you're funny. How can you be sad? I actually remember when Robert Williams passed away on my birthday, or rest in power. I remember being sad, and then not being surprised because I had heard him on WTF with Mark Maron some years earlier talking about his struggles with addiction. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, not makes sense, but it helped me process it. And,
well, and then there's that dynamic where people even listen to just like, yahoos like you and me who get out there, and at least hopefully they're listening, when we're talking about things. And I think even people we haven't heard of, it's not, you get those sides of celebrities and well-known people that you're like, oh, they're okay, they have these human experiences. But even then, people, you pick up a podcast, if you like the people that you're listening to, you can listen to it's just kind of like listening to this sort of conversation. And there's a desire for openness or transparency and getting to know people that
Oh my God.
goes back to that fear of loneliness. Yeah, exactly.
And they help with the loneliness, and like, I mean, loneliness is what will kill you. Like, literally, it is dangerous. Talk like back to the loneliness crisis, what he's doing. I feel like the pandemic taught a lot of people. Like, my introverted wife took that lesson really well too, and like decided to be like, I'm gonna put more energy into the good relationships. Have you ever heard that? I'm sure you've heard that saying about relationships, or like banks, where you get a deposit withdrawal kind of thing.
Oh,
like,
yeah, that analogy, right? Okay.
That's what it's called. Yeah, the analogy of like friendship being like a bank. So she started putting more deposits into the people and taking more withdrawals and vice versa. And like, I get emotional thinking about it. We have the most amazing friend group around here. Like, I saw someone, like one of those like coaches, talking about how anyone over 35 doesn't have a single person they can call their friend. And blah, blah. I'm like, you kidding me? Like, we had to limit the amount of people we invited to my birthday party because there was just too many. And I'm not being to be braggadocious, I'm also extroverted, but like, we invite our friends to like holidays. Like, if anyone of our friends don't celebrate Christmas, or don't have anywhere to go, or they don't have great family relationships, or they just want better food, and it's been really wonderful. And that lesson that has come out of it, and like, it sounds weird, but like going out and getting your nails done, or getting like a coffee with your friend, is so healthy and so important and so good.
Absolutely.
For you.
And I think you're creating those social opportunities for people. Hey, Bree, just got a comment from Bree is saying hello.
The other day.
Good to have you. And Chris is now inviting her to come on. We'll see. If you're at work, it's okay. Just,
I forgot about that.
Your boss will be fine with it. We've actually got him on the line. So yeah, thank you so much, Bree. That's great to have you. So happy you guys are doing this. From Bree, thank you again. We're happy that we're
Bree's
doing
stories
it as well.
Bree was one of our teams when we do Let's Chat Media in like the 2020 area, and I know she had an experience where she worked very hard to help someone in her personal life with overdose and addiction. They're still here today, so I just always respect the hell out of that.
Yeah. Well, good. Oh, thanks. We're rocking, apparently. And that means something coming from you. Oh, you come on anytime. Well, come on anytime. Just click the link. Everybody's in. And I'll make a reminder here, by the way, if you go to, there it is, dwighthurst.com/live, you can watch this. You're probably already watching this, or else that didn't help. But you can also go there, and you click at the bottom of the screen where it says join, whatever, then you will be here. You will come into the live feed, a virtual waiting room, and then I'll let you in. So, but just saying, like, when you're inviting those people and when you're thinking of people, then you're creating that for them as well. So yeah, thank you, Chris. I really appreciate it.
For people may or may not know, like, we met maybe 2014. I'm gonna guess 20. You were one of the earliest podcasts I ever guested on, and hopefully vice versa.
Absolutely. I think I gave the erroneous date 2007. It should have been 2014.
Yeah, because
the podcast hasn't been around since 2007. Yeah. It's been around, but it was around that time, 2013, 2014.
And then we were on the same network for a long time together, and
just
stayed friends. You always invited me. You're the only one who's ever had me cry in a podcast. Thank you.
Awesome.
And I used to do lots of podcast episodes while working that healthcare job that I just.
Well, I think you told me it was the first time you actually talked about your job on podcasts, because you did an interview show, and it's still out there. People can go listen to the old episodes of Let's Chat with Revel and Friends, right?
Let's Chat with Chris Revel, but
Chris Revel. So there you go.
That is still. We just put out. We got a few more episodes left. We were going to end it, but then decided to call it an indefinite hiatus. And same feed, my partner and I were launching a new podcast in November called The Podcasters a Podcast. And on that feed, every so often, you'll get some bonus Let's Chat with Chris Revels, because I don't think I could ever quit as much as I want to do. But this one's actually, I'm really excited about this. Nathan and I are going to be hosting it. We have a series of guests on, and the premise is we have 3 questions that we kind of ask everyone is like, what's your origin story? What's your leap of faith moment, and what's your superpower? And all these were because of our love of Spider-Verse, not even exaggerating. And kind of like, I love those moments, whether like we asked this to a friend of ours, we were doing like a rough one, like a run through, and I expected his superpower answer to be something profound. And they're like, I could rip duct tape with my bare hands. And that was the moment Nathan and I knew we had something. I was like, because I want to hear about how your superpower is being able to like sense out someone in the room is going to hurt themselves to like, I can rip duct tape. Like, and that leap of faith moment I love. It's like, when's the moment you had to like jump off the ledge to do the thing, whether it's like career, personal, professional. I mean, that could be recovery, right? Like I guess we would call it, and instead of calling it rock bottom, I think I used to actually always do that. I always call it a leap of faith moment rather than rock bottom, because it sounds better.
I have a friend who's a play therapist specialist who works with kids and using play therapy all day. And she said once that her special skill at parties is like she's super good at Jenga, and most people don't play Jenga as an adult, right? So anyway, but yeah, no, very, very true. And I think that the whole podcasting thing too, putting out that kind of work and those kinds of things that people can listen to. You should have Sharon on your show, by the way. I'll connect you guys, you and Sharon Blady.
Sharon Bly, a regular. You guys do all those wonderful Marvel episodes together.
Yes. And Loki, she's all about superpowers. So yeah.
I really love that. And it's great. Awesome. And then Nathan and I, from that, like we started a business within that. So that's our podcast. And then we have we're a pre-production agency where people hire us for anything pre-production, post-production podcast and growth strategy, all that good stuff. We're still getting all that together. We're working with Bree actually, but I can't thank you enough. I remember I had lost a client some years back, and you were the first people I called, and it's just crazy that we've never been in the same state. But you're one of my best buddies.
Same. No, same. I mean, I remember you were the first one I called when I had a similar event. I remember being
like, hey, I'm going to be in Las Vegas for podcast movement. Is that anywhere you knew, Todd? Being from the Northeast, not realizing geography, being like, oh, nope.
I know. It's like, oh, it's 6 hours away. I would have if I could have that weekend, but you know, it just didn't happen. So hey, we'll meet face to face one day.
I can't wait.
And don't worry, we'll record it. Chris and I never interact without recording it, right? I mean, that's a rule for podcast friends.
I feel that way. Bree, if you're still there, we love you too, and we'll get everyone together soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
See ya. Just yet another example of someone joining the program unscheduled. Oh yeah, I should have given him his sticker. By the way, you can get a sticker if you decide to call in. I'll get a hold of Chris and give him a sticker. We're sticker friends. We exchange podcast merch stickers. I'll just show this to you guys just in case it gets anybody to want to do it. Feel free to join. Obviously, we're joining to share the awareness and everything. And I will put this up here too for everybody. If you do decide to join, if you're a viewer, listener, blah, 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 then these are some of the things you can, I'll send you a free sticker if you join. We've got some that is just a logo, a clear logo. And then there's just a couple that have come from funny comments and things that we've said either by accident or on purpose throughout the years on the show. You've got Leprechaun Firefighter. I don't even remember where that came from. And Deer Man, which is a superhero based on the Deer Man skill from dialectical behavioral therapy. We've got a rebel healer there, and man, she is gonna go Ethan Hunt on your problems to get it done because she's rogue, she's rebel. And so those are some things. The Monkey Traps logo comes from the book Monkey Traps by Steve Hopkman, who's one of our earliest guests. And it's just kind of a dope logo. So made a sticker out of it too. So anyway, if you do get a chance to join, love to have you on the show, no matter what the reason or why, even if it's for a sticker. So I wanted to share, as we're talking about interrupting addiction, I'm going to share another little thing here with you. Chris just alluded to the incremental bit of change, and we talked about that with Maurice as well. Let me just find this here. Here it is. So this leads into something called the stages of change. If we want to interrupt addiction, it's kind of important to look at how we do so. So I wanted to throw this out there. Addiction it's not a one-step shop from being healthy or being unhealthy to then being healthy. And I think if we're going to understand the way to interrupt it, it's helpful for ourselves to understand the stages of change. It's also helpful if there's anyone that you love, and I'm going to say there is someone out there that you love whose life has been touched by addiction, even if you're not aware of it. Your life has been touched by addiction, even if you're not aware of it. So I just noticed that the good one at the bottom is pointing to me. So, I'm in the maintenance stage. Anyway, so the way it works is instead of just getting sober, which is when we break this down clinically, we look at a couple things. There's first the pre-contemplation stage. And it's funny to name it that way, but pre-contemplation is just when you're at the stage where you don't want to change. You aren't thinking about it. You don't know you need to. You're in denial, maybe, those kinds of things. Or maybe you know there's a problem, but you're not thinking about doing anything about it. It's all that stuff. As I just said that, you start to slide into, just by noticing that there's problems with addictive behaviors, you slide into the contemplation stage. And that's where you're thinking, I don't want this to be part of my life anymore. If my little cursor isn't showing up on the broadcast, we're at the top of the circle here, contemplation stage. So you're thinking, well, I think maybe I need to change. Maybe you're getting in feedback from other people. Maybe you've gotten some problems, health problems or legal problems. Maybe you just realized, and by the way, for people who haven't caught up in addiction, this is way more common than you maybe are aware of, which is that people contemplate and try to stop their addictive behavior many times. You know, they will do that many times throughout the process of struggling with addiction. We're going to join. Oh, we have another caller on the line. Let's pull you up here real quick. I'm going to pause my stages of change chat. Well, I'll have you join. With it here. But let me just make it nice and big. People can see you. So, Bree, welcome. Thanks so much for joining today.
So happy. I just got a notification that you were live, and I was like, well, I need to listen while I'm at work. So,
yeah, well, glad to have you. We're getting the lack of connection here. I think we just lost your video and audio. I'll put you back in as soon as we have it. So mine does that too. I'm hoping it doesn't do it today while I'm broadcasting, where the mic and camera decide they're not communicating with StreamYard anymore. So I'll put you back on when those turn on, or when I can put you back on. So Bree, thank you so much for watching and for being part of it. We'll hopefully see Bree again real soon. Coming into so we're on the contemplation stage where we know there's a problem, and then we start to do something about it. And just by acting and doing something about it, we move into preparation, when we're preparing. And Bree, I think you're back. At least the sound of you. Can you hear me? Are you there?
Yeah, sorry.
There we go. Oh, you're okay.
On camera. I dropped it at the time, so it's not.
Well, one of the things I'm going over here is we're just the reason I'm talking about the stages of change is for people to understand the incremental, or the at least step-by-step stage people have to go through if they're going to interrupt addiction. You need to go through this. And I'll just say real quick, because you prepare. Action is when you're taking steps. And then maintenance is like what Maurice was saying earlier in our broadcast, which is you keep being healthy. You build upon your health. You maintain that sobriety. Or, you have the risk of, get rid of us for just a second, of going up into relapse mode, right? When you're going into that. So I'll bring us back. There we are on the side. I'm trying all these different views just to frustrate the viewers at home. And then hopefully, we were down here when it pointed at us for maintenance. See, it's pointing at us as healthy.
We're supposed to maintenance.
We're just so healthy.
Yeah.
So, what's some of the thoughts that you're having today? I mean, with it being this awareness day and joining on, what thoughts are you having about that?
There's addictions and all kinds of things, but speaking specifically on drugs. Like, my uncle was addicted to drugs, and he tried to get help, tried to get recovery, and he went to so many places to try to get help, but they didn't keep him overnight, they didn't observe him, and eventually it became too much, and since no one was able to really help him, he decided to take his own life.
Wow.
And then his son had to deal with that, witnessing his father after the fact and finding his body. And he was like, 6 at the time. So that incredibly like affected him. So my family member started getting into heroin and cocaine and meth and all kinds of drugs that I don't even know a lot about. And he's been going through it for years. We went in and out of touch. And one day he sent me a message saying he's done. He's gives up on life. And I was like, oh, hell no, you don't. I drove 2 hours almost in the middle of the night to go pick him up. And I was coordinating with Chris and Kelly Hope Foundation for a place for him to go for rehab. And apparently, in order to get to rehab, you have to detox first, which is a completely different thing. And it's awful. So fortunately, they were able to detox and then enter a facility. And he's been going through, he's been sober for over a year. He had a little bit of a bounce back, but nothing that he couldn't handle.
Yeah. That's, could name that organization again for people, if you would.
Yeah, it's ran by Mr. Stephen Grant. It's Chris and Kelly Hope Foundation, where both of his sons died from overdoses. And Kelly actually went to school with me at St. Joseph's High School in South Carolina. So I used Steve as a resource. I never thought I would, but it meant so much to me that they helped.
It's one of the reasons that this is such an important thing. I think when people, and also the reason why I picked the theme for this year on interrupting addiction, because when we say that, it's easy to just think we're talking about good healthcare, right? And it's more than that, because addiction is a terminal illness if you don't interrupt it. If it runs its full course, you're either going to die from it, die earlier because of it, or your quality of life also. That's another form of death. Like, you know, you could say the living death of quality of life. The other thing that's not often wrapped into this, and I'm really grateful for you sharing this story, obviously very painful, but you're bringing up a great point, which when we count, I guess, statistically, they try to look at, boy, the opioid epidemic is on the rise, more and more people. I think we always have to remember that not only does it not include people whose quality of life is damaged and go on to have all this hard times, even if they don't, it doesn't count anyone who doesn't die directly. Like if the autopsy or whatever, if the doctor's report doesn't say they died from an over introduction of heroin or of fentanyl in their system, how many times do people give up hope, like you just said? And suicide is one of the leading causes of death in our culture. And it's also, the result. It's what can become terminal about any form of psychological illness. Is the main way for it to be terminal is suicide, right? We don't think about that sometimes.
Absolutely, even depression and all kinds of mental illnesses. So
yeah,
and it is important to interrupt that and say, hey, no, there's still hope for you, and I'm going to do everything I can to help you or get you lined up with the resources. But they have to do the work, and it's so easy to fall back into like all the people you knew before that supplied the drugs and did the drugs with you. So it's important to have several disruptions to set you on the right track.
Well, and you have firsthand knowledge of this, and you can comment however much you want to, either generally or specifically, but there's the extension of risks to the quality of life and quality of health for all the family. I mean, the obvious one, I guess, is risk of addiction, which can be, genetically, family, environmentally, but those risk factors only go up if I've lost someone to tragedy or to suicide in my life, right? Those mental health risks, those substance abuse risks, but then there's also big quality of life, resentment, anger, those kinds of emotions. It's just a whole cocktail of negative experiences.
And it makes you crazy. Like if you go and find a loved one, that took their lives for suicide because of drugs or because of tragedy, that's going to change your mental wiring. It's going to affect your nervous system. So you're going to lean to things to kind of take away that pain. And, unfortunately, I went through a murder-suicide of my brother and sister, and then an abusive father and an abusive mother. And I could have very easily gone to drugs or being a prostitute or whatever and being an addict. But there are circumstances in my life or choices I took to not lead down that road. And that's because of friends and, a support system. Having a support system is probably the most important thing that you can have. So,
yeah, it's funny. That's been coming up a lot today, is this idea of support and community around us. And you're mentioning how that was a big game changer in your life from where you feel like it could have gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And stuff like that, you just want an easy way out because you think there's no way out. Like, well, if they took their lives with life meaningless, and you go into like this horrible spiral, and you can stay in that spiral and horrible things will happen, and, addict, suicide, depression, and whatnot. So having that support system to say, hey, you're not that person. You can change your life. You can make choices. It's helpful.
Yeah. No, it's a real powerful thing. And I know that you've not only have you been healthy, and also a great person. That's another thing about you that everybody who knows you notices. But you've also gone on to be a member of other people's healthy community and supporting those. I know you well enough to know that you've done a lot to help other people who are either in trouble or, and this is, as Chris brought this up, which was really interesting, is that people who aren't in trouble need support too. Go figure. We all do. So you've really become, at least, from what I know about you, a big member of other people's support systems as well. Is that something that you think about much, or that you do on a purposeful level, or is it just something that comes?
Since I've been through so much and so many tragedies, I feel like I have the ability to relate to different people and their different experiences and situations. And because of my mental health crisis of having PTSD from traumatic childhood trauma, I find myself to be an advocate for mental health and trying to help people know that they're worthy. They are not their addiction. They are not the past or situations that happened to them. Even with my office that I run, we are bringing in a counselor once a week to kind of stop by, talk to everybody. And I incredibly encourage that with our firm. And so now people have a person to talk to during any situation.
Oh, that's really cool. Do they come in and meet everybody kind of as a group, or are they just there for a while and you can go talk to them or whatever?
He makes his rounds, and he gives everyone his personal cell phone number. He is available 24 hours a day. And if you want a personal meeting with him, I encourage people to take mental health very seriously. We have a staff of 27, so mental health and family come first.
Yeah.
And everything else can be dealt with later, but you need to deal with your mental health, because that's going to cascade into your, your office life. Even your personal things are going to melt into your office life. So if someone's in hospice, which some people currently have family members in hospice right now, like, you need to leave the office. Like, I encourage them to say, hey, go spend time with your loved ones, because you're going to regret not spending time with them and being at work. You're not going to regret, being at work to not be able to see them. So know what I'm saying. So,
I do, very much so. Although I will say that is sadly uncommon when it comes to corporate, at least America. We live in America, and so I'm sure it's a problem other places too. But that appreciation, because oftentimes we run into this idea. I don't believe this is true, by the way. I'll tell you why. But this idea that personal needs are at odds with the needs of the business. The business shouldn't care. It's all about the bottom line. And if it makes more money, then it's great. But I would argue that even if the extension of that logic to me is, well, okay, what if that's true? I don't necessarily feel passionately that the business is all about, only about making money. Hopefully there's human beings running it. However, even if that is true, how much better does the business do with a healthy workforce, and how much more loyal is an employee that knows you care about my health, and that you're going to prioritize that. I'll come back to work as soon as I can if I know you're going to do that for me,
It's
but
like
people don't think of it that way.
It's like the idea of giving unlimited PTO. Statistically speaking, like, people that are given unlimited PTO take less PTO. So I encourage my staff to, you know, see their PCPs, and
Mm-hmm.
I give them resources monthly of like a newsletter that I do myself, and then I
Interesting.
have um, I have quotes around the office that people can take to make them have a better day. Like, take what you need, and it's like a little quote of "you're going to be okay today," and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a list of numbers for places like if you have questions on LGBT community or suicide prevention, domestic violence, and all the important, you know,
Yeah.
crisis lines.
And so you're right. You're right there with the theme, and one of the big thoughts that I had going into this live event today, which is how do we support people? And what it really comes down to is we get tightly bound into this idea of like, well, I could, what if I don't have an addiction myself, or I'm not thinking about that? I don't know what to do. How do I talk to someone? Do I go to AA and say, can I help? But I don't know if I belong there. They're going to want me there. We get so tight into this box of addiction, and we don't stop to think about, well, hey, think about what you just said. I'm writing a newsletter for the office. I imagine that if you weren't doing that, I don't know how progressive your workplace is. I don't know if anyone would come into your office and say, hey, we need a healthy newsletter. We need some good quotes up on the walls. Why aren't you doing that? We're mad about it. I'm just kidding. I mean, obviously, you work in a very progressive, supportive environment from what you've said. But you know what I mean? That's a thing that is impacting people in their psychological health. And if they are in a situation, right? What if they're in a domestic violence situation or an addiction situation or anything like that? Going somewhere where they're going to be supported and treated in a healthy way, like a individual who deserves respect and love, is huge. And that's something anybody can do.
And even though the person personally might not be going through a mental health crisis or an addiction, or, they might know somebody that has depression, is an addict, and they don't know where to start, and they want to help them. And so they give and give and give. And eventually, it feels like there's nothing left inside you. When I was helping my family member, I didn't sleep more than 2 hours a day for a week. And I left my family, I left my home, and I was on the road driving so many hours just to find a place that would take these two individuals.
Wow.
So I needed help after that. I needed some encouragement, some, I needed to reboot.
Yeah.
So even if it's not you, it's someone or someone that's close to you, or even mentioning it might trigger someone to remember the situation and encourage people to seek help.
What do you think about resistance to help when people come across that? I'm curious. What do you, if you have thoughts or even recommendations for people if they have loved ones or people they know and they don't know what to say or how to help?
Yeah, that happens a lot. I guess it mostly happens with males who think it's their pride or their manlyhood is in jeopardy, but it goes for everybody. Some people that are hard-headed, strong, too much to do, they don't have time for that. Say, I would have definitely encouraged a one-on-one conversation and say, put your tablet down, your phone, have an actual conversation with a person and say, hey, what's going on? Is there anything in your life that's going on? If they say something, you can respond like, that must be really hard for you. What's that like?
Yeah.
To kind of get their perspective, to get them talking. And then you can encourage them to talk to their, the doctor, because the doctor can refer people out to psychiatrist, therapist, and counselor, everything. So that's there.
Yeah. Yeah. Getting in there and really trying to see what you can help with is an interesting thing. I think people get nervous to overexert themselves or over insert themselves is what I mean. They don't want to be nosy. They don't want to be bossy. But one of the things I've noticed is that I would say almost never. I mean, certainly there are actually nosy, bossy behaviors if you come and tell someone what to do, I guess, but barring that, what's that?
When they're at a vulnerable point, they're not going to accept this help. They're going to be resistant to it, obviously, but it's about breaking down those barriers and their mindset. They do deserve help. They deserve to be feel worthy, and they're worth it. They're worth your time to sit there and ask you
Yeah.
how you.
Oh yeah, and it's like so trying to watch out. I think people can over worry about that sometimes, and be as long as you're not a controlling person who's going to come in, just assume that if
Yeah,
you
that
see
ruins
something,
things.
right? That I just I'm just being clear there. But if you see a need, go ahead and do something about it. Is another I think a part of what I'm hearing as you're saying. I remember talking to there's just a group of a group that was talking about doing some service in the neighborhood, right? And there was somebody in the neighborhood. There'd been a lot of health problems. There'd been a lot of just from whatever everybody knew, and the yard and the backyard had become kind of overgrown and things, and it had just been kicked around that if a bunch of us just grabbed our mowers and grabbed our weed whackers and our clippers and brought our kids and we could just descend upon and just help, right? And there was this back and forth about, well, we don't want to embarrass the person. We don't want to, make them blah, blah, blah. And I just remember there was finally someone who's like, yeah, let's just do it though. And I'm just going to tell them we're coming over Saturday and, hope it's okay. We'll be there to help. And then we just all showed up and it was great. And I think if someone asked me, can we do that? I might say no. But if someone told me it's okay, we're doing it. I'm not asking you. We're going to be over on Saturday, and whether you're here or not doesn't matter. We're just going to come in the backyard and cut your grass and cut all this stuff down.
Yeah.
Then okay, sure. If I'm really and there's so many times where we need, but we don't ask because we don't know what to say, and we also don't know if anybody cares.
Yeah.
Sometimes we wonder if anybody cares.
It brings me back to this one story that I heard several times. It's whether like this rich family lived in this area, and one of the their local houses they weren't as well off. So the rich person went over and asked, "Hey, can I borrow a tablespoon of salt or a cup of sugar, something small, so that the less fortunate neighbor can come over and ask for things as well." So taking the first step yourself in like a low, humble way instead of, "Hey,
that's
yeah,
interesting." Sure. Yeah. Asking people. Well, and that's a huge thing too, I think, is asking people for the help they can give, kind of thing. Yeah, that's interesting.
It creates a sense of vulnerability for you, so that the other person can feel comfortable enough to lower their guard a little bit, just enough.
I remember I was going over to do something. It was like a friend of a friend, and we were all meeting at this one house, and I didn't know exactly where it was. And so I knocked on the door of what I thought was the house. And it was interesting because it was the neighborhood. It was a new neighborhood I'd moved into. Anyway, and this guy opens the door, and it wasn't the guy that I was planning on seeing, but he just opened the door and he's like, "Hey, come on in." And I was like, okay. And I walked in thinking he must be one of the group, that I don't know. And I walk in, he's like, "How's it going?" I was like, "Oh, I'm doing okay." He's like, "Thirsty? You want anything? I just was making some lunch. You hungry?" And at some point I'm like, "Hey, is so-and-so here?" And he's like, "Huh? Oh, no, that's my neighbor." And so this guy didn't know who I was. He just was like, "Come on in, come on in, sit down."
So
and so I think there's also that attitude, right? That attitude of just saying like, "Yeah, I'm here to help. I'm here to, here's a person. A person's a person,
Exactly.
So no matter how small, I think is what Horton the elephant said, if I remember that correctly.
You did.
Somehow I knew you would know that.
I do. Person's a person. Everyone has feelings, and everyone should be able to feel comfortable enough to express those feelings. And then sometimes people don't express those feelings well. Like my son, sometimes he gets mad and he decides to like punch a wall or yell. And I'm like, "Hey, let's find different ways to express your anger. You're allowed to be angry. You're allowed to not agree with me or even be mad at me, but we're going to work on together different ways of handling it. Like, hey, what do you think you should do instead?"
Yeah.
Instead of telling him and being so demanding and being like in the forefront, like encouraging a healthy conversation.
I'm curious to get and of course, just like anybody who calls in, you can stay, however long you want. I'm glad to have you the whole rest of the hours or, the 30 seconds if anybody wants to do that too, whatever. But so brief, please, know that as well. I hadn't announced that for people. And once again, since I haven't mentioned in a while, anybody can go to dwighthurst.com/live and you can join the show. I wanted to ask you though, while you're here, something about this, if that's okay.
Sure.
So when I hit this stages of change thing, one of the things I think is really helpful with that is that if I have an addiction problem, or if I'm working with someone or know someone who does, or really any big problem, knowing that we go through these stages in order to, in order to make any kind of change, if I can identify where I'm at, or if I have a good idea of where the person is at who I want to help, I should probably focus on trying to help them with the next stage, not say, why don't you stop drinking, stupid, or whatever. That's not a very helpful way to say it anyway. But, if I say to someone like, I think you got a problem, and mostly what we're talking about this action and maintenance stage. That's where when people come into treatment, for example, one of the biggest problems therapists run into is we fall into the trap of thinking, oh, great, you're at the action stage. We don't even think about these steps. We're just like, so how you doing? Did you use last week? You didn't? Good for you. Thumbs up. And that's the session. No, that's pretty short for a session. But, when we view people and we assume that they're in the action stage and they're actively trying and ready and prepared, I think it's helpful to look at this and say, where are they at? How can I help the person, or how can I help myself to go to the next stage, not 5 stages ahead? I don't know. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think that some people can just come in and say, hey, you haven't used, that's great, awesome, and let's just keep maintaining. But, people do have, what's the word? It's fallbacks where they start to use again, and not intentionally, but it just happens. So action is a huge stage. It's a huge thing. We need to be congratulating that person and keeping up. And, well, what are your thoughts about it? Like, have you been thinking about it? Like, are your friends doing it? What do you think about them doing it? So I think action and maintenance are kind of probably in the same little section. It seems like you're always.
Yeah, I think they go along together. I think of it as maintenance is just kind of a stage where action isn't quite as it's become more a part of your life, right? Instead of an interrupting action, it's now maintaining action like that you're doing. But you're right. I think the support that you give people, and in some ways, the maintenance stage, when people are in that where they're not using, they're being healthy, and they're trying to, increase their health. Once again, that's a time where we fall through and we don't try to help people as much because we think they're fine. We
think they're okay, but they have addicts have, a lot of numbers going against them, statistically speaking. Like they're able to relapse more depending on what kind of drug. So maintenance isn't just, hey, you're done, you're good, go live their life. It's like a continuous thing to keep checking on them, making sure they are doing the action.
Well, and it goes the other way too. As I was saying a little while ago, when people are in that contemplative stage where they're thinking about, or they're trying to do something, or they want to do something but they don't know what to do, we make the other direction when mistake. We assume that if someone has an ongoing problem, they haven't tried to stop it or correct it. And mostly before anybody has success with something like that, they usually have tried quite a bit on their own, kind of thing. And oftentimes, and I'm sure you've seen this, right? If people don't know what someone's been through, they don't factor it in how they talk to them or treat them, right?
Exactly. They're like, well, I did it. Why can't you do it? And it's like, well, my circumstances are completely different than yours because I'm an individual.
Right.
For sure.
Oh, do you have ideas for people of how they other kind of like ways that they can be aware? I always like to assume that everybody has needs, right?
Absolutely. I mean, smart. Everyone does. They're just different than yours.
Oh.
Just being open to things is important, not just being one-sided, one-minded. This is the way things are. Like being accepting of other people as the person that they are, and meeting them where they are is important, and kind of just making sure you make yourself available or give them phone numbers so that they're available for, rehab place or a counselor, or even just a support system. It comes back to a support system.
Yeah. And we can get lumped into where it's like your problems define you according to the way people treat you anyway. I'm sure you must have come across that where, you know, especially if it's something people don't know and they care and they want to help. And sometimes I had a friend of mine who was a trans individual, just to use this as an example, who told me that she was lucky enough not to have a lot of persecution from haters, but that sometimes the allies in her life drove her crazy.
Right? Because they're always like, hey, I'm going to help you. Like, I'm
they're
ready.
like,
You know?
yeah, exactly. Let me help you. Let me talk about this. This is probably a problem, right? You must want to talk about it all the time. And it's like,
gosh.
no, I don't. Just
Yeah,
treat
I
me
went
like
through
a person. That would help.
Yeah, like when I was in high school, because I lost my brother and sister the year I was going into high school, and so everyone knew me as the girl that lost her siblings. So they're like, "Don't talk to her. Be quiet. Let's watch her and observe her in case she needs something." Instead of asking me how I'm doing, what they can do for me, they had this assumption about me already. And even with my current marriage, like my husband told his family, hey, don't bring things up with Bree, and he was doing it with the absolute best intentions, and I love him.
It's great. Robert's great.
Yeah, that wasn't very conducive to building a relationship, but people are afraid to talk to
me. That's interesting. Now, that would be a mistake a lot of people, and I agree, Robert, great guy. Having worked with both of you through some of the podcasting stuff, really admire the way that you guys do things with your family, and also how much help I know you've given to people in the podcast community too. But easy mistake for a nice person to make is what you're describing, right?
Absolutely. You're trying to do things with the best intentions, but it turns out, I can handle myself. I'm not that little girl anymore. Like, I've grown, and I would like the opportunity, to show you that, like, I'm okay. But you know what? Sometimes I'm not okay. Sometimes I'm going to cry and I don't know why. And I'm going to have triggers and flashbacks. And I just need you to be there. I need you to be there.
Yeah.
You don't even have to say anything. So being there physically or emotionally with somebody, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to say anything. Just sit down, eat some popcorn, watch a movie. That's more helpful than you can think.
Do you feel like it's just not as good an idea to prep people like that and say, because, let me say it this way. I guess this is kind of the core of my question too. Sometimes people talk about going through tragedy, trauma, different problems, and then people give them one of two reactions: either suck it up, aren't you over it yet? Or on the other hand, like, aren't you a fragile little China doll that I have to put on a shelf and protect you?
Pretty much.
That second one's usually more from a place of love. Not that the first one can't be. There's tough love, I guess. But, but oftentimes it's a trap people fall into, is trying to over prepare and make sure everything's safe around you, right?
Over protect.
Yeah.
I mean, that does give the individual the opportunity to grow and learn new things and different coping mechanisms. And sometimes, like, trauma gets stuck in your nervous system. So you have to be able to find a release for it. And mine is rearranging furniture, moving things, going to the gym and baking, like this physical activities. So finding what can help release the stress and pain inside would be beneficial for the helper and the helpee.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wanted to make sure to pepper in here today a lot of things about self-care. I was curious. You just started mentioning a couple things there of some of the things you do to decompress and things. Do you have any things you kick out there for people to keep in mind when it comes to self-care?
Well, I say this so many times to people. I tell people to give themselves patience and grace when doing things. What they're doing and what they're going through is a lot. It might not be more than the next person. It might not be less than the next person, but it's you, how you handle it. And you might just not know any coping mechanisms or things that can be helpful for you. So self-care is, taking that day off from work, being able to, like, take your mind off all the stress, or even rearranging furniture, something that makes you feel good in a healthy way.
Yeah. Tell me about rearranging furniture. What does that do for you? I'm just curious.
So it's funny. So all my anxiety and trauma is trapped in my nervous system. So I feel the need to move something heavy and do something physical with my hands. And so when I move furniture, the stress is coming out and like I'm physically moving, so I'm getting physically tired. So like mentally, I'm not in my head so much. So it's my coping mechanism in order to relax my nervous system. And I feel so good afterwards. And I sit down, I watch TV, play my phone, and like I feel like an everyday normal person for even just a little bit.
That motion is really important. Just getting up and moving around. Sometimes we don't think about it. It's a good relapse prevention for people who are trying to, if you're still, especially if you're at that stage where you have to do some white knuckling here and there of, oh, I really want to get high today. Or I really want to, you know, getting up and just moving around. For one thing, you're chemically changing some of the feelings in your body. Another is that you're doing something that isn't the thing that's unhealthy. You know, that if I'm, and so if I'm sitting and obsessing and I get up and do something, I'm doing something else, literally doing something else, right? Than anything that would be either a drag or self-destructive. I'm actually, and I love the rearranging furniture thing's really cool because you hear about people might say, I'm going to go on a 10-mile run. It's like, well, good for you. But not all of
Like,
us
I
are going
can't
to
do
do that.
that. I need something a little bit simpler. Even if it's baking, it's physically doing things, lifting the bowl, putting the flour in. And so I'm so focused on the recipe that I have the chance to recenter myself and decompress.
Yeah.
That's important to do every once in a while.
And you're getting sensory experiences too when you do that, right? Because you can see and hear and smell if it's baking, especially. I mean, you have kids. We can all smell things sometimes, but they're not always pleasant things. But, you know, baking bread, that smells good.
Yeah, my therapist is so wonderful. The one thing that she taught me when I was, you know, in the middle of a panic attack, or if I'm super stressed out, or if like the thing with my cousin, like she says, name one thing that you can see and describe it out loud. Name one thing that you can hear and describe it out loud. And then name something you could smell or touch and describe it out loud. And that kind of like refocuses your entire system to center. And that's been a really helping coping mechanism. And that can be good for addicts, depression, anxiety, PTSD. Like it's refocusing yourself, kind of like regrouping yourself.
Yeah, it's one of the most useful resources we have all the time is those five senses, that because they're taking in information, and when we come to trying to distract ourselves out of anxiety or that state, is, you know, our brain is filtering out a lot of those things all the time, right? It's like, you know, because I can't listen to the air conditioner intently all the time, or else I wouldn't listen to whoever's talking to me, right? Now, how do you? For me, that's hard to do in the moment. Like it's hard to train myself to remember to do that kind of stuff. And I tell other people to do stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
I think it's hard. I think it's hard to
working on
remember
yourself
while
is
having an
hard.
anxiety attack. Yeah,
exactly. So you have to train yourself, and you're going to fail a couple times. It's going to be ridiculously hard, but it's going to be worth the time and the effort that you put into it, and you're really going to thank yourself later when you're okay. So
it's interesting. I'm interested to know what you might think. To me, the actions you're describing are actually the core of like meditation for a lot of people. Those are meditative pursuits.
If you
do them right,
meditate, yeah.
And so I'm interested to know what you think of like when we say meditation, the traditional meditation. I'm going to go out on a limb and say some therapist or some person along the way might have suggested it. I'm curious. A lot of people don't care for it.
No, it's because you're so busy. You got so much to do. It's like, how am I going to just sit here and do nothing and think about, you know, it just doesn't seem possible.
Yeah.
For a lot of people, some lucky people, you know, it works.
And you know, it's funny because I've gotten into that zone before myself, but typically speaking, it's funny as we can make time even just to bake or move furniture or things like that, right? And we make time to look at our phones and obviously and all that kind of stuff. But the thing is, if I'm doing any of those things that I just said, I'm not also in the back of my mind thinking like, you should be doing something else. Now, maybe when I'm looking at my phone, maybe there's some part of me, but when I'm meditating, I have a lot of attention that I can hear my thoughts that I'm trying not to pay attention to that say, what are you doing? You're just sitting here. Come on, really?
There's so much to do, clean the house and the laundry, and yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. So doing things meditatively, I think is more important. But yeah, how do you find that? Are you naturally given to discipline in that way, in a way that maybe I'm not? Like as far as training yourself with things, how do you do it? Because I struggle. I
It's
struggle with it.
yeah, well, it's making yourself do these things, and it is a discipline that is learned over repetitive behavior. But I learned it because I ended up growing up being hyper vigilant due to the situations that I was
Right.
in. So I have to make sure, like, oh, this person coming in, are they dangerous? Are they not? And then I went and took classes in Taekwondo to learn how to protect myself and control my anger and my outbursts.
Mhm.
So that was helpful, and it was really good because it was like a physical movement.
Yeah.
But also, just when you're in that time, you have to, and you're like crazed, and there's so much to do, and you're late, and your kid just, she has to pee, and like, it's going to be okay.
Mhm.
You just, everything's going to get done. It's not in our timing. It's never going to work out the way you want it if you have children. And that's really hard to accept in the moment. But just remind yourself you're human. It's okay. Other people go through this too. And just remind yourself to recenter yourself.
Yeah. It sounds so healthy, man.
Right?
Hard work.
Help therapists stay in business.
I know. Geez, you're just giving away this advice for free. I guess so am I. Why am I facilitating this? Oh no, bad business.
Sorry.
No. No, you're absolutely on track. That acceptance piece is so big, and it takes such ongoing work to be able to do that. It's so
It's
funny
a
to me.
lifelong work. Like,
Yeah.
my tragedy happened 23 years ago, and I'm still learning how to cope with things. It's 23 years of work, and I still have so much work to do. And so that's does not said to be meant to be discouraging. It's, if you put the time and effort in, you're gonna come out on a better end. Like, thank God I didn't go down the wrong path, and I'm making decisions that are going to benefit myself and my family. And it's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to take the rest of my life, but every day gets better. Every day gets a little bit easier. And that doesn't mean that you're not going to have setbacks. But that's why you have the support system.
Yeah. What kind of things give you hope?
One thing that really got me through a lot was telling myself that, there's someone out there that's worse. There's someone out there suffering worse than I am. And so if they can do that, I can do this just a little bit longer.
That's a real healthy. There's so many unhealthy ways we can use comparison, but that's a very healthy one. You just described.
Yeah.
Right. Because we can compare ourselves. Oh, I'm not as good as them, or they're better than me, or whatever, or they have it better than me. You're doing kind of the other side of like, well, if they can do it, I can do it. So that's very cool.
And I always remind people that if they were like everybody else, they wouldn't be as perfect and special as they are. And we're all different, and that's how we were made, and that's how we are, and we should celebrate those differences.
Have you had to say that to yourself at times where you didn't really believe it inside to get yourself there?
Probably. Sometimes. Probably. You're gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. And this whole time, I'm sobbing. I'm like having a panic attack, and I'm like, I lost everything. I lost my family. I lost my home. I lost every single thing that I owned. And still, I was able to say, you're gonna get through this. I say adapt, overcome, and not kick butt like the military, but achieve. You achieve it.
Yeah.
Give yourself little goals, attainable goals, like a goal for today, this week, this month, and then it's easier to stick with that. If they're small goals, like take out the trash today.
Yeah. Do you do that? Is that something you actively think about?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really good with the 5-year, 10-year plan, but Keep
me
myself
too.
focused.
Yeah, it's very overwhelming to me. I'm convinced that in 12-step communities, they're famous. Like probably the most famous saying is one day at a time, right?
Mhm.
And I'm convinced that part of the healthiness of that for people is just because, we don't really have access to anything else. And if you start to think about it too much, I mean, yeah, it's like, oh, I'll start doing school and in 3 years and, or I'll work towards this big move that I want to do, or here's a big step. I mean, yeah, we got it. I guess when I say we got to do that, I still don't do well at that. So we don't gotta, no one's going to make me do it.
Yeah, and
But-
tomorrow's not promised. Like,
Yeah.
do something at the end of the day that you can be proud of. Make decisions that make you proud, not making your mom proud or making your coworker proud. It's making, at the end of the day, being happy with the decisions that you made personally. That's what matters.
It's hard to do. It's good though.
It takes a crap ton of discipline and lots of years, but it's possible and it gets easier.
Well, and I like that you've carved out some ways to really give back, which is that's a natural extension of having had, I say give back. You've done a lot of the work yourself. You do overcome those things. But your community and people, have been helpful.
Yeah, and I was able to do some mission work overseas in Jamaica and Romania, and I worked with orphanages and building schools for young kids, and being able to see what they go through and how they live. It just makes me more humble and grateful for what I have. I may not have a lot, but what I do have, I'm thankful for. And I'm thankful for my family. Excellent. And some people don't have family. Like I lost all my family except for my husband and kids now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a good thing. And I think that those things are obviously all the things you're talking about are really helpful for anybody who is either in the midst of addiction or trying to help people or things like that. So that's really great. It's really great. Oh, hey, look, we have another caller.
Oh,
So
good.
I'm calling everybody callers now, even though I gave them the link. We've got Sharon. Welcome,
Hi.
Sharon.
Hey.
I don't
Good to
know.
see you. Nice to meet you, Bree. I'm sorry I popped in late, and I'm sorry you were just bouncing around.
There's no late. I'm grateful for anybody joining anytime during this thing.
Yeah.
So is everybody else that was just watching me.
I'm going to pop off and go back to my duties, but I just thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for broadcasting this. And
thank you, Bree.
Can't wait to
really appreciate it. Really quick, Bree does work for social media stuff, marketing stuff.
Social media, marketing, web design, web maintenance, pod decks, pitch decks, typing, all kinds of stuff.
And I knew you weren't going to mention it, so I'm mentioning it. And I also know how much you and Robert have done to even just give away a lot of those services to people who are indie podcast makers and things. So excellent that way. Do you want to tell people where they can find you? Is there a place they can find you to get those services?
Oh, man, we're working on it. It's called Databy, DATABHY. You can find us on Facebook. We're just starting up again. I had Benjamin Types Designs before, but we're starting a crew to do all of these services so that we can keep it low cost for people starting up, because everyone deserves a chance. Everyone deserves a proper start. And our email's databy3@gmail.com. DATABHY number 3@gmail.com.
And I'll make sure I'm going to be mentioning that as you guys get up and running. Make sure to keep me in the loop too. So, and like I said, I know you weren't going to mention that, but I am, because it's great. And I've not only have I seen you give away lots of services, I've seen a few of the bids you've given to like somebody I worked with who you said, oh, it'll cost this much, and I was like, wow, that's a good price, for all the work you're putting in. And I know it's high quality. So thank you. And get back to uplifting the lives of those office people. They're lucky to have you. Holy cow.
You got it. Bye, guys.
All right. See you, Bree. Thanks. So, hi, Sharon.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good. I was just mentioning you to Chris
Okay.
Revel. He's doing a podcast where they're going over questions and with guests. They have like 3 questions, one of those kind of podcasts.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't say one of those. It's a new original thing that no one's done before. But no, just kidding. But none of them have him, and he's cool. One of the questions they ask people though is, what's your superpower? And I thought, oh, you got to have Sharon on.
Awesome. Yeah. Again, like we have to start thinking about those things, that way, and knowing that superpower doesn't mean it's all rainbows and sunshine, that, it comes with a cost, and it's about the struggle, the management, and knowing that some days they can overwhelm you and not just take you out at the knees, but knock you face first. And that's okay, because, as you put it, there's the whoopsies, right? Even those times. I mean, how many times has Peter Parker or someone else tried to do the good thing, and whoopsie, that didn't work out the way we wanted. But you dust yourself off and figure it out. And that's why I really appreciate you doing the podcast, because so much of what this is about is understanding that these things happen, and people get the fact that we even have to talk about this, the fact that it's even an issue, is grounded in, a combination, I would say, of managing the superpowers, context of trauma, other thing, and just, and whoopsies. A lot of things, nobody wakes up, or nobody's born into the world and saying, hey, this is on my to-do list. Here's my bucket list. To be in this situation, that's a goal.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's where hopefully it provokes, that empathy and things for people too. One of the things I really like about your work, and we talk about this when you come on the show, and we tend to, those who haven't heard him, Sharon and I tend to hop on to review any Marvel movie or show that's come out. And we've done some stuff about, by the way, going into September, which is Batman days in the middle of September, there's going to be a lot of Batman stuff on the podcast, and about trauma and diagnoses. You can jump in on that if you want. We'll talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I've only skewed Marvel recently just because of how this stuff is, how this different cinematic universes have played out.
Yeah.
And, some have managed their superheroes better than others. That's all.
And I love how in your work where you use, comics and nerddom and all of those wonderful things for people, you talk a lot about the mixture between superpowers and weaknesses, and how often the same thing that gives us a superpower gives us weakness at the same time, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think of my own life and things that my kids have gone through. And there's so many things where it's like, oh, that's the same side of this, like a different side of the same coin. So, my hyper focus, for example, related to my VAS can either be like the best thing ever when I'm working on a project, or that needs to be done and something that's productive, or it can be the other thing that takes me off on some wacky journey that is, causing me sleep deprivation and not getting, things done that need to be done. And does anybody really need to, yay, my color coding skills, but is that a thing that needs to be color coded? Does it, serve me, give me a healthy life, etc.? Or it can be, other things in terms of what we need to get by and what we substitute in and out. And I think a lot of times when folks end up with what I call acquired dependencies, because it's a form of self-medication where you're looking for something for organization, and sometimes what we do is we might overcome one to only substitute in another that's might technically appear healthier on at least on paper, theoretically, but is still being used in an unhealthy way. And I've seen it happen with a lot of folks where on one level, I'm thrilled that they found their sobriety, or they found, something else. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but now you're grinding yourself into the ground with a physical activity that you're making yourself physically ill.
No.
That's not, or I'm not sure if you're supposed to be meditating 23 hours of the day, like that's not, I'm again, better than what your previous option was, but it still sounds like there might be a moderation issue.
Oh, absolutely. And it's interesting when you see that. That's where some of the recommendations that a lot of us give people nowadays is that when people get all into, they just, put themselves all into even just drug and alcohol recovery, right? And being sober and going to meetings and listening to podcasts and watching movies and reading books that are all about that. There's so much out there that's wonderful. And that's a potential superpower, is I can become a guru of my own information. I can build my own library. On the other hand, though, the recommendation we often give is, you got to mix that up, throw another movie in, throw a comedy podcast in, throw a bowling league in instead of just another 12-step group or something like that, to where it's like you throw something in that it reminds you that your life is not all about this problem. Right.
Well, exactly, because if you go hard in the opposite direction, and I think this is one of those things too, where sometimes it's I've been doing X, so now I've got to do what I think is the opposite of X, and the pendulum swings hard in the other way. And at some point, and I know I've had this moment myself again, and coming from a family where there was a lot of variations on, again, different kinds of self-medication and certain kinds of, again, unhealthy behaviors. And sometimes you realize, oh, well, if so-and-so's doing X and I don't want to end up like them, I'm going to do Y. And then later on, you look back and you go, ooh, X and Y are just two sides of the same coin. They're not the polar opposites that I thought they were. Oops. And but that's part of the process. And that's where we have to, like you say, mix it up. Everything in moderation. And if you're going just as hard on this thing as you were on the other thing, then is it really, curative or restorative, or really, again, it might be a healthier thing and not causing the same kinds of outcomes. Like, yes, this is not going to get you into the emerge. No one's going to be, having to tap into you with some naloxone or whatever. But at the same time, there's still red flags going up that it's just a variation on the other behavior.
There's one of the things I think about a lot is a memory I had when I was sitting in the courtroom for a drug court that I was working with someone who was graduating that day from drug court. So I showed up to give encouragement. And so this person was not my client who got up, and hey, good for them, though. They were inspirational too. I don't mean to put down the person or any of the other graduates that day, but this one person stood up. I don't know her, didn't know her at all. And so I can't even give any credit to her name, which I wouldn't do anyway, because that was confidential, even though she wasn't my client. Anyway, but so in this public meeting, everybody who's graduating from drug court gets a chance to say a few words. And the very first thing she said, I've always remembered, is she said, "My treatment took off when I realized that having addiction was nothing to be ashamed of." And then she talked about how she had learned about her whole self as a person and the strengths that she had that were connected to some of the weaknesses that had set her up or were risk factors for addiction, that they correlated with these personality strengths and these abilities and strengths and abilities that she had developed through her life in the drug culture that she still used in her sobriety. And I thought that was an amazing thought, especially from a strengths-based kind of perspective.
And it's interesting you mentioned that. Like, one of the a program that started here several years ago in Manitoba, and it's called Build. And what it does is it takes folks that have, again, come up again through gang and usually again, use and trafficking culture, and it's part of a program that they can start at a certain part of their incarceration. And if they, they basically get trained in the trades. And one of the most wonderful interviews that I heard, and this was years ago, where they were talking to a graduate of this program, and he talked about, living in an area where, his only option was gang life. And that he was the kid, first of all, tagging and then doing this and that, but then also becoming the recruiting, that ended up being his job description. And what was interesting was that, fine, he got caught again. Didn't think so at the time, but upon these different things that would unfold, realized that was literally the best thing that happened to him, because it led him to this path where now he's trained in the trades and he does work in the community. And so now, instead of being, he goes, like, I used to be the guy that would get some kid a few years younger than me to tag a building or to do a thing as part of an initiation process. And then now he goes, like, I'm the guy, I'm on that same street corner and I'm stopping a kid from doing that for a couple of reasons. And one is, I just fixed that building. And and so I'm telling that kid, like, we don't do that to our neighborhood. We have respect for it. And if somebody's asking you to do that, or you feel that's your only option, so he's still in a recruiting role, but he's recruiting in a totally different way. But he talked about exactly that, and I think this is the other part, that when we look at recovery, so often you know, and for the longest time, it's always been about, this is what's wrong with you, and this is how you got into this place, and this is how you need to fix yourself, as opposed to, okay, so this is how you coped. This was a survival strategy. So let's talk about why it worked in that circumstance, but why it might not be working, you know, going forward. But at the same time, what is there in there that can be, you know, discussed? Gosh, I'm trying to remember the name of this. There's a couple really good hip hop, because again, it's not all just K-pop. So there's a couple rap and hip hop docu-series that have been up, and one of them was really interesting. And I'm trying to remember what the name of it now. It'll come to me in mid-sentence. I'll blurt it out later. But it was really interesting because you had a whole bunch of folks that were coming from gang culture, especially in LA, and they talked about different. And what happened was, it was watching these folks come from gang culture to being some of the leaders within the hip hop industry, and so much of it was exactly that. Like, oh, wait a second, we're entrepreneurs. We've just been doing it in this really sketchy way, but that was the only option there for us. These were the only role models we had. It was putting us in dangerous positions. It was causing these different things. And then when these other opportunities came up, well, the same person that was, you know, the mastermind in this trafficking, this, that, and whatever, and was suddenly like, no, now I'm hauling people out of the neighborhood and getting them, you know, go sing a song about that rather than doing it. You've seen enough stuff that you've got the credibility, but put the pipe down, do the thing, and I'm going to get your butt into a recording studio, and would do it with the same skill, connection, whatever, as they used to be getting somebody into the crack house.
Yes.
And so it was this thing where it's like, there are transferable skills. I'm not saying you didn't get the skills in a really weird, sketchy way, but also, and this is the other part too that always bothers me, is when people say, well, why don't they make better choices? Why didn't this person, you know?
Well, and it gets into,
if only a better choice was put in front of them. Like sometimes it's I've got a choice between, you know, crappiest, ultimate crap. Like, there is no good choice in front of them, and they're going with the lesser of the evils. And so much of that goes to our larger socioeconomics. Like, I could go down a whole, like, you know, thing about where we need to be investing, but it's one of those things that when you're coming from a place, you don't realize you're coming from a place of privilege until you open your mouth with something like, well, why didn't they make better choices?
Absolutely.
If a better choice had been put in front of them, and if they hadn't been literally trained and miscued their entire life, they might not even recognize a good choice on the rare occasion that it's presented to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things where unfortunately, rarely people ask a question like that because they really want to know. It's like, oh, explain to me the context of these choices. I'd love to know. Unfortunately, it takes me back to one of the most, I throw this out there. It's probably triggering for a lot of people. I don't mean it to be, but this horrible experience, very quick experience that I had in a hallway where a bunch of therapists were cloistered around talking. I think all of our clients hadn't showed up that day at this agency I was working at. And one of them made a comment. The subject of domestic violence was out on the table. We were staffing some case or talking about how to help someone. And one person's like, you know, I still, after all these years, I just can't help but think, why wouldn't you just leave? And I was like, oh my, what? And I think I responded a little strongly, if I remember right, maybe too strongly, but I was like, I can't believe you just said that. You're a therapist?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like, you're someone who should know a lot of you should be able to write an article about that question.
Yeah. Well, and I just sit there thinking, oh my God, that's the last person that should be providing any kind of therapeutic support to anyone who's dealt with any kind of trauma. Well, and especially too, considering, again, you don't have to dig deep and have the degrees and whatever, but I mean, good Lord, 5 minutes on the internet, and not something that I recommend, but I'm saying that literally it doesn't take very long to find the research that indicates that if you've grown up in particular environments, literally you're predisposed to finding those kinds of relationships, coupled with when you're focused on your safety, survival, this and that, and the fact that, I mean, the statistic again, and I don't know if it's changed, but it takes usually 7 attempts to leave before being able to leave, and so much of that comes down to, I mean, so many factors, everything from personal safety, economic stability, and again, even just what you've been conditioned and miscued to accept as, love comes with, insert harmful whatever. And again, trauma bonding and the notion of, especially if that person is using their own situation where it's oh, well, he's had a tough life. So sometimes, his temper, sometimes I'm
Well,
here to
sure.
help him, and all these other kinds of things. So like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, good Lord.
I know. I'll say it was a while ago.
Somebody, but like
Yeah.
there's a seed of, that's not as helpful as you think it is. And
Right.
intro trauma informed care course maybe upgrade
Well,
for you there.
yeah, and I will say this was not long enough ago to really make any justification, but it was before a lot of the focus on trauma informed care had come out, and this person had been, and I no danger, they weren't getting a lot of referrals from anybody who knew them. Anyway, I won't say who they are.
But
I don't remember
that's
their
the kind
name
of thing that
actually.
happens. And I mean, we still live in a world where it's, the phrase, the thinking about somebody with, any kind of diagnosis, substance, again, acquired dependency, any kind of thing like that, or domestic violence. It's less what happened to them and what's wrong with it. It's tend to be, well, what's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? And it's like, no. What happened to them? What happened to them that got them to this place?
Yeah.
What happened and what kind of choices were they confronted with? And that, we often talk, it's that idea of it's the vicious cycle, right? At some point, what's just seems like a regular decision tree, one of those choices suddenly turns into the luge to hell. And
we didn't know which one.
It.
And the fact is, a lot of us have gotten on a lot of sketchy luge trails, if you will, and they didn't go there. And so it's like some of it's just luck of the draw. I think about this a lot when I had a neighbor years ago who said, they were kind of angry one day and they got in the car and they pulled out of the driveway and they didn't realize till they're on the street that they went a little like faster than they should have. And they stopped and thought, the fact there wasn't a kid on the sidewalk was not due to me being careful. The fact that nobody got hurt had nothing to do with what I did. In fact, it was luck. It was pure dumb luck. And that's always stuck in my head, is just this feeling of like these little things we do each day. And then we turn around and want to judge somebody for having a big problem. And so that judgment, I mean, when we talk about things people can do to interrupt addictive cycles, trying to relax, trying to let go of that judgment and just listen and get to know people is one thing that keeps coming up today.
Oh, compassion, the empathy, and figuring out what it is that they need and what they're missing. And and also understanding that they may not even be able to articulate it. So you're looking, so, well, I want to intervene. I want to help. And help is what somebody needs, but that in some cases, you're not even sure of what you need. And that doesn't mean that that's an open door to come in and should on someone and tell them what they need to do. It's okay, so they're not even at a place where they can articulate it. So I can put out options, but mostly I got to listen. I've got to, like you say, relate, empathize, ask questions, and honestly, just provide a safe space, because they will eventually get to that place. But so much of how you get there, what got them to there, I mean, you can, if you're going to make any kind of presumptions, lack of safe spaces and lack of trust and lack of, is probably a fair assumption to make on some level. And if you keep that in mind, that they haven't had that safe space to do that in, then it's going to be something that's going to be hard for them, or that they might not even, you don't even know what tools you're missing in your toolkit, or you don't even recognize that the tools that you have are, a little janky, or maybe that you've actually been using them for the wrong things. So before you go rush and like, here's your whole brand new DeWalt, and you just need to do it. Before you start handing me this and that, I need to take a look and go, oh yeah, maybe that is kind of a rusty, hacksaw that I've been using. And, my adjustable screwdriver with the multi-heads, I got 2 or 3 of them, but, this one's kind of rusty and that one's jammed in the thing. But help me to figure out how and why I've been using these, why these became my default. Train me on these other things before you go, hey, here's a reciprocating saw, because that's not going to be healthy for me either. And I think that's the other part. And again, I get that it's great, and especially as folks that provide people with tools, right? And even, I know how easy it is to get this, you get into your own habits and I'm a power drill person, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But just because power drills have been working for me recently doesn't mean they're working for everybody on this issue, or that while it might be eventually a tool for that person, I got to get them through a few other things first, and they've got to figure out what those things are. And I can just be the person with the resources and the things knowing how to use them, but they've got to, okay, so I've been relying on this. What's something that's similar to this that could help me with that, or managing this and that? And, what is it that they're trying to accomplish? What are their goals? What are they familiar with? And what are they open to trying at this point?
And speaking of a superpower versus a weakness that are the same thing, the addiction community, often a lot of the help comes from people who either have struggled through their own substance addictions, have process addictions, have their own psychological health issues. And that's a great thing. It's a superpower. It really helps with empathy and things. The risk on the other side is that sometimes we would get into just what you just outlined, which is, well, you should recover the way I've been in recovery. You should maintain your sobriety the way that I do. And if you do it, if you're not doing it the same way or the way that a lot of people I know are doing it, then you're doing it wrong. And that does not interrupt the addictive cycle as much as we would hope it would. In fact, it can backfire. And well, now I suck at this too. I mean, I've had a lot of rejection in my life, and I got high, and then I went to recovery and they told me I was doing it wrong. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's bad enough you're getting all of this garbage from the outside and being told, again, nobody's asking what happened to you. It's always about what's wrong with you. So it's one thing to get it from the outside and people shitting on you, but now you're supposedly with your own people and people that should be mentoring you. And you're like, oh, and they're crapping on me too. Well, gee, I guess it must all be true. And there's no hope for me. And that's, and I think that's the other part where, again, huge advocate. I mean, it's where my own background is coming from a lived experience perspective, but part of that lived experience has got to be, tempering your own, what you've accomplished, recognizing that how much of that was fighting against, again, folks shooting on you, regardless of whether they're coming from, and remembering what it's like to have that. And like, I think back in retrospect, and I think about, how much the trust that I have with the person that I've been working with personally now for about 3 or 4 years, and how much of that was grounded in trust, because so many other folks that I had worked with, in the past, you come to realize that it's like, oh God, like that was actually a really cool tool that I did eventually come to use, but it was given to me like homework and with shame, or that if it didn't work, that something was wrong with me. And that's where I'm always very hesitant when somebody has their, 3 easy steps or 5 days to this, or, some other kind of wrap it up in a bow thing. I get where that comes from a marketing business perspective, but
it's hard to sell a book that says this is going to take a while.
Yeah. And it's going to suck, and you're going to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, fall down. You're going to have days where yeah, exactly. But at the same time, it's if you don't have something in there that's basically says, yes, these can be very easy steps, but at the same time, please know that, they're technically easy on paper. Well, the day-to-day is going to be a lot of work, and you're going to get to a certain point. And that's, for me, it's always meet people where they're at, and meet people where they're at, knowing that every day is different. So just because I got to hear yesterday, or you've seen me for X number of weeks, months, days, whatever, this way, if I come in looking like 30 bags of hammered crap tomorrow, don't meet me where I was at yesterday or today. And don't say, well, you were blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you know what? Something can kick the legs out from underneath me, and maybe my bounce back time is going to be better, and maybe I will. But if you're, if somebody's expectations are based on that, but you got to hear, yeah, I did. But then something happened and the rock rolled downhill. This is where I am today. Meet me with the empathy that you had when I was back at this place before. or if you didn't do it back then, at least meet me with the empathy that you know, when I was here and you wished you could have met me with that empathy, meet me there now. So meet me where I'm at every day, regardless of whether it's a good day, a bad day, I'm not sure what kind of day it is. I'm just trying to get through it and see tomorrow's sunrise. Or I'm possibly in a place where I'm considering whether tomorrow's sunrise is worth it or not.
And that's, yes, very big. You've had some experiences that a lot of people listening or out there have not, when it comes to intervening with addiction and health problems. When you were serving as health minister in Manitoba, I was curious, when you guys would put together initiatives and programs and things, how big did addiction factor in? I know that you're in Canada and most people are healthy and happy and kind to each other.
Well,
I'm in America. I'm in the United States. So I think that's true of Canada. That's what I've been taught.
Put it this
Everything's
way,
fine.
there's part of me that, again, and I will always be an advocate for a publicly funded healthcare system, because we still spend less per capita than you folks do in terms of tax base. And you know, again, a lot of misunderstandings around what public healthcare is. But what was interesting was that I had been part of a government that had been making a lot of healthcare investments. I was also the last standing health minister before things went sideways, and we've had 2 terms of basically, well, I'll put it this way. I had a bingo card of who's going to break the stuff that I built, and then my colleagues and I built. So what was interesting was that I came into, first of all, the minister, I was a healthy living and seniors, and healthy living has a certain amount of the mental health, a lot of the preventative stuff in there, and then came into health. And so what was interesting was I was in a position at that time where I was and where some of us were, we were a little ahead of the curve. And so we've got some places, like, for example, Vancouver and BC in general, I would say are probably one of the more progressive places. Now, the part of the issue around that is that there have been a lot more challenges around, again, substance and process addictions and socioeconomic factors in there and whatever. So they took a leading edge on things like supervised consumption sites. They've also recently made changes to their laws regarding personal possession. So there's been some decriminalization there. And what happened was I was moving towards putting in safe consumption sites. And what happened was we were in a political position where people were like, oh, good Lord, don't do that. We're, blah, 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 blah. And my philosophy was, and again, I was representing a neighborhood that had never had somebody of my political stripe. It had always been much more right-leaning. So I already knew that I had a best before date on me. So my approach was, guess what? We're of a political party that's always accused by the other side of, I'm the crazy lady with the Visa card as far as they're concerned. And I'm trying to, so I've got that label regardless of what I do. And how I'm looking at it is I see that we have a best before date. This is a place where I want to put these things in, because I want to put them in based on a couple of things. If I get my job back, great. The job's already started. I just need to carry the ball over the line. If I don't get my job back, but one of my colleagues does, well, then they can carry the ball over the line. If none of us gets our job back and a new government's going to come in, well, they've either got to carry that ball over the line or be the jerk that pulls the plug on it. And wear that.
Good. That's good.
And so that's,
that's a good.
That
goes back to what Bree was talking about, acceptance. That's a good,
board and that kind of stuff. But it was one of those things where I looked at it as, and again, I don't know what other jurisdictions are like, and I'm trying to remember. Is it Missouri that's known as the Show Me State, sort of the Doubting Thomases of. Yes. I'm trying to remember which state has that as their motto.
Yes, I think,
is that province. The phrase that always made me so frustrated was, well, but do you have any Manitoba data? Because, we're not Portugal, we're not Vancouver. And it would be like, we're not that special.
You're like,
we're
I'm trying.
Special.
You're like, I'm also trying to get some data.
Yeah.
So
what was interesting was, but the whole thing is that when you create safe consumption sites, you reduce the risk of fentanyl and other, again, all the dirty drug stuff. So you create that, and then you say, well, but people that won't come in, they don't. It's like, if you're not in there preaching at folks and you're just creating a safe space for them to use, and you're having naloxone, you're having other things, what you end up doing is building up that trust that they haven't had access to. So first of all, you're reducing their vulnerability to a dangerous supply. You're reducing their vulnerability to all of the other kinds of things that can happen to them when they are using in a public space, making them vulnerable to not just other health issues, but literally victimization from crime, all these other kinds of things. And what you're doing is building trust with them so they are more likely to get onto some kind of recovery path, because they realize that, oh, here's this place that I can come to and I can be warm. I can use, and you can also understand why they're using. I mean, I've always said that, when somebody's doing that, and again, regardless of what it is, well, again, whether it's some kind of, street drug that you're using, or whether it's a socially appropriate, well, my girlfriends and I and our Chablis, the point is that when you are self-medicating, it's because you're either trying to you're trying to deaden something that's too much in your life, or you're trying to fill something that isn't there in your life. It's one of those things. And meeting somebody where they're at and helping them with that takes them so much. So I know I was a huge advocate for safe consumption, because I mean, it makes so much sense.
It's an approach that people listening to the podcast know. I'm an advocate of the harm reduction mindset. And harm reduction is not it doesn't exclude the goal of abstinence from substances, but we are trained our whole life, but it includes people using in safer ways, or anything that literally reduces the likelihood of harm.
Yeah.
And we're socialized and taught that when we talk about interrupting addiction, to go to our theme today, when we were talking about that, we assume that it means abstinence-based goals, which is a whole modality of treatment. People don't even necessarily always know to call it that. The harm reduction approach is to say, well, not everybody is walking in ready in that action stage to get completely. And some people, that may not be their goal, right, to get to there. And so therefore, does that mean there's no treatment for them? There's no programs for them. There's no help for them if I'm caught in this big in between. And it's not like if I'm in active use, I know generally speaking, I know it's a problem. I know if I'm going to show up at a safe use site, I know that I might overdose if I use street drugs. I mean, obviously I'm aware of that, or there's a problem, or else I wouldn't go to a place.
But at least, you're not going to get you're not going to die in a back alley, get stabbed or whatever along the way, or some other kind of. Well, and I think this is the other part too, when you talk about, again, this overall idea of harm reduction, that again, it's about, again, baby steps and safe spaces. And that was, I think, one of the things that I found really, frustrating sometimes, was trying to explain to folks. I mean, I will admit, and I had some staff where, I'm not going to say I wasn't arrogant, but there was a number of times when we were talking about mental health and addictions and different kinds, different portfolios, different things, where it would, and again, these are professionals and they've got this training and this and that, but you would still find yourself with I get what you think you're doing. I get what you think you're doing, but I've been in that place where, and so I understand what you're saying here, but I also know what it's like when somebody says that to me when I'm in that bad place. And that's what you're saying and what you think I'm hearing. I'm not hearing it the way you think. And so you're getting pushback, you're getting this, you're getting whatever, and it's not working. It's because, intention and impact are not lining up. And that's where, again, that lived experience thing can make a difference. And I do think there's so many things that we need to address from a harm reduction perspective, where, again, it's the meeting people where they're at, and it's limiting harm, reducing harm in whatever little baby step ways. I mean, one of the things that frustrated me, and again, don't know what things are like in other places, but it's one of those things where one of the boxes I had checked off, and it might sound like it's not related at all, but it was clearly a driver. So for me is, I still live in a province that, while I have a plastic driver's license that has my, picture on it and my and there's a little code on the back, I have a health card printed out on a dot matrix printer that maybe, and I'm like, yeah, we still have them. Okay. And
Wow.
so one of the, this is it. And so the part that was really funny was that, funny / sad. So that, it's a paper health card that is problematic on a number of levels that don't even just begin with the fact that, again, when you're asking about your healthcare budget and you're this and that, and you're breaking things down and you're like, do I ask my deputy minister to let me know how much it costs us to maintain this thing?
Well, but as we're laughing, as I'm chuckling, I'm thinking if I, no, go ahead.
But what was frustrating about this and how it ties into this is that a lot of folks were like, well, this thing that you want to put forward as a change, like we can't do that because of security issues. And what was being proposed was, rather than having this piece of paper, what we'd like to do is on the back field of, yes, most of you know them as driver's licenses, but, and again, and this goes to this notion of privilege, but there are plenty of people that don't drive that get a provincially issued, a government issued photo ID. So yes, it's not going to have the exact same bits of information filled in, but they can have that. But again, on the back, there are a number of empty fields. You don't see them because it's just the blank on the card. But what we can do is we can put health numbers on there. And then that way
you
people
just
have
flip it over.
Photo ID.
Yeah.
And then they have your 9-digit health number. And people were like, well, that's a security issue. I'm like, no, because your driver's information, anybody that can access that,
it already has.
They're two totally different databases. I mean, that's like,
plus you got your birth date and your driver's license number, which are things you use
and
for.
What they didn't realize was that one of the risks of paper ID is not, gee, did my kid leave his wallet in his pocket and, oh, I've washed his health card, or he's washed it while he's off at college. It's the idea that if it doesn't have your photo on it and it doesn't have these other things, that's currency on the street. And so what you had were people either being assaulted while impaired so that somebody could get their ID, so that they could go turn around and get a prescription under a false identity.
Wow, okay. I never thought of this.
Especially for opioids or something else that had street value. Or here, for X number of dollars, or for your next, here, give me this, I will take it, and I'll come back with, pharmaceuticals, and you get a cut for your next fix. And so what they didn't understand was that, in a sense, this was not, me as a suburban mom saying, well, it's really inconvenient that we've got this paper thing from, a printer similar to the one that I used in high school with my, in grade 11, which it's not about that. This was a form of harm reduction, because by putting photo ID in everyone's hands, and we were working with shelters and other places that, encountered folks that were at high risk, and that were also, in places where they experienced housing instability and all the, they were going to be some of our home bases. We were already doing things with ID cards this way, but as long as that health card was a separate thing that was a piece of paper, it was effectively not just currency for putting stuff on the streets, but it was putting people at risk, because somebody's health card could mean that they could hit a number of downtown clinics and, put more stuff on the street.
That's so interesting.
Yeah. So
I couldn't help but think that too, the other part, and this is one of the things that drives me crazy about the school, sometimes at schools and other things, state agencies, whatever, where the only way to access something is completely online, and you've got there. We pretend that there's nobody out there that doesn't have a smartphone or doesn't have Wi-Fi or anything. And if the only time I can use the internet is at the library, which, by the way, we're trying to put those out of business, apparently.
Yeah.
God
forbid a drag queen try to read a book there.
Right. Yeah. Then nobody gets to apply for jobs, and nobody can do their homework. And so there is just that assumption. Even one of the first things I thought with an easily lost or destroyed healthcare card is, if I'm a person who is at the level of my game to where it's all I can do, and by the way, this is me. a lot of people might say, oh, well, I get it. If I lose it, if I tear it up, I just get a new one. And it's like, okay, do you know how to get a new one? Do you know how quickly you can get a new one? Are you going to remember to do that? I mean, the thing that strikes me is people that aren't going to be disrupted by having that paper card are probably the same people who are like, I'll just run it through my laminator. I have it home for my crafts or whatever. Right. And
exactly. And
Yeah.
this is the part that got me, was that there was so little understanding in the general population. So again, basically it was a case that we had it promised and it was supposed to happen in 2017. And sure enough, one of the first things on the bingo card was, the person that took over after me from the other side saying, well, blah, blah, blah. And, and it's security and privacy issues. And it's like, I couldn't be the, the crazy lady on social media going, you're lying through your teeth, because I've read those files too. And that's completely untrue. And just because that was your spin back when you were in opposition doesn't mean you get to keep perpetuating that lie.
Yeah,
but again, because they were appealing to a base that, like you say, it's not a big deal for them because they've got the means, the ability. Yes, it might be inconvenient, but the point is they also probably have like a regular GP and all these other kinds of things. So it's like I don't show my health card
on file,
so that if something were to happen to it, I've clearly got enough time to get a new one before I might need it again. Or like you say, I can, put it in a safe, do whatever. Like they've got 57 other options that their privilege is letting them sit on, that they sort of take. And especially, oh my God, the online thing is a whole other thing where, don't get me wrong, it's great to have those things out there. But if that's all you're relying on, or your line is, well, it's on our website. What do you mean you didn't know about it? It's on our website.
You have to be
allowed. No, it's the same thing. I've watched the pendulum swing with some schools and with some other places where it's I get it. I don't want like the piece of paper in my kid's backpack every, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, at least when you were compelled to stick a piece of paper in my kid's backpack or in their day timer,
at least I knew about
it. Whereas now, like, fine, I get it. On one level, I don't want one more thing pinging on my phone. But you've got access to apps. That means that you send out messages to me with a digital version of that, because to now sit there and say, well, we don't need to do any outreach because it's on the website. No, sorry. It's not my responsibility to comb anybody's website, whether they're a school, a government, or whatever. You want me to know I'm engaged with you. You got to reach out and you got to meet me where I'm at. So in other words, like with these programs, like one of the things that I find is that, like, again, when we were doing this transition, one of the things we were doing was we were working with all the shelters and all the folks, so that, and they were already doing it to some degree because of the risk of the paper cards, where people could, if you're a regular user of this particular shelter, you could sign an agreement with them that they would hold on to your card and they would have their own way of verifying, so that if you needed it for something, or that you could literally meet with someone and say, I've got a doctor's appointment and can you bring my card with me, and can somebody accompany me?
I'm gonna bring in we've got another person joining us. It's Dr. Erica Harris. Hi, Erica.
How are you? It's been
a long time. How are you?
I'm well. I'm okay, thank you. Dwight, nice to see you, my friend.
Good to see you too.
My voice
to have
is a
you
little
join
cracky
today.
Thank you. My voice is a little cracky today, Sharon. I apologize. I'm just in the midst of COVID. I brought it home from Alaska when I was there on a cruise with my family, and it was apparently my take-home gift.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I've had it twice already myself, despite all my vaccinations. So
one of those COVID cruises. That's unfortunate. No.
I was the only one. I was the only one who came down, who was down and out of our crew, but that's okay. I think I'm just on a little bit too much immunosuppression right now, but we'll sort it out with my new lungs. But we'll sort it out anyhow.
Glad to have you join, Erica, as well. It's been actually a really great one this year. I've had a lot of people jumping on, and it's been great to have the conversations about interrupting addiction. I'll just, for anyone who doesn't know, Erica is the host and creator of the Rise Today inspirational podcast with Dr. Erica Harris. That I am in the lucky position of being able to be the producer of that too, and so we get to work together a lot on that, and really glad to have you jump on today. we were just kind of talking about public policy and things of how that's impacted the sort of macro level of interrupting addiction. A lot of the work you do with coaching and on the podcast too is about people's personal health journeys, right? You're going through those things too. And I know we see addiction that is vastly intertwined with health management as well, unfortunately, with overprescription perhaps.
A lot of people will turn to it with self-medicating for pain management, let's say, or just when they feel so overwhelmed, right? It's definitely been used as a coping mechanism for a lot of people. Whether or not it's a healthy coping mechanism, leaves room for discussion, obviously, but it can have devastating impacts. And so we need to open up this conversation. And I think what you're doing is really powerful, Dwight.
Thank you. No, I'm glad to be doing it. It is interesting as we're saying it and sharing with your public health background as well. I'm curious when we think about that. We were talking earlier about how doctors sometimes don't ask addiction related questions. And sometimes it's just, they don't want to hurt people's feelings. I quoted a study a while ago of OBs who they researched how many OBGYNs proactively ask their patients who are pregnant if they are drinking during pregnancy, and it was approximately none. I mean, it's just for various reasons. They're like, well, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, and who would do that? And it's like, well, it's an addiction, of course. I mean, it's not who would abuse drugs. It's like, it's an addiction. It doesn't just stop because we hit pause.
It happens every day with our neighbors, with our colleagues, with every single day. People you would never expect are really struggling behind closed doors with addiction, and they're ashamed to come out and openly discuss it. And they feel that sense of a burden to be quiet about it, right? And not to open up about it. And that is the part that we need to interrupt. That part,
or definitely interrupting the stigma and the understanding that it's a coping mechanism. And
so that there is more healthy conversation around it, and forums like this where people can open up. And when we're talking about it being a coping mechanism, it's exactly that, right? Like, some people shop too much, some people eat too much, some people go on social media too much, and they binge on all these different things, right? It's no different. That is just their choice of what they chose to do. But they're all, at the end of the day, emotional avoidance strategies, so that we're really not feeling the underlying emotion of what we're going through. But when we deny that emotion, I'm a firm believer that that doesn't go anywhere, it transforms within us, whether it's to mental health disease, whether it's to physical illness, it doesn't go anywhere. And so we need these channels to open up that conversation so that people experience their pain, their negative, their hurtful emotions, right? Because those emotions serve us. And when we deny those emotions, that's when we get into this whole ball of wax. But when we deny those emotions, we don't create the behavioral response that we need to do to climb out of that situation. Sense.
Well, and that sometimes we even create the society or particular environment will create a situation that I hate to say it, it's inevitable. And I'll give you again from a policy perspective. So when I was asked to run, one of the people that ended up being part of my campaign team was actually somebody that was working in the health department. But I didn't know that I would grow up to be the health minister. But it was really interesting because here was this person who's about 15 years younger than me, and they were a chain smoker. And I'm like, you're a chain smoker and you work in the health department? You guys are the ones that, and he told me the funny story of, it was literally the chain smokers in the health department that wrote the legislation that had to do with tobacco use in terms of where you can use it in public spaces, distance away from front doors, this and that. And I was like, okay, explain this to me. And basically what it came down to was that the work schedule for staffers in the building was such that the only way you could get a break from your desk was to go outside and have a smoke. And so most people did not come into that office as smokers, but what they saw was that the only people being allowed a break were the folks that had to go outside and smoke. And so you started going outside with, after a while, you're like, okay, well, I'm at least going to go out with them. And the next thing you know, to manage your own stress, well, suddenly you're taking a drag off something. And so, they even commented on about some of the things about the distances that they came up with was literally, how far away do we need to be from the building as far as the wind goes, blah, blah, blah. Like, what's the sweet spot between not letting smoke into the building, but also not freezing our butts out when it's minus 40 in Manitoba and then the wind's blowing. And so you're like, well, wait a second. So what's wrong with this work environment model where the people
where it reinforces smoking, right,
about this are now acquiring a tobacco addiction? And again, and other things. Those kinds of things where it's just like,
I think you nailed. I think personally, the problem, speaking about health policy, right, and government, is that the current structure, and this is just my own personal view, we're doing this all backwards, frankly. The current structure is set up so that it waits, so that we get sick or we have a drug addiction, right? And then the current health system gets remunerated, paid for when we get sick. Does that make sense? Yeah. And so we're kind of backwards in our thinking here. And so, in my view, let's take my crazy health story, right? Where terminal cancer, everything that my family went through with having very young children in place. Okay. So let's just speak from the point of my children. Okay. Irregardless of myself and my husband at the time, let's just speak at the point of my children. There were zero, and I mean zero, support, Sharon, for my children in the adult-centered hospital. Zero. Yeah. You take a child who's diagnosed with cancer. Dwight knows that I'm very passionate about this topic because I've talked about it on my show quite a bit. You take a child who's diagnosed with cancer, and there are supports in place for the parents, for the siblings, and for the family at large. But then you take a young adult who has cancer, a young parent, let's say, or any severe illness, okay? And there are zero supports for that family. I mean, okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. There was a community nurse who could come over, or a community helper who could come over for maybe 6 hours a month and help with a couple things around the house. But there were no psychology services.
A lot of those you probably had to ask for too.
Not just ask, literally resource and find when I'm stuck in the hospital, right? Yeah. Not just ask. Good point, Dwight. And so zero resources, no psychology, no happy environment at the hospital. You take a healthy, thriving mom who's diagnosed with leukemia. I hadn't even complained of feeling sick or unwell. And then you take that family and put them on the T15 floor of the Vancouver General Hospital amidst sick of the sick of the sick. It is the steepest of learning curves for these babies looking up at this whole new world. And there was no one to help me explain the word cancer to my children. What is cancer? There's no daycare services. There's nothing for these families in place. We are now separated as a result of lack of resources and just all that we faced. And it wasn't just cancer. It was, granted, a lot of things that our family faced with having very young children. But again, if you take just my children, right? Let's say the worst case, when I was given 2 months to live, let's say that came to fruition. Okay. How my kids coped with my diagnosis, what had happened in that time, would have determined how they thrived in society now as teenagers and beyond, right? Rather than proactively taking these kids, yes, at their age when I was diagnosed as babies, literally 5 and 2, 4, just barely 5, and 2 years old, there needed to be somebody in place at that time that knew their language to help them explain, this is what cancer is, mommy's now in the hospital, this is what your family's going to go through, right? And as an outlet for them, there needed to be somebody in place at that point, not fast forward to teenage years when they now have some addiction. My kids are not addicted. Don't get me wrong. They have no addictions. They're thriving in society.
But there was the groundwork for it. Like, oh my God, that situation was just a breeding ground.
And there is nobody there in those groundwork phases until it's too late. So I view in society, we're sitting there waiting for those precious kids, to then have some addiction. And then we come in and then we try to save the day, but it's way too late.
And this isn't, I totally agree with you. And it's so interesting because there's a certain amount of stuff that we're willing to put out there as far as prevention goes. But again, knowing, again, in the work that I try to do and getting folks to, and especially in these kinds of things where it's like, providing the supports earlier rather than later, I get it. The system is based on this is the amount of money we already spend to look after people once they get sick. And it, you know, you can put out the whole eat veg, do this, do that again. You know, oh my God, like if there's one more piece of, you know, information that's put out into the universe that says, you know, drink more water, go for a walk, you know, blah, 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 final straw kind of thing. But nothing there that in terms of the investing in those kinds of things and investing in preventative things that ultimately support people in the long run, so that it's if your kids are supported at that thing. And it's interesting you mentioned that, because, you know, we've talked about our cancer experiences before, and yeah, my kids were, you know, one was 3 or 4 at the time, and the other one was, you know, he was 10 years older, but it was still, I mean, I literally got, you know, assaulted by my ex-husband, started the acrimonious divorce, domestic violence thing, at, you know, soon followed by the, you know, the cancer diagnosis. So it was the same thing where you're like, were it not for certain personal like networks that I was able to tap into, and the benefit of being an elected official that didn't have to, you know, go leave her job, it was like you are making this stuff up as you go along. And like you say, the resources weren't there. And at the same time, you're setting your kids up for, well, let's just check off all the different kind of trauma boxes for these kids, because what could possibly go wrong in the future? And, you know, and like you say, then meet them once they're already digging out of a hole. And one of the biggest issues around prevention, harm reduction, this and that, it's these ROI things where you don't see the return on investment in advance. And it's funny because as cancer survivors, right, it's the whole, we find out these different things where it's like, oh, well, this brings down the number for this and that for diagnosis, or this increases the survival rate. And it's like, so we do these things where on some level we've got metrics where we can say X number of lives were saved. Why is it on these kinds of prevention things, oh, well, we can't figure out how many, again, lives would be saved, kids, you know, things would be prevented, addictions would be prevented, trauma, how, you know, and it's like, well, I'm sure there's got to be some way. And I get it. It might not be as easy.
It's also quality of life measures that aren't taken into account. And it's not just longevity, how long we live, but it's that quality of life. It's our physical abilities, right? Of being able to be functional into our senior years and take care of ourselves. And you look at these communities that have, you know, high populations of centurions, and it's interesting studying those communities. They do have proactive healthcare in those communities where people literally, like, these are like second world, third world countries too, where people go door to door to knock on these houses, and they're like, hey, how are you? Can you take care of yourself? Are you getting dressed on your own? Right here, it's like we go to the doctor. To be honest, in my view, I think all of us should be weighed every single time we go to the doctor, monitoring our health progress, right? Nobody wants to, because again, Dwight, what did you just say? You don't want to offend somebody. Right. But if we're monitoring everyone's health, and if we genuinely care about health and that progression of someone's health, right, we're not just taking in labs to account, we're taking in weight, we're taking in physical factors, someone's flexibility, someone's strength. There could be basic strength tests all the time for like annual fitness tests, right? Not even fitness tests, but just basic functional activities of everyday living. Somebody assessing this, you know, it's totally gone by the wayside.
And we know that it's helping, but we don't do it because it's harder. It's not as impressive to say, hey, we probably stopped a bunch of people from using drugs over the last few years, probably, but we can't say it was Dwight over there. He didn't. He would have, but he didn't. You know, we just can't do that. So it's not as attractive or flashy to be able to put that on a poster.
But all of those things you're talking about are, you know, tie back to a sense of community and I'll even say communalism in the sense that, you know, one of the things that we suffer from here in North America is this worship of individualism, to the point that we wonder why we're isolated, suffering, and lacking those holistic supports, because so much of that is about community and a sense of community responsibility. And again, not this weird like burden, oh my God, I've got to give up my own whatever for the sake of, you know, it's not that bizarre, again, that thing that we flip as being, well, that's the, you know, opposite of individualism is some sort of self-sacrifice. And it's like, no. Systems that have that sense of community and that idea of, you know, what it truly takes, you know, for the village to raise the child or look after the mom or the whatever, inherently include those kinds of things in a way that, you know, we've devolved now into, like you say, there's nobody knocking on your door to see how you're doing. It's the, you know, you got to hope that your doctor is going to, like you say, weigh you, ask you questions and do whatever, so that it's become so isolated that we don't ask those questions. And I mean, I even think of, again, thinking about social and work environments, you know, the fact that I have to give workshops where I have to explain to bosses, you know, if one of your employees starts showing up late, instead of, you know, the looking at your watch and giving them side eye, if this is a person that's otherwise prompt, this and that, if you start noticing something, can you, you know, approach them in a compassionate and empathetic way, going, is it, you know, with the opening line, not, well, you've been coming in late this week, da 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 da, is there something wrong? Because that's still, again, close, not quite. Hey, just wanted to check in. How are things doing? Is there anything up? Or you know, but that idea of checking in on a regular basis and then understanding, oh, so you've been late this past week because, oh crap, okay, somebody's ill in your family or something. Like it's that notion of, again, what's happened to you rather than what's wrong with you. But again, we don't have that because we're caught in this weird thing where it's like you say, well, you don't want to offend, you don't want to this, you don't want to that. And we've made it so much about individualism and personal privacy, which again, have their place. But, you know, like this is supposed to be still like those places that function. The Venn diagram has the overlaps, whereas we've got the isolated little circles with barbed wire wrapped around them. And then we wonder why we keep getting poked, stabbed, and we're bleeding all over the place.
You need to be more questions, more direct questions, you know, like, because people will feel that idea of shame, you know, even completely different. But when I was in the hospital, post lung transplant, and apparently it's very common to have hallucinations in the ICU. Now, I had no clue. I wasn't thinking well before my transplant because I had no oxygen. Now, post-transplant, I was definitely not thinking well.
Yeah. It's always fun to discover something's common that they didn't prep you for.
Oh, my heavens. Like Miss Piggy was sitting on the end of my bedside rail. I had not thought about Miss Piggy since I was 6 years old. And now Miss Piggy had her like defined little nose, her whole voice. Like, you know, I can't even describe her nearly as well now as I could in that moment. Like everything to a T. She was right there. And she would be speaking, a nurse would come in and she'd have some quirky little remark to say about the nurse or, you know, whatever was happening in the day. And I felt, because I hadn't been thinking well without the oxygen before my lung transplant, I just thought I took a slippery slope off the deep edge, right? And so I didn't want to tell anybody. Had somebody come up and said, hey, Erica, did you know that hallucinations are really common here in the ICU? Are you experiencing anything? Because my meds were out of balance at that time. Mm-hmm. I didn't know. I was just so embarrassed, right? Mm-hmm. And so eventually I started telling my then husband, which is maybe why we're divorced, that, you know, when I was moved to this like area on the thoracic floor, still kind of like it's called a step down unit, but still critical. Anyhow, it's more of a shared environment and nurses constantly in that same area. I think there are 4 patients in this room. Anyhow, the lady beside me, I'm pretty sure she was like 95. And my husband would come in the morning and I was like, she looks like a patient. I know, but she is not a patient. I am up all night listening to all these like inappropriate affiliations that she's having with all the nursing staff all night long. And my husband is just like, oh my gosh, like, where did my wife go? You know? And he's like, no, she's like 98. Like, and I'm like, no, I'm sure of it. But I was so convinced, you know, but I was so also ashamed. And I was like, don't tell anybody, you know? Yeah. Because I didn't want my nurses to know. I didn't want my team to know that I lost it, you know? But had somebody just opened up that conversation and said, hey, Erica, hallucinations are super common. Are you experiencing anything? Then I could have had fun with it, you know?
Hey, guess what? I think I'm not sure, but Miss Piggy keeps showing up and I'm not quite sure about my roommate. So could you just check for me if those are real things or not? Like, are you seeing Miss Piggy right now? Okay, so I have checked off the hallucination box. Thanks.
Yeah. I was also so sure that my amazing lung surgeon, thoracic surgeon, who like gives of his time by donating his services to less fortunate countries. He's like this incredibly talented human. Yes, incredibly fortunate to have him by my side. I was sure in this time he was like operating as the head of this drug cartel. And that all the nurses were like cutting up his stuff all day and like giving it out to all the other. Oh my gosh, I was
I mean, once you know about it, you're like, oh yeah, that's clearly like, you know.
Eventually, one night, like I knew that these guys would come in their black little outfits and like with their hoodies and come in and get all the shipments of drugs and take them out. And so eventually I was like asking one of my nurses, I'm like, look, I don't want to know anything, but just so you know, it gets a little cold and drafty in here when your guys come through the windows to pick up your shipment. And so if you could just give me an extra blanket, I'm not going to tell anybody, but just give me an extra blanket before that happens. And she was like, yeah, we don't have any doors or windows that open for this reason.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sure of it.
But it shouldn't have to come to that for them to go, I think our patient Erica might be having hallucinations.
Right. And instead of just attributing it
you
to
shouldn't
something
have
else.
to be worried about the drug cartel and the open windows and catching a chill and having to like, okay, how do I make sure that they don't kill me and I get a blanket?
And I hope she at least gave you a blanket. That would be like, no, I don't think the windows are opening. You don't get a blanket.
Yeah.
No, that's
okay, so
but imagine
temperature regulation issues and she's clearly hallucinating. What do we need to do?
We need to ditch the stigma, you know, and like mental health just needs to be like par for the course in these conversations.
But imagine that people who are, let's say, if they're using illicit drugs that are not, theirs, or they don't, whatever, and they're having that experience now, throw into the mix, maybe they've been doing that for a while. They already feel alienated from society.
Yeah.
Maybe they even grew up. Some risk factors come from alienation or isolation or undiagnosed mental health problems.
Yeah.
So maybe if I'm having that experience in that, I definitely don't want to tell anyone, not just for embarrassment,
you shut down.
but I might even buy into it. I don't want them to arrest me,
Well, and that's what makes it harder for them to get the services and the help they need, because in a sense, they get written off as, again, it's part of their own delusion. So they might get a diagnosis that's related to something like that. Discerning whether that's related to something chemically flowing through their system that they've put into it, or whether it's their own mental health. And then honestly, too, the other part, and it was funny you mentioned with the little old lady, one of the issues, again, that happened in my own family, which was, again, frightening when you sort of got there and finally realized what it was. So again, in terms of, I've got one side of the family where in terms of, again, one of their coping mechanisms, it was always, my cousins and I now, there's a couple cousins and I, we refer to it as the family pain Olympics. And so that the only way you could get, attention or the only way you could take time off or whatever was you had to be sick, and you had to be sicker than somebody else. And so having some kind of a medical reason. And so, I mean, and again, in some cases it was legitimate, but it always, again, because of this dysfunctional way of playing things, it meant that, so that when my grandmother did deliver my mom and her twin sister and had a really complicated birth, it was like, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. We've got to go look after the twins while she recovers and da-da-da-da-da. So you had these kinds of things where, again, it came with baggage. What it ultimately ended up with was that my grandmother would end up, it's not that she didn't have medical concerns, but she had the misfortune of when she went to go see her doctor about something and knowing that, that was, again, combination of seeking attention coupled with, working stuff out. She ended up with a quack that kept, you've got X, let's give you this medication. Oh, and then she'd have a side effect. And this, now and again, this was back 70s, 80s. Instead of like, is this medication giving you a side effect? Do we try something else? It'd be like, oh, there's a side effect. Let's take another medication. Grandmother, I watched my mom and her sisters where, my grandfather passes away. My grandma eventually moves out into an apartment, but then my mom and her sisters are forever like, oh, well, we've got to get an exterminator over there because grandma's convinced that the apartment is full. And they were dealing with all of these problems. And basically what it turned out was that my grandmother was so over medicated that she was hallucinating, and that she literally had to go into a psych ward and into detox in her 80s. And that it literally did damage to her, so that once she was off all of these things, and then they could figure out, okay, what are her actual health problems and what do we need to put her back onto, that it had a cognitive impact and led to a true, a dementia. It was basically, I'll call it a medically accelerated dementia kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it was really frightening, because it was one of those things where it was grandma's high maintenance, grandma's this, grandma's that, and there's not really a problem. And you're like, I don't know, wait a second. It turns out grandma's medicated to the, up the wazoo, and she's really, grandma's going through detox? This is the little teetotaling Catholic lady, yada, yada, yada.
Not prepared for it. Not
person you'd
prepared.
expect in the
This is a
What
topic that Dwight could do an entire series on alone,
Yeah.
the medical issues of it. But
Yeah.
And
Go ahead.
speaking of medical issues, Dr. Lyndon Smith is on. He just joined us, so I
Hello.
thought I'd give him a shout out.
Hello.
But absolutely, yeah, this is something we could do lots of work about. So welcome, London. Glad to have you.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, this particular conversation. Whenever I did my psych rotation, I only did the 6 weeks of it. But among other things, one thing I learned was if you aren't in psychiatry, then you don't really know psychiatry. That was one thing I learned. Like textbook, nah.
I think you're the only doctor who's actually learned. Oh, sorry, no, I shouldn't make that show.
But
That's your outside voice, Dwight.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry.
I have a slight, just curious question. So I think it was like 2 or 3 patients. Seemed somewhat common for patients who kind of had a lot of hallucinations. I know you guys were just talking about these sort of things, the sort of schizophrenia things, and a lot of them said, whenever you ask, well, what helps you, they would say that meth helps them. And I'm wondering, is this a common thing? I don't know if this is the platform to ask, but that's been in my head since that rotation.
So I can't answer that because mine were all induced. All my hallucinations came from the ICU.
Gotcha.
Fancy cocktails of medications, but
sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I do know. I have heard that before, and I've heard it more frequently even with cigarettes and tobacco. I know a lot of people, and to the point where they've done some impact studies where they feel like that's one of the reasons that it actually skews the data for those with schizophrenia or psychotic disorders. They die younger than those without, and they think that might be one of the reasons is substance use to help distract or alleviate some of those symptoms. Yeah.
Well, I can't. I don't know. How do I phrase this? So obviously mine was medically induced, right? The hallucinations that I experienced. But at the same time, they were of benefit to me, these hallucinations. They took me out from the dire place of where I was in that time and brought me somewhere else, if that makes sense. And I think that was a bit of a survival tactic that my mind probably used, because whatever was going on in my body at the time, whatever environment I was in, was maybe too much for me to cope with, and Miss Piggy sitting there with all of her vivid conversations and all that she had to say, not just distracted me, but it brought me to a different world. My ICU room also became Gaudi's Park. I went backpacking after university to Europe, and in Spain, Gaudi has this beautiful, well, it's like a tribute to him, this beautiful stained glass painted park. It's just gorgeous. And so my entire ICU room all of a sudden had all this beautiful stained glass in my mind, right? It was like my mind just pulled out a card from when I was 6 with Miss Piggy. And then again, like from my backpacking days, like literally, like I haven't thought about these things in so many years. And with whatever cocktail of medications were induced, this is where my mind went. I think it was a protective mechanism to help me cope or get through those brutal days, right? That would have been too overwhelming for me otherwise. So perhaps, who knows, right? When we were talking about people that seek drugs and get addicted, they're trying to escape too, right? In a different way. They're trying to escape their current reality, that might be too otherwise overwhelming for them to survive in that moment. Again, perhaps because, the healthcare system should have acted years before in whatever trauma was going on in their world, like with my kids, and didn't. And now they're here, and now they're trying to just cover up their pain. And so, yeah, I think it's really,
and I do wonder,
I don't know where we start fixing the problem, but I think it's way back here, and we're not looking way back.
Yeah. Well, and to that, I would say too that it comes down to, it's the devil, right? So if this is what you've been using to self-medicate, and this is your, me again, we only hit the tip of the proverbial iceberg as far as understanding neurotransmitters and what chemicals do what, and especially what chemicals do what based on how the chemical balance in your brain works individually, right? So we can have some of those general things, but everybody's got their own little, we've all got a customized little cocktail going on in our brains.
Well,
and so I do wonder how much of that comes down to even just, again, depending on what it is they're using, what's the thing that got them there and gave them that first good positive feeling associated with it. And then that becomes the comfortable thing that, again, the devil we know. So meth is clearly not good for you, and nor is tobacco. But at the same time, if it makes
glad to hear someone counter London's dangerous pro-meth position.
Exactly. But no,
here
it's one of those things where, like, a lot of cases, like it's one of those things that, when we self-medicate, 9 chances out of 10, it's probably not something that's doing us a favor, or the fact that we're using it as self-medication rather than, something in moderation. That is the problem. And so
the idea of self-medication also comes from, I think a little bit more education needs to come from physicians as well. And maybe Dr. Lennon, you'll have some more comments on this, but I know from my own path, when I was prescribed opioids, post-surgery, right? After you've had your entire chest from armpit to armpit cut open, you're given opioids. And I had advocated for myself to be on the short-acting ones because I had heard previously that the short-acting ones are associated with less chance of addiction. And the last thing I wanted to endure after everything I had already gone through was addiction. Mm-hmm. And so I was adamant that I wanted the short-acting ones. I wanted to feel the pain come back, and then I wanted to take more, if that makes sense.
It's cool that you knew that you recognized that.
But versus the long-acting, which tends, because you don't feel the pain come back, as far as I understand. You're just on a cycle of these opioids to keep the pain away, right? And so from what I understand, there's a much higher chance of being addicted in that point. And so I think more education needs to happen, because I advocated for myself in this period and said, look, I need this short-acting drug. And I think it's probably more high maintenance, especially in the hospital, to do the every 3-hour one versus just, the rigmarole long-acting one. But I said, look, I'm really adamant about this, but I think there needs to be more, because I've seen others who weren't aware of it and did develop some addiction. And so I think perhaps there could and should be more discussion before people start opioids or pain relieving medication. And maybe there is in other areas. Maybe I just missed the boat on that. That's hilarious.
As Chris Revel just posted, look at this murderer's row of talent. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. I think most of you know Chris. Anyway.
Anyhow, just curious on your perspective on that, London, and what you experienced in the hospital setting.
No, I'm not currently practicing, but I definitely hear from colleagues a decent amount. And one example, a friend of mine was covering for another doctor briefly. They're on vacation or something, and he was scared of the amount of opioids just to maintain this person's normal prescription. He's like, oh, this is so much more than we're supposed to be giving. But it's there is a lot of autonomy with doctors. So I think his policy was basically he did the bare minimum that he could do for that. And he's very level-headed guy. That doctor, he would say he doesn't give benzos at all. It's not just opioids, it's benzodiazepines that he's no Xanax, none of that. He just a pretty blanket policy of nope, don't touch it, too addictive.
I know several psychiatrists who are careful about those as well. Some of the anti-anxiety, they'd rather do an antidepressant for longer term because there's a lot of risks with some of ththose short-term anxiety relieving meds.
And but then again, post-op is a different this is outpatient. This is a kind of casual clinical setting that my friend's working in. So for post-op, it is. I'm sure that there's a give and take, and there is, like you said, a conversation to be had.
I was on a
conversation around that the whole industry, and in fact that we have, again, something to talk about today, the fact that we have issues around opioid use and opioid addiction. In some respects, that was an industry, for lack of a better way of putting it, that's an industry created crisis that's there because of the fact that, yes, these things, this class of drugs, do a thing and they're useful, But like any good tool, they need to be used responsibly, and they need to be, and that as patients, you know, we trust our medical professionals to ensure that we're doing those things. And that while it's wonderful that you have advocated for yourself, the average patient is not going to do the kind of
100%.
research that you
Mhm.
did.
Yeah.
And they rely on their doctors to
Yeah.
do that. And if they're not doing that, then that's where the problem started. And again, coming from that role of having been a health minister, I can tell you one of the issues that we had was, you know, people would talk about, you know, substance use and addictions issues. And it's like, no, it's not about, you know, somebody that's using, you know, street drugs in the downtown area and is, you know, unhoused and this and that. I got a batch of people that are all in the burbs, you know, and 90% of them had started off with a back surgery. And, you know,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
and
You're
they're
so
the
right.
issue, and
You're so right.
that they don't want to be talked about at the same time in that same conversation.
Or it started off with
And it's
counseling.
like,
Or it started
no,
off
this
with,
is all
you
the
know,
same
Yeah.
thing. And I get what, but that goes to the larger issue around the stigma, because we have to be able to talk about all of these things, and that we have to recognize that some of this stuff comes down to, you know, the medical professionals and the industry, and what we get into the habit of shorthanding and doing. And again, I don't want to take away a doctor's autonomy, but also at the same time, you know, those aren't candy and this isn't Halloween. And just be, you know,
Yeah.
and like you say, like that idea of the pain coming back, it might sound weird. And again, maybe this comes from my own surgical background, and I'm living with carpal tunnel right now. And so I'm waiting for surgery. And I purposely actually let the pain meds that I use run out on a day-to-day basis so that I can assess what kind of activity did I do today, and how much did I wear my braces? So are my wrists hurting, or, you know, are my, what, you know, do I have feelings in my fingertip? How and why? Because that's a way of learning how my body's working, what I can do, what I can't do. So, you know, does it hurt sometimes? Yeah, but I would much rather know. So I'm not saying somebody has to lie there in excruciating pain for an hour, but that notion of getting a sense of it, and it also, in a sense, takes your body off it, right? So, but again, like that idea of we'll just give you more and give you more. Woo! You know, if that's your prescription model, I have a problem with that. And I, you know, because that's not good for me in the long term. It might be easier, like you say, on the ward to come by every 6 or 8 hours rather than come by every 3 or 4. But what's that going to mean 3 years down the road for me?
Yeah. And there's also the medical trauma that people go through while they're using, and then when they get off of, especially opiates, I mentioned this a little earlier, but hadn't gotten deep into it. Many times opiates will conceal physical pain and situations and health problems, and then they become their own problem of well, you got the opiate induced analgesia. Am I saying that right, London? Is
Close enough. Yeah, I mean, you're about there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Analgesia, is that it?
Yeah, allergies, whatever.
I knew you could do it with the right spin.
Yeah.
But then when you get off, all of a sudden you might discover I've got some medical problems I didn't have when I started. It could be because of the drugs, or it could be something I just developed that I didn't know I had. And so now there's the trauma of I don't feel as good as I did before I started using, right? Especially if it's been a long time.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the fact that it slows everything, like it slows down your GI tract, like it, and once get addictive, all of it. Yeah. The longer you stay on anything, the more chance you're going to develop stronger effects from it. And of course, if you're addicted, yeah, as we've said, the vicious cycle.
Sure.
And digging new fresh holes. And like I said, I think back to, you know, again, case of my grandmother there, who the poor woman just got, oh, new side effect, new medication, new side effect. And they're like, oh,
Yeah.
I didn't realize, you know. And again, one of those things, I was a kid at the time, right? So you just assume every little old lady is like got the, you know, her medicine cabinet looks like, you know, the local pharmacy, and it's just the part of getting old. And then you realize, you know, I didn't know what these things were. And in retrospect, you're like, oh crap, I'm surprised that all grandma was doing was hallucinating that there were, you know, spiders crawling up the walls in her apartment. Like, you know, like, yeah. And she had no reason to think anything else, because again, trusting her doctor. And I mean, I know that in my own experience in terms of my mental health, the first medication I was ever put on for what was then deemed postpartum, I mean, I was given a certain dose of Luvox, and again, that's standard, whatever. But that over time, the GP that I was working with, and it wasn't the doctor that made the initial prescription, but because I was given no clinical supports, no other supports that would help me in terms of, cognitive behavioral therapy, anything else like that, anytime things were getting worse, the new doctor that I had in Toronto just kept jacking up the dose. And I ended up on 350 milligrams of Luvox a day. And I didn't know that that was a bad thing. All I knew was that I was feeling like crap and some other things happened. I went, cold turkey, which again, in retrospect, not a good thing to do, but again, didn't have a sense of the context at the time. And then I would later come to work with this wonderful psychiatrist out there who, said, send me the email that gives me your mental health background and including any medication so that we can, that when you come into the first meeting, we're not doing all of that. You can organize it. And that ended up being one of the points of conversation. So this 350 milligrams, that's not a typo. No. It was divided up into the blah, 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 blah. And, then he starts asking me certain questions, and what those would be were like, when you were on that dose, were any of the following happening? And he was trying to figure out why I wasn't at some point admitted to the hospital for some kind of overdose. And then he was also surprised that when, you went cold turkey, and it's like, which you should, I know, we're not going to do. Did you end up hospitalized from that either? And they're like, no, why should I have been like, and then we had to have the conversation around like, that was the maximum dosage. And, and of course I had to give it. So you're 5'4" and 115 pounds. Yeah. I'd be given that maximum dosage to maybe a linebacker, a foot taller and 100 pounds heavier, and still have some issues. So I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Like, you dodged a bullet or a couple of bullets, one-on-one. So there's the other part of it where it's like, I was entrusting a medical professional, and I've since had some other, results, and it's affected, there's been some other issues that it resulted in the long run, but I wasn't aware of or never connected the dots. But so again, great. Yay. I dodged a bullet, but how often is that happening somewhere else where folks are not being, again, asked the questions, monitored, all those other kinds of things? Or again, where this person writing the prescription wasn't, doing the math every time she added another 50 milligrams to me to go, oh, wait a second.
Sure.
You're so right, Sharon. And guys, I'm so sorry. I've got to cut my part short.
You're good. There's no time expectation today. So no sorries. Just glad to have you for as long as you could, especially coming on with COVID too. Good for you. Thank you so much.
Rest with the fever. So this was well timed.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Awesome.
Great to see you, but rest up. Big hugs, big virtual
Thanks, Erica.
hugs.
Thanks. Nice to see you. Okay,
we'll see you soon.
All
right. Bye-bye. Hey, I have a question, London. And Sharon, you know a lot about this too, but when we're looking for that, the thing that keeps popping in my head as we're talking about this is, if I'm going to interrupt the addiction cycle, education, health education, and self-advocacy, right? Those are some of the things we're talking about. What are some good sources? So if I know that the medical community itself, and I want to get a second opinion, if I'm not a person who's fortunate enough to have a wide, expansive insurance network or other people I can go to for a second opinion and get into their office super quick, I think I've encompassed most people when I say that. Most of us can't do that. What are some places? Because we're always warned, don't just go online. Everything's a flowchart to cancer, which isn't really true, by the way. It's a flowchart to either cancer or to bipolar disorder. Either one of those. You might have either one of those if you go and look online at your symptoms. What are some good sources? How can I make sure I'm not just looking up a bunch of nonsense?
We're saying in terms of just like an alternative to WebMD.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
One that I like a lot is called Medscape. I get my medical news from there a lot. You have to register with it, like give them an email address, but
can I give them yours?
Yeah. Oh, I encourage everyone. Yes. All of viewers, please use mine. It gets me points. No, I am kidding about that. So
gets me points.
But it's great for you. Like if you want to look up the basic, it's like it's the free version of Up to Date would be the clinician version, where Up to Date is a program where you do have to pay a subscription, whatever, and it'll have the latest studies and interpretations of it. But Medscape is the cheap version where you can go on and they'll still have articles, lots of commentary, and like a lot of contextual articles. They'll say, this study came out, here are some of takes on it. My phone is full of unread articles right now, my notifications. So that's what I would promote as a resource. And
Interesting.
I am not making money off them. No association. I just like them.
No, I know. Well, and you do. I wondered, because I know that not only do you have all the schooling expertise, you do your show's a mix of medical education and improv comedy, but the medical information is true, right?
Yeah. For this section, that's
for that section,
right?
Lesson. Yeah.
I've gotten a little bit loose over the time with throwing in a little fake medicine elsewhere.
Well, I know those of us who come on and pretend to be someone else as an improv guest. The stuff we say, the stuff I said when I was in the show is definitely not true.
Yeah.
But you have it very segmented. It's very segmented between, okay, here's the information, So that's why I wondered. I don't know, Sharon, if you found good research results.
I mean, it's always one of those things where it's, again, you don't ever want anybody mistaking, again, their Google search for somebody else's medical degree. And like you say, it's about finding reasonable sources. And it's that weird thing. And I think we're in a really, odd spot, because it's this thing where it's the balance between critical thinking and then, okay, well, the whole industry is out, blah, 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 and you're down the tinfoil hat path. And that's the whole thing about it's one thing to go and look something up, but where are you looking it up and where are you finding it? And, it's one of those things that I will end up, if I can't find something reasonably, it's like, am I looking at the New England Journal of Medicine? Am I looking at the Mayo Clinic? And am I looking at Johns Hopkins or some other place where I know it's not, Random Dave's medical website,
Yeah, just someone's blog.
It's that, because it's that whole, like, anybody can have an internet site these days. Yeah. And so it is one of those things where it's like, okay, where is it? And am I looking at more than one thing? So, like, thank you for Netscape, because that's not one that I'm previously familiar with. But, like, yeah, you have to watch, because you want to be informed and be able to, and again, like what Erica talked about, like, on one level, I wish we didn't have to advocate, but sometimes you do need to advocate and speak up. And then I think, especially under these circumstances, a lot of times when we most need advocacy is when we are least able to advocate for ourselves. And that's even where the system has to be there. If, again, we as individuals may have the benefit of, I've got this family member that can come with me, I've got this guardian, but again, not everybody has that. And so the system has to have a certain amount of, I would say, autonomous advocacy built in, if that makes sense, just because, and also, I'm trying to think of the right word, but that idea of, keeping everybody within a profession abreast of things and apprised, and to not, it's a form of professional development. And, in the same way that, again, maybe I'm just weird, but the same way I think I should be retested for my driver, like given a driver's test every 5 to 10 years to make sure that I'm not cutting corners. I'm not questioning the professional abilities of folks with medical degrees, but in the same way that there are new sign changes, or like in my neighborhood, they recently started bringing in roundabouts, but nobody's been other than the kids going through driver's test
with my
So as a medical professional, I'm pretty sure if you got your degree 15 years ago, you're kind of like me getting my driver's license 20 years ago. Not saying I'm doing it, badly, but I need a refresher.
I've had people that bring things up. I'm always grateful. Whoa. Hot on the mic there. I've had people bring up things in session, and my training and my industry lends itself towards listening a little, I guess, but you'd be surprised. Who will mention something like, hey, my so-and-so talked about this in therapy, or I have this insight, or whatever it is. And I've had people that say, I read this study, or I am on this new medication that I never heard of it before. I'm like, teach me, tell me more about that. Or, that's one of the ways I learned about EMDR and some of those things that are valuable in my therapy, is hearing people's experiences about them, knowing that they work because people found it. So yeah, I think that is, I met someone once who literally had this experience, and they weren't trying to question their doctor or whatever, but their spouse was having a lot of medical things. And they literally the doctor was coming to the lobby waiting area and saying, like, here's how the procedure went. Here's what I think we should do next. It was one of those kind of medical mystery types of things. And this person literally was looking up articles on their phone. Doctor happened to walk out right at the second they read something that was very interesting. Then they held up their phone and were like, "Hey, have you ever heard of this?" You know, and the doc looked at it and said, "Can I borrow this? Can I have this for a second?" Walked back in, came back out and said, "All right, we're doing some different testing now." And it turned out that that's what it was. And it wasn't anybody's fault that nobody thought of it. It just was, you know, luckily the planets lined up for that moment. But, you know, now imagine if the doc hadn't really looked at it and just been like, you know.
Oh,
So
God, there's somebody Googling a thing.
Right.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Someone's on
No, 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 if
Medscape
you
or
rub
one
a
of those.
special oil on it, it's not going to do a thing. You know? I don't care how much chamomile tea you drink. Yeah.
So that self-advocacy, I one thing that hits me too is it goes back to this concept of community we keep talking about. If I can't advocate for myself, how do I find someone who will? Right. I have to believe I deserve it first. But I think I cut you off, London.
Well, maybe. Well, now I don't remember whatever it was. I know in terms of
Oh no, I wasn't sorry. I just was bragging about it.
Yeah. Which, like, yeah, good move. That was very alpha of you. No, I've like, it's one of these things where, you know, you don't want to talk bad about people, about physicians, because generally, overall, we all have the same training, and it's really, really good training, and to get through it is very impressive.
Oh, absolutely.
But some doctors are, like, I think most are good, and then a few of them, and I've worked under some who just were, sometimes they're just very old, and they aren't still, because you're supposed to be a student for life. That's how it works. You are, as you said, you're keeping up with the latest studies, regardless of the continuing medical education stuff that you have to do. Like, you're always keeping up with the latest, because, like, right now there are a lot of diabetes medications that are changing, and some that when I was in med school you mostly ignored, and theoretically you think, like, well, that's stupid, that's gonna, like, physiologically I don't see that being a good idea, and then clinically it turns out that it's a really good drug. So like, these things do happen, and it's like, unfortunately there is some degree of like, I grudgingly admit that, there is, you have to be aware that your physician, I should be looking out for these things, but there's a chance that you aren't looking out, that they are going to increase your dosage like crazy.
And there's so many things that have changed. I mean, like, again, think about how many centuries things like leaching were considered a good idea, and how long it took for that to fade out. Meanwhile, stuff is coming rapid fire here. So it's I totally get it that, you know, that you know, medical folks can't keep up on everything. So no, it's definitely not said in a disparaging way. And it is, I mean, and this is the other part too, like any profession, right? There's some folks that are, you know, do you know who I am about it? And other folks that are, you know, like you say, perennial students. And then sometimes you just get the thing where it's like, oh, it's their turn to have a crappy day. And that, you know, and they're not operating with the full, you know, spoon count. And I was, you know, whatever, but you never know. But it is one of those things where, like what I was saying with the advocacy, it's like, yeah, it's a sweet spot, because you don't, I don't want to be starting a fight with my doctor.
Because I'd still say, like,
expert.
Generally speaking, 9 times, well, probably more than 9 times, let's say 29 times out of 30, the doctor's going to be so much more aware of things than you are. Like, generally, that's usually going to be the reality, that you don't normally have to advocate, because you might say, oh, they only spent 5 minutes with me. They did a lot in those 5 minutes. That's what they're trained to do.
They didn't need more than 5 to tell you that.
Well, and I think that advocacy sometimes, because to be honest, with any professional, whether it's a doctor, whether it's a therapist, whether it's a mechanic, hopefully therapists are a little better at this. The number one complaint that you do hear people say is being listened to, right? And having the, and that's a two-way street, because it's like, I have to say something if I want to be heard. And obviously the professional should be listening too, instead of just jumping to, even if they're right, they should still listen. But on the point of the patient, and this goes back once again to interrupting addictive behaviors, addictive cycles, you know, withdrawing, shutting down, isolating, those things aren't very very healthy. And for people who do it and struggle with even asking questions, retaining the information, speaking up, it's always good to bring, sometimes if they're lucky, it's a spouse, or maybe it's a parent or a kid, depending on how old they are and whatever. Someone who can, and I've known people who literally, it was a good friend that they said, can you come to the doctor with me? I need somebody to remind me or help me so that when I get out and I'm like, what the hell did he say? And then what did she tell me I had to do? Then it's like, oh, I can help you say, well, make a list in the car or something, or if I know that you're worried, I can remind, hey, oh, don't leave yet, because they wanted to say this, getting some help for that.
Yeah, sometimes it is helpful to just bring someone along who is like able to not, because whenever it's your own health, sometimes you aren't able to listen as well, because you're taking in, like, emotionally, you're taking in what's happening, and it's helpful to have someone else there who's just like, okay, yeah, so you have to do this,
right? Because if my doc says you got a 3% chance that this could be cancer, and then they give me 10 other important pieces of information, guess what I'm going to think about on the drive home?
Yeah.
All I know is he said I have cancer.
Yeah. Well, and this is the other part, and it's interesting because it's funny, interesting you use the cancer thing, because so I went through, again, the cancer diagnosis, and I mean, it was one of those, like, I had been assaulted on Thursday, and then I go in on Monday to find out that I've got cancer, and blah, so it was one of those, like, again, my oncologist, oh my God, she's, a saint, and the team that worked on me, because I just sit there and I go, oh my God, I'm sure I melted down. I also know too that anytime I ever had any appointment after that, I never worried about waiting, because I knew it's like, oh my God, she sat with me, she listened, she did whatever. And in the moment that I was going through all of that, she wasn't like looking at her watch or saying, I got to go. Like, so it's like, anytime I ever, I'm just presuming that somebody else was having a similar meltdown, or that she was looking after other patients in the way they needed it. And therefore, but it was interesting, because one of those things, like you're talking about, the notes, we ended up coming up with what was called the cancer patient journey. And it was one of those things that, again, had I been able to stay in office and stay as health minister, would have been applied actually into mental health, because what had happened was we had developed a team that spent 5 years not just implementing this system, but then following it, tracking it, and having the metrics. So they had found a way of basically redoing the system so that it was truly patient-centered. You had what was called a nurse navigator, who was your go-to. And you also had everything from a little book to a USB. And meetings could be recorded, things that were on there. But you also knew that if at any point, because again, even if you brought somebody to, the appointment, and you're suddenly, whatever the next step was, or some piece of information, oh, I just call nurse so-and-so, and I am one of X number of people that she's my navigator, and she can, boom, catch me up, reassure me, answer my questions. So I'm not calling into the oncologist. I've got my person here, and that sometimes even just knowing that you had that person was enough, and that they are your touchstone for all the information. So it was just like a huge, weight off the sort of the executive function. But that's something that, again, had I had the opportunity, would have been implemented in a variety of places. And one of them would have been in mental health, both from prevention, intervention, again, especially how it relates to, when we self-medicate and what that turns into, because so often we need that for that very reason. Oh, the 3% chance of whatever the hellish thing is, boom, that's where your brain is. The 15 other things that are actually probably more relevant, they're not there. They're not.
Or just the next steps. Yeah. Because sometimes the diagnosis, well, that's one thing. And then the plan, the treatment, that's a separate thing. But as the patient, you are very settled in figuring out, diagnose, where have I heard that before? What do I already know about it? What are they telling me now?
Like, and for me, like the choices that I had to make, like it was one of these, you can do this. And again, thinking about the consequences, and then having to make a choice that it's like, oh, great. So now I've got to do all these other, and the contingencies, and your brain is just doing this stuff. And I think that's the other part to recognize too. And especially when we think of when folks are self-medicating, there's you think about how complicated that is. So even, using the cancer as a thing, it's like, okay, well, so some cells started to do a thing, and now I've got blah, 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 blah. So now we're going to factor my mental health stuff in. But I always find it interesting that we don't factor in mental health as a core thing, or that we don't look at that when we're dealing with these other things. So like in the same way that you might sit there and go, okay, well, gee, if you've come in with lung cancer and you've been a chain smoker, we're going to probably tell you to lay off the cigarettes and figure out how to get you onto some Nicorette or whatever. But if you're coming into me with, a meth addiction, are we asking you about childhood trauma? Are we asking you why and what context you started using meth? And, is there anything else that led to that? And da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and whatever, and doing that work back, so that in the same way you might be saying, I get it. You chain smoked for 30 years, but this is where it got you. Are there things, and what do we need to, and do you need to be in a safe space? Like, like how much of these kinds of things do we do? It's to give us some kind of internal safety, because we're living in some place that makes us vulnerable, and our alert systems are on constantly. And that sometimes that thing that we dip into is the only place where we can go,
And meth is a good example of that too, to the point of what London you mentioned earlier, is that meth is, I think all drug use is this way to some extent, but meth is one of those that if you're not aware, is one of the most goal-directed types of drugs that's used, where people use it for various reasons. I mean, it goes back to the old, like speed pills, diet pills, that kind of thing, which were some of the earliest iterations of what we see now with that. But to that point, are we, and let's use your example, London, of like somebody who's like, I'm using this to deal with my psychotic disorder, and maybe I don't even know the diagnosis of psychotic disorder. In fact, maybe I know that these are hallucinations. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't tell people about them, so they don't think there's something wrong with me. Or maybe I don't know they're not. I've met people who have been medicated and mostly hallucination free for years, who have said to me, yeah, I don't know for sure. I mean, I was seeing things, and I don't know if all of those were hallucinations. Maybe I really did have some inspiration from a spiritual plane, I don't know. And so, so you're going through all that mishmash of stuff. Does anybody ask me at any point, why'd you start? And why did you really start? Let's truly dig into it and say, but it's like, oh, you're getting clean and then you're acting weird. What's wrong with you? All of a sudden people around me might be judgy about it. And so part of interrupting addiction, again, is also being prepared for what's going to happen when I don't, because I may not find the underlying problem until after I'm not using anymore. And then all of a sudden everyone's like, what's wrong with you? You didn't used to act this way when you were a functional addict. You just didn't bother me, and you just kept your job, and you didn't do the things I didn't like as much as you're doing now that you're being open. Yeah. So you got to be ready for that, ready for the change.
Yeah. I can see how it is one of those things where that's the point at which I'm thinking like, oh, this is a therapy. This is not the 5-minute appointment situation. This is
no matter how good your doctor, except if it's Dr. London, 5 minutes will do it. But
to me, it comes down to like there is a thing where you're wanting to treat general physician, internal medicine kind of thing. We want to treat you medically if we can, lifestyle first, but then medically treating. But then for the underlying traumas and everything, I know in my mind what comes up is like, okay, I know I have to deal with this medical thing that's right in front of that they are their chief complaint today. That's my actual focus right now. But I do hear they have all this. So at least in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I need to at least try to promote the idea of going to psychologist, whatever, go for a therapy session. Yeah. And then also you're thinking, because this is America, are they going to financially be in a place to do that? Is there availability for that?
Absolutely.
That
yeah.
whole thing opens up in my mind. But that is what we're all, why the conversations are happening. Or at least happening.
It's good that they are. It's good that they are. So let me throw something out to you guys. What about self-care? I wanted to see if you guys could give some examples for people, or any ideas you have about just healthy day-to-day life. It doesn't have to directly have to be related to addiction, but it certainly can be if you want to. And I'll share one while you guys deal with this thing I just dropped on you and decide if you want to participate. All of a sudden everybody has to go.
Decide.
That's what usually happens when I surprise people with questions. No, but I'll share one. This may even sound silly. But one thing I've noticed that I've started doing lately is buying air fresheners for my car, the little kind that you plug into the little slot, you put them on the AC vent or whatever, and then they make the car smell nice. Now that might sound pretty standard, but I found a trick in that if you buy a couple different kinds, and then every so often, I don't know, every month or two, when you're doing grocery shopping, if you can find nice or affordable within your price range, whatever, you grab a couple of different kinds, and I try to get ones I've either never had before or haven't had for a long time, because your sense of smell habituates. And so you don't notice. Your car might still smell nice, but you don't notice it anymore. And so if it's like, oh, it smells like vanilla for a week or two, and now it smells like, I don't know, linen, fresh linens, or new car smell or whatever, you're getting in the car and you're reminded of something you did that was essentially nice for yourself. It's just a little tiny self-care thing that, but it is something as small and as silly as it may sound. It's something that I notice all the time because I get in my car a lot. So it's just a little idea there that makes life a little more fun. So what do you guys think? Any ideas like that to share with people?
Oh, boy. Oh, you want to go first, London?
I mean, what's coming to mind now, like for little, the treat yourself situations. I mean, what's coming to mind currently is just stuff that I've already put into the world that I get a little bit of feedback once in a while, but that's not the same thing that we're talking about.
No. You can't. Go ahead. Well, what do you maybe elaborate? What do you mean?
Well, I do have this little podcast, and we rarely. It often feels like we're just putting stuff out in the void, and like we can track some numbers, but really it feels like we're just throwing it out there and hoping something sticks. And then occasionally we get the little bit of feedback from someone will say like, oh yeah, my buddy's a fan of your podcast. I'm like, oh, you told someone? I'm assuming that person told them about it, or any of that little kind of thing does that carries some weight. And of course, if I write something, if I have some, I don't know, sometimes I'll write a joke and then sit on it forever, long enough to get tired of it and think it's stupid, and then present it somewhere as a one-off, and then like that's worth something to me, you know.
And you've written some medical training curriculum too, right?
Medical assistant specifically, yeah. Okay. That one I'm waiting to get feedback on, because we shot it in 2021, and they said a number of times that they were like, we're just a few weeks away from posting it. So I'm like, okay, well, we did 10 lectures, and I think it should be the best thing on the market when it comes out.
You just have to hope the same kind of technology exists that does now, and you were not like, you know.
Yeah, we can't play that. Blu-ray doesn't exist anymore. So
that's the
you're putting it out there, though. Yeah, putting something nice out there for people. Yeah,
a lot of jokes in that lecture series. Actually, I am. My friend's doing the editing for it, and he'll send me clips once in a while that make him laugh, because like I for any lecture series, for anything I write that's professional, whatever, I'm trying to find any little spot to throw in a joke, because I'm thinking of if I were the student, how you're gonna get bored. And how can I make it the most bearable? Because I've also watched hundreds of hours of lectures in the past, and I got through it because I was in med school. These guys aren't going to be in med school; they might be in high school. How do I make that appealing?
Engage them.
How do you engage people?
Can I take that? I'll take that just even maybe a little bit deeper than you can tell me if it's too deep. But to me, that's even deeper on a level of self-care that isn't just for fun. It's for fun that you're doing this comedy work and you're doing these things, putting it out there, which all by itself is healing, helpful. You and I just did an interview about that with a comedian the other day. It's going to come up on the Broken Brain. But so that's all by itself. But going a little deeper than that, you're putting yourself into like if someone hires someone to do some training for medical assistants, it's not a guarantee they're going to make it lively and engaging and fun. I've seen one or two professional trainings that weren't lively and engaging and fun. I think there's only 2 out there that exist. They're all awesome. No, but you're bringing your own strengths into it, right? You're inserting your own what
Yeah.
makes you a who you are, right?
Yeah.
So there you
A
go.
lot of it is just the idea that from the start, from going into even the sciences, but much less medicine, I knew that my brain was wired for something different. And I knew I was fighting uphill in a different direction. I had peers who scored higher generally, and and they nerded out about the stuff, whereas part of my brain was always making fun of them, even though I'm trying to be anywhere near as good as they are. That kind of thing's going on in my head the whole time. So yeah, I just think to once again the empathy of I don't want to burden them with the way that I was burdened. And I guess the only what actually springs to mind now is most people haven't heard of it. It's called Sketchy, like Sketchy Farm, Sketchy Sketchy Micro. It's a method of teaching. They had some stuff come out while I was in med school, but basically they'll have a cartoon sketch drawing, and it's a little scene, and everything in the scene, it's meant to be like a mind palace idea. Everything in it means something. So I learned pharmacology by this, like penicillin would be like a little plane with pencils sticking out of the pen.
Wow, this is cool. I like this.
Yeah, so this
it's like the old method of method of memory for all the deep memory nerds out there.
Yeah, and it's so that's how I did a lot of my learning, and so I had examples like that. There are very few examples like that, but I don't know that I could have, because pharmacology, my professor could barely, he had a really bad speech impediment, could not tell what he was saying. And yeah, you want that for pharmacology.
It's not a great course for that to be the case. Okay.
So anyway, Sharon, you haven't had a turn on this question.
Oh no. Well, you see, it's interesting because, again, in terms of my weird eclectic background, so when I think of self-care, see, my brain goes to Angela Davis, because the term self-care actually comes from the Black Panther movement, and she talked about radical self-care, and that it's a very different meaning than what we have now. And it came from the idea that folks fighting the civil rights movement on the front lines, the only way you can survive, and not just survive individually, but then survive as a community, and then over the long term, so that anything you accomplish doesn't just peak and die. It's about this idea of what she called radical self-care, and that it had to be done in a community context, or that yes, there's obviously individual parts, but we've kind of taken self-care. And I think for a lot of folks, it's self-care is, again, wine with my girlfriends, or the bubble bath, or whatever the thing is that's got and I would even argue, a certain level of socioeconomic privilege attached to it. We've commodified it, and it's very different from what self-care, when it was originally coined as a phrase, meant, which was about, yes, it's about your individual well-being, but it's also about those ideas that you not only can you not pour from an empty cup, but as a community and as a movement, we can't have people self-sacrificing themselves individually, because not only will individuals burn out, but that the movement and the progress and the long-term sustainability will burn out. And so so I always look at it from kind of that filter, where, yes, we can obviously do those things in the moment, and that for everybody it's different. So what might be self-care for one person could be like hell for another, or that it even changes. Like, there was a time for me where going out and doing a certain amount of gardening with a garden that a friend created for me was something that I needed, because it allowed me to turn off my brain. There was a certain rote aspect to, shall we say, taking out weeds, that you can just, do other things with your brain, and and then also look at dopamine hit of tangible accomplishment. So much of, for me, for self-care, it really comes down to things that, again, what's going to give me sustainability. So it's not just about the dopamine hit, but trust me, it's there. And that gives me some sort of sustainability and possibly connection, especially connection back to other people. At the same time, I also know that sometimes the self-care is all about the boundaries. So it's
absolutely.
You want to go out for a walk in the park, but I'm not about empty, outdoor spaces or peopling right now. So I need to do some other things so that I can do that thing later. And yes, it'll be a benefit. But if I think that right now, my going for no, that's not the thing. So I think that's the other part, is self-care is the discernment of, I might have 50 things that work for me. What's the one that works for me now, that's feasible and that doesn't need to cost money or be some kind of like, if it's work, phrase I learned recently in some respects. So healthy is easy. Healthy, if it's something that's going to be good for you or healthy for you, whether it's in this moment or in the long term, it'll tend to be easier or have a feeling of easy to it, in the sense that, so for me, self-care, I mean, well, obviously, Dwight, you know this, like nerd girl stuff. So I can't tell you how much therapy is embodied in the various, like everything from cosplay to costumes to painting figurines to
well, it's the mentality, right? The list, the self-care list can and should include bubble bath, reading a comic, going for a walk, or getting a degree. I mean, if you want to go that far, or anything, or just taking a class or learning a new skill, right?
But I do like the to Sharon's point there, the creating something that usually does the most for me, because I do think the sustain question, the question of sustaining versus the little hit, not all of us are rich, can afford air fresheners. This idea that we need to, I don't know, like a little treat, like if I get a candy bar, sure, that's nice. But what I think in my mind, I think just because so many things seem so temporary, fragile.
And that sometimes when we do the thing where it's the treating yourself or the this and that, it's like well, okay, great, I just spent X number of dollars on this and this made me feel good now. And yes, it's a treat and I, again, deserve it. What am I going to do when I see the credit card bill? What kind of treat was it? Or what's
the long term?
And this is going to sound like a weird one. And this came up recently, and I would say even 3 weeks ago, I would not have put this down as a self-care thing, but it was, so like I said, I do a lot of costumes, this and that, but I come from a family where I have literally inherited like sewing machines, old sewing machines from both sides of my family, and all the weird whatever. And I mean, I inherited these before my grandmothers even died. I had both of their sewing machines, and one's like old treadle, thing from whatever. Another one's maybe from the 50s, whatever. But within these sewing machines are different containers that had other stuff. And then I've been, and so I've ended up with all of these things. And it's really interesting because for somebody that can be, rather well organized and, prides myself on my things like my color coding system, my sewing stuff was a disaster. And about 2 weeks ago, I just kind of my son was starting to work on a costume. I'm making him a teamwork, just two thing. I'm working on something. And I was just like, I'm so tired of looking for the, and poor kid came home from work and the living room, dining room, and front hall looked like some sort of combination between an antique store and a fabric store had exploded and just kind of barfed everywhere. But what it was I literally went through absolutely everything, finding like needle packets that were bought for 50 cents, God knows what decade ago before I was born, that are untouched. And grandma has 3 of them. And God knows like how many decades ago. But it was interesting because I went through all of this stuff. And I mean, there's clearly stuff that I kept and clearly whatever. And there's stuff that I've never, but I bundled up and I realized that, oh, wait a second, my sewing stuff has been, bundled up by project. I can take all these things out of plastic bags. I've rolled them all, whatever. It's all color coded. And so what was really interesting was from an act of self-care. Don't get me wrong. It was, and my son, knowing my hyper-focus tendencies, was like, so did you feed yourself today while I was gone? This looks like the kind of task that tells me you haven't been to the washroom or fed yourself for how many hours since I left for work? But it was interesting because putting absolutely everything in order has literally freed me of a whole bunch of other stuff. And so now as I'm working on his costume, I need red binding tape. I know exactly where to find that. Boom, 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 boom. I go and I grab it and I'm not rifling through things. So sometimes weirdly enough, and I ended up again with the wonderful person that I work with, we came up with the analogy of, instead of Sisyphus rolling the rock up the hill, for me, it's a sewing machine. and all the related stuff. So this
They're harder to roll. They're not round or
Yeah.
spherical.
Yeah, well, and so this,
Good
so
on you.
in some respects, this was also trauma recovery work. This had to do with literally all the baggage that my family had,
Oh, wow.
passed on in different ways, and that this was, as he would put it, taming the wild. And so now when I go to look for something for sewing, like, is the system absolutely perfect? Now I still have to crack open a Rubbermaid container, but now it's not, oh, and I haul out the bag that's got this Spider-Man costume scraps in it, or I haul out the bag that's got this Scarecrow costume. Oh, hold on, this is the Anakin, whatever. It's like, no, all of those, which seemed like a system at the time. Oh, if I know what costume it's with, nope. Now it's all whatever. And so it's one of those things where that, for me, as much as it might not have, it wasn't a bubble bath and I wasn't sitting there with, fresh fruit and a glass of Chablis or something. But in the long term, that was a self-care moment that has paid off dividends, like just in the past weeks alone. In terms of working on these things, because it saved me X number of minutes, or it's not the, oh God, I need this, I need a piece of blue fabric. Which bin is that? How many minutes do I really want to go downstairs?
Streamlining something like that. And I think that learning new skills, finding ways to be creative and creating things, as you guys put it, it's one of the most healing things you can do. People, when we've let those things lapse, or if we're trying to come up with a new interest, hobby, lesson, whatever it is, we're trying to skill acquisition, whatever it is. One of the things I advocate a lot is trying to streamline that process and say, if I'm trying to learn an instrument, is that instrument accessible? And if you have ADHD, is it out somewhere where I can see it? Because I'll forget about it for 3 months, right? And do I have music and everything? And, if I have a collection that I like to go through, do I have a desk that I can have it set up on? If I like to do figurines, do I have that? Whatever it is, what's the quickest? And I say, try to take as few steps as possible to go from not doing it to doing it. And then if I can only do it for 15 minutes, I didn't spend 12 of those finding everything, right? I spent 2 of those getting everything together, and I say, hey, I got to do 13 minutes.
Yeah.
So, good. We're going to get
just to illustrate the
show
example.
us, show us about that.
Again, there was something at hand. There was no 20 minutes.
Play us a song, Lyndon. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, with the mic, they won't pick it up. Sure.
We'll just pretend we can hear it, and we'll tell everyone it was great.
Isn't that? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
And I think that's the other part too, is self-care. And then we think about like starting something new or picking up an instrument. It's the, how much judgment are we coming at ourselves with how well we're going to do it? And do I do this well, or did I, as opposed to, does it bring me joy? And again, if you're comparing yourself to somebody that does it well, but, oh, wait a minute, they do that well as a profession.
Some of the best
training. Yeah, guess what? I'm not going to be as good as the Grammy Award winner at that.
Like London, future Grammy Award winner, LondonSmith.com. I find that sometimes the best, most healthy acts of self-care are when you're doing something, creating something. It doesn't matter if it links up with anything else. I might just be doing it for its own sake. And that's even healthier in some ways, because it's not, it doesn't induce stress as much.
Or have a value attached to it, or a sense of accomplishment, or it contributes to this. I'm doing this, and it in some cases, like the random, not random, but disconnected. Like it doesn't have to feed back or have value in some other way.
Oh, excellent. Thank you guys so much. We're coming up on just the last couple minutes of this whole thing. Hey, we've almost made it, everyone, and everybody who is listening to this, wherever you are on the timeline, whether it's now or in the future. And we're grateful to have everybody having participated. This has been we're almost at the 5 hour mark now. For me, I'm the only one who's been here the whole time, but you guys have been here quite a bit, and I appreciate it.
Longer than I was expecting.
Any amount of time. I wanted to give you guys a minute to tell. I will say Erica had to go. She didn't get to say. I like to give everyone a chance just to say where people can find them, because they may, people may listen and say, hey, an act of self-care is to tune into some of these talented individuals who've been on as guests today. Erica, you can find her stuff at risetoday.com or the Rise Today Inspirational Podcast. She does podcasting that focuses on people surviving and thriving through tragedy, mostly of one kind or another, all different kinds. It's been fascinating. I get to sit. You won't hear me on the show, but I'm there. You just hear me breathing in the background. I'm sitting there recording everything, and wonderful stories. Sharon, you were on that show. It was really a fun experience. So, so that's her. You guys tell everybody where they can find you again for all the self-care and instruction and wisdom that you will give them.
I just found London's website. It's awesome.
Oh,
I'm
thank
looking
you.
around.
Oh yeah, there is drlemonsworth.com. Both spellings of doctor, abbreviated or not. That's links to my social media. And from there, there's also the Jock Doc podcast, which we've talked about. I guess that was that sort of a self-care thing. Was I would listen to Comedy Bang Bang while I was in med school. And then used to feel guilty because it was not medicine related, but all the medical stuff was boring. So this is my attempt at a hybrid. So it's like 5 minutes of a genuine medical lesson, and which is in the title, which thing we're talking about on a given day. And then it's meant to be as approachable as I can make it. And then the rest of the 45 minutes ish, an episode is, it's improv comedy, character-based improv comedy. So I'm playing a version of myself that's usually got some weird thing going on. I post to all the TikTok, social media, whatever, as Dr. London Smith. And that's it, I think.
Cool.
And yeah, I'm at SpeakUp, .co, speak-up.co. And again, it's all about superheroes, mental health. And I will actually say, Dwight, I have to thank you because getting to know you and doing the podcast that we do, that is actually, I consider that, an important act of self-care, because as somebody that has always watched these things and read these things and, seeing that connection and making those things, having somebody else to talk about it that gets it and then and feed off and new ideas. So that's the other part too, is that self-care can just be about, again, finding people, community, ideas, podcasts. Oh my God. The amount of times, especially during COVID, where if you can't people, find podcasts. So the fact that you folks both do podcasts, yes, that's self-care too.
Yeah. I find it too. I mean, listening to, but as well as hosting it too. And I've felt that same way. I look forward every time there's a Marvel thing coming up, because I know that Sharon and I are going to talk about it eventually as well.
And we won't be inflicting it on other people unless they choose to listen to the podcast.
Right, exactly. That's up to them. Hey, they knew who we were when they turned it on, right? So awesome. It is a great act of self-care for me as well. I'll say, a lot of the work that I do, both professionally, but then also in the podcast sphere as well, is something that is that for me too. This is such a great thing that everybody who has tuned in or shared or anybody that's doing anything with this, just know that you can advocate and you can raise awareness, as we put before, either specifically through activity related to addiction, or just by being that nice person, having empathy, putting social groups together. You're benefiting somebody whose life is being touched by mental health or addiction or something anyway. And it might just be yourself, or it might be someone that you may never know is having those struggles. And so doing those things and having that sense of community. As far as the Broken Brain, coming up in the month of September, we're doing a lot of work. There's a lot of two different things which kind of go along together. One is trauma recovery. We got some episodes about EMDR and also healing through humor. London, you helped me with that interview. I was really grateful for your co-hosting. Yeah. And then also the rest of it, or a lot of it, is also going to be focused on Batman. My brother and I did a couple episodes talking about diagnoses of Batman's enemies, and I'll probably even be digging up some of the former. I was looking back at the archives. There's a fair amount of Batman material in the Broken Brains history. So, some of that will be coming out.
Is a good one for that. There's lots to work with.
That's right. Sharon and I talked about his PTSD. What's that, Lynn?
Just Batman. Well, I guess no spoilers here, but Bruce Wayne, he had been through quite a few difficult things in his life. So I can see why.
Yeah, PTSD is not a big leap. I know it's.
he should go to.
I love the idea of somebody out there who knows who Batman is and just got spoiled by you mentioning that Bruce Wayne had trauma. They're like, what? Wait a second. Who? Yeah, thanks a lot. I didn't know he was Batman.
Well, just by night, like he could just get a night's sleep and then like go to a therapy session, but instead he, and maybe he thinks it's constructive. Maybe that is sort of a form of
his form of self-care.
Self-care, yeah. Like it's good exercise. It's one of these things where I'm not like I don't live in that world. I'm not sure. So just maybe a little bit more empathy for him. If
there's anything Batman has acting out addiction wise, it's branding. If anybody's ever, my favorite, I'll put this up on the social media again. One of my favorite panels of a Batman comic is where you get the view from the bad guy who's fallen on the ground and Batman's coming down to stomp on him. Yeah. And you see his shoe, and it's not it's not done for comedy because it's not that kind of issue. I think it's Under the Red Hood. If anyone's read that one, not comedic. And the sole of his shoe has a bat insignia on it. And I'm like, man, this guy knows branding. So if he's addicted to anything, it's online spending and branding. So we'll get into that.
And I'm just sitting there like that's counter to like, if you're supposed to be doing the silent working in the dark, probably footprints, your branding on it, dude.
Well, you don't want it to be traceable by footprint. So like, it's not the worst idea. I'm once again, I'm really feeling for Bruce right now.
It's nice to have. Well, we got to have all sides to the argument. I got to have you come on the branding episode. But yeah, you can follow that. I'm also going to be starting a little bit of Instagram videos about Batman that you'll see. I'm going to be essentially starting an internship at Arkham Asylum where I'll give some diagnostic information about the inmates there. So some fun. We'll be having some fun in September about that. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I'm gonna make the transition here to just a little bit of everybody's gonna hear some music in a second that will help us close it out. It's always good when you emphasize that that's happening, but from all of us to all of you, just want to thank everybody for being here.
Okay, we're gonna try to sing along then. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, you know the words. Everybody knows the words.
Broken brain. Broken brain. I do like karaoke.